Now that Season 3 of Tensura has ended, I've already done numerous videos breaking down the various key details and skip content found in all the episodes, so in this video I've compiled everything in this supercut version. Also, I'll be giving my review and score for the entire season at the final part, and you will not believe how my opinions of the show have changed from the beginning of the season to the end. After 3 long years of waiting for a continuation to our favorite slime isekai, the season 3 of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime has finally returned, and with episode 1 being released, I thought it would be good to do a comparison video between the anime adaptation and the light novel, mainly the content that was cut from the source material. For example, what Rumpai discussed with Ramirez during Walpurgis, some additional information regarding Valdra's deal with Diablo, the inner thoughts of the sorcerer Razan, and what happened at the Falmer Kingdom, along with some minor world building details as well. Now then, episode 1 of season 3 is called Demons and Strategies. It covers some of the events found in chapter 1 of the volume 7 light novel. And the episode continues back in Walpurgis right after Claimant's defeat, so it also means that the ending we saw in the final episode of season 2 was basically just a placeholder or filler. In any case, even though much of the interaction that occurred for this section did not have a lot of changes, there were a few conversation points from the light novel that were removed from the episode. For starters, Rumpai talking about his reasons for staying as he wanted to enjoy the food at the banquet so that he can steal the recipes for Shuna. Additionally, the discussion that Rumpai had with Karen and Frey about helping them to relocate and rebuild now that they have become Milim subordinates, along with the part where Ramirez was constantly pestering Rumpai throughout Walpurgis about moving to Tempest, were not included in the episode as well. That said, the rest of the banquet proceeded accordingly, so after it ended, Rumpai and his attendants will return to Tempest, and it explains why he intentionally left the plastered Ramirez behind because he probably doesn't want her to follow him. Also, I do want to mention there's actually a prologue chapter in the light novel that wasn't adapted in this episode, which mainly switches to the perspective of the moderate Count Troop, and it depicts Laplace informing his friends about the death of Claimant, but I'm sure this particular sequence will simply be moved to another episode. So moving over to Tempest, it was interesting that the anime included a brief cameo of Gobuna, a very minor hobgoblin character that was featured in the light novel. But anyways, once Rumpai enters the town, he was greeted by everyone and the welcoming act was pretty much the same, although with some minor differences. Essentially, in the light novel, Rumpai learning how Diablo knew about the events that happened in Walpurgis, Valdra revealing that he sold the information to Diablo for 3 servings of desserts, Diablo and Xion bickering had all happened on the spot, as opposed to taking place in the office like we see in the episode. Furthermore, Rumpai doesn't head over to his office immediately as well after returning. Instead, he will be escorted by Rumpai to relax in the hot spring bath first, only then Rumpai will listen to Diablo's report when everything has settled down. And the part in the episode where Rumpai learns that Valdra had interrupted with Diablo's mission in Falmouth happened much earlier in contrast to the light novel, where Rumpai only finds out after Diablo finished explaining about his plans. But I think the episode version is funnier because having the interaction occur earlier means we get to enjoy seeing Valdra sulking in the background the entire time. On a side note, Studio 8-bit definitely gave Xion a major bout to her assets, because I don't remember her being this big in season 2. Let me know if you think so as well in the comments down below, or am I just crazy? With that said, the following conversation that took place inside Rumpai's office was the same in the light novel, and Diablo will begin with his report about the mission in the Falmer Kingdom. Regarding the report, when Diablo mentions restoring the 3 Falmer prisoners to their original state, this is where in the light novel Rumpai will internally reflect on what happened to them that wasn't really adapted into the episode. Basically, he realized that he should be more specific when he asked Xion to restrain herself, and that he regretted visiting the 3 prisoners because he even stated that if he was still human, he would have definitely vomited at the sight of them. And the light novel also provided a more excruciatingly detailed explanation on how Xion was able to use her unique skill Cook to turn them into mounds of flesh. To explain, she apparently used a skill to first inhibit their feelings of pain so that they won't die from the shock of physical torture, and then she proceeded to slowly skin, peel, and slice off their exposed flesh piece by piece. And once they reach their limits, she would then use healing potions to heal their wounds so that she can repeat the process over and over again. She even made sure they were conscious the entire time to witness themselves being dismembered for additional emotional damage. That's why in the episode, Diablo said that Xion made his job more troublesome because he had to figure out a method to reverse a curse. But there was a brief moment in the light novel where it made Diablo happy since he enjoyed finding a way to break the curse. Regardless, once Diablo returns Rahim to his original form, he will move on to Razan, whose inner thoughts about the situation was more detailed in the light novel. Razan would then go on to explain the true nature of a primordial demon and provided examples on why Diablo is a dangerous being. And that wasn't all, there's another part about Razan misunderstanding Rimuru's words about don't overdo things as a warning to not only him, but the entire Farmer Kingdom as well, when in reality, he was simply worried that Shion might kill the prisoners. This was in contrast to the episode's more simplified version where Razan only mentions that Diablo is terrifying because he's a primordial demon, and how the Farmer Kingdom has screwed themselves after they messed with Diablo's master. But aside from that, the conversation Diablo had with the 3 prisoners in the episode and him using the unique skill Tempter to control them went about the same as the light novel. Now to continue, before the scene that takes place inside the throne room, there was actually a prior sequence that happened in the light novel where Diablo would send Razan and Rahim along with the still cursed King Amarus back to the palace first, then having them both pretend to be unconscious so that all the nobles, minister and people within the palace could witness the state of the king for a few days to instill a greater sense of fear and hopelessness in them. It was after Razan awakens that it provides an explanation to the nobles present in the room, and having learned about the fate of the Farmer Kingdom from his new master Diablo, Razan follows the script given to him, but aside from some minor details being left out, much of what Razan said in the episode did follow the light novel. For instance, Razan only mentions that they managed to escape thanks to help from the champion Yom in the episode, and not how the champion will soon arrive after he has gone to negotiate with the leader of the monster nation to get a cure for the king's condition. In addition to that, the reaction of the nobles was tamer in the episode as well, because in the light novel, some were completely struck by fear, some were panicking like crazy, some desired to attack the monsters again, and some even suggested to abandon the kingdom. Also, the person that was asking the nobles to quiet down was Marquis Mueller. He was the inside man that Fuse had mentioned back in season 2, and he was also part of Diablo's plan to overthrow the Farmer Kingdom. In the light novel, it was stated that he was contacted by Diablo the night before Razan would provide his statement to the nobles. That said, Yom's group soon enters the throne room with Diablo following behind, and Razan will continue with his explanation, this time with backup from Rahim as well. And much of what they said in the episode were the same as the light novel, although they were both always peeking at Diablo to see his reaction, which would have been quite funny if the episode kept this small detail. But following Razan's explanation, it was Yom's turn, and what he said in the episode was pretty much the same as well, even the part where Carlos was talking down to him. However, the light novel does showcase a bit more of Yom's internal feelings at the time, as he was afraid of talking to the nobles, not because of his status as a commoner, rather it was the fact that he knows they might accidentally offend Diablo. And there was even a part in the light novel where he recalls having a discussion with Mira and Grucius prior to this sequence about the possibility of Diablo killing everyone in the throne room if he found the nobles to be annoying or rude. And even though it wasn't explicitly shown in the episode, they still did well to convey this feeling of dread in them through Grucius and Mira's facial expressions when Carlos was causing a scene. And it wasn't only Yom, Razan's internal thoughts in the light novel held the same sentiment as well. He knew how Diablo viewed human lives and realized that if he doesn't control the situation, Carlos won't be the only one to die, and it might even cause the death of all the citizens of the Farmer Kingdom. That's why Razan immediately freezes Carlos before the noble can say anything that might offend Diablo even further. So after dealing with Carlos, Razan, Rahim and Yom had continued to try to convince the nobles in the light novel, with Marquis Mueller and Earl Herman, who wasn't featured in the episode, occasionally intervening to ease the nobles. And once the nobles agreed to accept Rimuru's proposal, it was only then Diablo approaches the throne of King Amarus, easily bypassing the royal guards, who were mentioned in the light novel to all be rank A by the standard of the Freedom Association, and they only backed off because they sensed the ominous aura of Diablo. Additionally, the full potion Diablo had used on King Amarus doesn't actually work, and the light novel will reveal that it was just a dramatic performance by Diablo because he heard that Rimuru plans on selling the full potion to other nations, which is why he pretended to use the full potion to restore King Amarus, when in reality he simply used his magic to undo the curse because he wanted to promote the item. Now, another part the episode removed from the light novel was Diablo's internal thoughts and how he never planned on killing anyone despite being offended at some of the nobles, because he knew that Rimuru would no longer trust him if he did something like this. It was for this reason that Diablo resorted to using scare tactics to make the nobles more obedient, and even if there were any idiots that picked the wrong side, he would simply eliminate them afterwards. And the light novel also goes into more detail about how Diablo was controlling Razan, Rahim and King Amarus through his unique skill Tempter by having complete dominance over whoever that pledges loyalty to Diablo. And because King Amarus has been affected by Tempter, Diablo can easily sense if he has any notion of betrayal, so he is confident that the king has fully accepted his position. And Diablo presenting the king with a peace treaty and proposal in the episode, later ending with a final threat to all the nobles, went accordingly to the light novel. And following Diablo's departure, in the light novel, it actually proceeds to show King Amaros gathering all the remaining nobles to discuss about their future plans, but I'm sure this sequence will be shown in the upcoming episodes, so I'm not counting this as removed content for now. Having said that, Diablo would then conclude his report to Rimuru, and the light novel actually provides some world building not mentioned in the episode, such as how the currency works and the average income of the inhabitants. To put it simply, a copper coin is equal to around 100 yen, a silver coin is 10,000, and a gold coin is around 1 million. It was for this reason that Rimuru was surprised in the episode when he heard Diablo asking the Farmer Kingdom for 10,000 stellar gold coins in reparation fees, because one piece equates to roughly 100 million yen. And due to the living standards of the world still being quite low, a normal laborer in larger cities can only earn roughly 150 coins per month, and for country folks it was even lower. But that wasn't all. Rimuru also goes on to explain how he thinks Diablo came up with this amount for reparation in a light novel, because apparently when he told Diablo about his plans for globalization and domination through the economy, Diablo decided to milk the Farmer Kingdom so that they can get a head start towards this goal. With that, Diablo would then explain his plans on taking over the Farmer Kingdom to Rimuru, and much of what he said pretty much followed the light novel. In any case, the episode definitely did a good job at capturing the intelligence and brilliance of Diablo, showing that he isn't only insanely strong but amazing at planning as well. And overall, Season 3 really started out strong with some nice improvements to not only the animation, but still maintaining the quality story adaptation of the previous 2 seasons as well.
黙れと言っている。お前たちの都合などリムル様には関係ない。いいですか?
In continuation of my previous cat content video on episode 1 of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3, episode 2 has recently been released, so I'll be covering the content that was removed, such as details about Hinata's internalized thoughts on the Holy Empire of Lubelius, the missing part of the meeting that King Amaros attended, and some additional world building points as well. Now then, the second episode of Season 3 is called The Saint's Intentions, and it covers the story sequences found in the Volume 7 light novel. And the episode starts with the moderate clown troupe discussing with Yuki Kagurazaka about the death of Clayman, and the episode does a great job adapting the scene with not much taken out from the light novel, aside from the order in which the conversation takes place. In the light novel, Laplace only mentions his fight with Roy Valentine and how he managed to win after he tried to take the role of a villain and provoke Footman by insulting Clayman, unlike what we saw in the episode. There was also a minor detail about Laplace trying to be modest about defeating Roy that was removed in the episode. In the light novel, the others all knew that he was lying, and even without the handicap of fighting a vampire during a new moon, he could have easily killed a fully powered Roy if he wanted to, because Laplace was said to be second only to Kazarium in terms of strength when she was still alive as a demon lord. With that said, the episode then shifts to the perspective of Hinata Sakaguchi walking through the streets of the Holy Empire Lubelius, but in contrast to what was shown in the episode, there was some additional world building and story details along with aspects about the internalized thoughts of Hinata from the light novel that were removed from the episode. To explain, when Hinata mentions that Lubelius was a nation with a completely equal society in the episode, the light novel actually goes into more detail about how it was able to achieve this. So essentially, the citizens of Lubelius don't actually make their own choices. Even the distribution of food, wealth, jobs, and education are left to their goddess Luminous, or in this case, the Western Holy Church. However, because of this absolute equality, people have lost their sense of competition and personal identity, simply serving as another cog to the machine. Although Hinata does provide an explanation in the light novel, claiming that despite not having any true freedom, the citizens of Lubelius are all happy as they don't have to worry about starvation or homelessness. Hinata even provided an analogy for this lack of competitiveness, using children being late to school as the example. Basically, in Lubelius, the faster children will try to help the slower children by running together so that they can arrive together, which might cause the both of them to be late. Whereas for children in Ingratia, the faster children will just rush to school by themselves ahead of the others, and the slower children are simply left behind. But Hinata wasn't actually disturbed by this because she actually hopes to create a society where the strong do not prey on the weak, and for her, Lubelius is the place that can help her to achieve this dream. So it was unfortunate that the episode did not adapt this portion of her internalized thoughts, because it would have provided so much context on why she joined the Western Holy Church and the reason for her devotion to Luminous. And Hinata's exposition about the vampires in the episode was the exact same as the light novel, so I don't understand why they did not include the societal aspect of Lubelius I mentioned just now in the episode, because it does correlate to a point about the happier a human is, the more delicious their blood tastes. In any case, another aspect removed from the episode was some of the notable features of Lubelius, such as the highly advanced and powerful barrier that surrounds the capital, constantly providing protection to citizens from not only monsters but the elements as well. The barrier is even capable of controlling the interior climate and weather, making sure the temperature inside is always at a comfortable level for the inhabitants and allow for the production of various seasonal crops regardless of the outside conditions. But that wasn't all, it was also explained in the light novel about the function of the inner sanctum that was located on top of the Spirit Hill. It was considered to be the headquarters of the Holy Church and the residence of Luminous, but its true purpose was to serve as the first line of defense in case Valdora ever attacks Lubelius. Furthermore, the vampire city of Night Garden being located beneath Lubelius wasn't mentioned in the episode as well, and it would have been nice to at least see a glimpse of the city even as a brief cameo. On a side note, I like how the anime is showing different shots of Lubelius as Hinata was going through her thoughts, and even though it's mainly exposition, the episode does a good job at pacing the scene to make it feel interesting and engaging. Having said that, moving on to a flashback about Hinata's past and how she ended up serving in Luminous, much of the exposition shown in the episode pretty much follows the light novel. Then Hinata's conversation with Luminous also went about the same in the light novel, although the episode doesn't mention how Hinata was able to obtain incredible powers when she participated in the trial of the 7 luminaries by stealing their powers using her unique skill Usurper. Nevertheless, once Hinata finished the trial, she still lost to Luminous and promised to fight for the society of justice and fairness that Luminous established, but she also stated that if Luminous somehow turns into the enemy of mankind, she would not hesitate to personally cut Luminous down in order to maintain her dream. But moving on, when Hinata arrives at the inner sanctum, she was greeted by Louis Valentine, and the discussion they both had in the episode prior to meeting with Luminous went accordingly as the light novel. However, during the point about the Tenma War, the episode doesn't mention what it actually is, so to explain, an army of angels will descend from the heavens to destroy civilization. And because of how fast Rimru's nation was developing, it might hasten the arrival of the angels, and the world still wasn't ready for a crisis like this. That's why they were so cautious against tempers in the episode. But their conversation ended once Luminous returns from Walpurgis, and they proceeded to discuss about their future plans against Rimru and Valdora. Although there were not much changes made to the adaptation, what we see and hear in the episode was basically the same as the light novel. Also, I love how Luminous's opinions on Valdora is so terrible, describing him to be this insanely destructive and dangerous force of nature, not realizing that he is just a Tsundere whip dragon. Nonetheless, just before that discussion ended, there was a minor detail in the light novel that was not included in the scene, where it reveals that Hinata suspects someone in the Holy Church of being a traitor, and they were likely the ones who gave information to the Eastern Merchant about their caution towards Rimru. That's why the Eastern Merchant was able to approach Hinata in the first place and inform her that Rimru was living in Gracia in Season 2, because he knew that the Holy Church viewed Rimru as a threat. Having covered that part, we then switched to the Falmer Kingdom, and the meeting that King Amarus had with his advisors about the peace treaty with Tempest actually happened quite differently in the light novel as compared to the episode. For instance, after Diablo had provided the conditions of the peace treaty and left the Falmer Kingdom in the previous episode, it actually continues in the light novel with King Amarus immediately issuing orders to summon all the nobles of the nation for an imperial conference in the next 3 days. But before that, he proceeded to hold a smaller meeting first with some of his most trusted advisors to draft a plan to present to the nobles when the Imperial Conference begins. And it was mentioned that Yom's party was also present during this meeting, although they don't really say anything in the light novel. When the meeting started, King Amarus had allowed his advisors to discuss among themselves, while he briefly recalls the experience he had to endure when he was kept as a prisoner in Tempest. And he deeply regretted his decision, accepting that everything happening to the Falmer Kingdom was simply a result of his greed and hubris. Additionally, the light novel provides some extra context on the thought process of King Amarus as well, and how he ends up with the choice he has made in the episode. To explain, he initially had wanted to go with option 2. He thought it would greatly benefit his people if they became a vassal of the monster nation. However, he also knew that the nobles would not accept this choice, and it would likely cause resentment among the people to consider monsters as their equal, which might lead to further tension that could escalate or rekindle the conflict. And obviously, the third is the worst option for the Falmer Kingdom. That's why he decided to go with option 1, abdicating from the throne and paying the reparation fees, because he admits that it was his fault to begin with, and he wanted to take responsibility. Another reason is that he already knows about Diablo's plans to eventually crown Yom as the new king, and regardless of whatever option he chooses, all three will still lead to conflict, so he simply decided on the one that will cause the least damage to the Falmer Kingdom. It was also for this reason that he gave the role of king to his brother Edward, and simply let the Optimates fight to the death with the royalists because he doesn't want his only son to be involved in this struggle for the throne. With that, King Amarus will inform his advisors about his desire to abdicate from the throne, and everyone agreed with his choice, so they will be presenting this to the other nobles during the Imperial Conference. This is when we actually get to the scene shown in the episode because the content they discuss here was supposed to have happened at the Imperial Conference. And it was also supposed to be a bigger affair as well with all the nobles of the nation gathering, but somehow the episode only included a few individuals such as Edward and Marquis Mueller. Nevertheless, the reaction of the nobles when they hear about the choice of King Amarus in the episode, constantly making excuses to refuse the peace treaty with Tempest, was practically the same in the light novel as well, although they were more furious in the light novel, with numerous nobles even condemning King Amarus for his actions, and Edward had joined in to confront his brother as well. That said, the rest of the discussion in the episode happened accordingly to the light novel, and I was surprised Masaki Honjo, the Lightspeed hero, got a mention, and I honestly can't wait to see him being brought into the anime. But I digress. When King Amarus announces that he is handing over the throne to Edward, the light novel provides some additional perspective on the internalized thoughts of Edward. Basically, he thinks that he can outsmart Rimuru and he'll be able to delay the payment of the reparation fees so that he can reorganize their forces, this time getting help from neighboring countries as well to attack Tempest once more. Furthermore, he plans on invalidating the peace treaty once he takes power and putting the blame on his brother Amarus, completely oblivious to the fact that he is simply a small, insignificant piece in Diablo's grand performance. Also in the light novel, it was only one soldier that came to deliver news about Rimuru declaring himself a Demon Lord and defeating Claimant to become a member of the Octogram, whereas the episode actually had two soldiers coming, and weirdly enough, I somehow found that to be quite funny. Anyways, in the following scene of the episode, Diablo was the one that attended for the signing of the peace treaty because in the light novel, he did not want Rimuru to attend because it was beneath him and the humans don't deserve to be in the presence of our magnificent slime. Overall, episode 2 was adapted quite well despite having a few story, character and world building details that were left out, and I was impressed they somehow managed to make an episode filled with exposition feel entertaining and interesting. However, I was somewhat disappointed in the way they depicted Luminous, making her seem less bewitching than what I expected, especially the scene where she meets Hinata for the first time. Granted, it could just be me, but what do you guys think of Luminous in the episode, and whether you guys agree with me? I would love to see your comments about her portrayal in the anime. Also, which depiction of Luminous is your favorite, the anime, manga or light novel version?
そうだとして、わらわの行いが悪かどうか、それを歪小な身で勝手に判断するとは何さ。
In continuation of my cut content series on That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3, in today's video we'll be going over the recently released Episode 3, which mainly covers the aftermath of the war with Claimant's forces, the return of Rimuru's subordinates to Tempest, and how peace has affected everyone in the city. We'll also be getting a brief checkup on Diablo's mission in the Farmer Kingdom, and like my previous videos, there were some aspects from the light novel that were removed from the episode, such as world building details, scene changes, and exposition from characters, so we'll be discussing about all those in today's video. Now then, Season 3 Episode 3 is titled Peaceful Days, and unlike the previous episode which covers multiple chapters of the Volume 7 light novel, the newest episode only covers the contents found in Chapter 2 of the light novel. So the episode starts with Shuna and Sowe returning from the Puppet Kingdom of Jistav, but the light novel actually provides a more detailed account of why Shuna and Sowe did not return to Tempest earlier. Essentially, Shuna had depleted most of her mana supply during the battle with Endowment and did not have enough to use spatial teleportation, so she was forced to stay in Jistav for a few days to replenish her mana supply. And for Sowe, he could have easily returned to Tempest if he wanted to with Shadow Motion, but because he was tasked by Rimuru to stay by Shuna's side, he decided to wait alongside her so that they can both travel back together. Furthermore, the episode would take away Shuna's dialogue during this scene because she was supposed to be the one that explained to Rimuru on why Hakuro did not return with them and was staying in Jistav to help Gyal investigate Claimant's castle in the light novel. Instead, this dialogue was given to Benimaru, who wasn't even supposed to be present during this meeting because in the light novel he will only return later that night, although I can understand the change in the anime. Benimaru was the commander of the entire operation after all, and it was his job to deliver this type of information to Rimuru. But I digress, the light novel also covers the reasons Hakuro chose to stay behind. 1. He could not use spatial teleportation, and Shuna only has enough mana to teleport herself. And 2. Since Hakuro treated Shuna like a precious granddaughter, he doesn't mind helping her deal with the leftover chores in Jistav while she returns to Tempest. That said, regarding Benimaru's conversation with Rimuru, much of what they talked about in the episode, like how some of the prisoners along the lycanthropes will be living in temples to learn vocational skills, while some will be working under Gao to help in the reconstruction of the Beast Kingdom Eurozania, went accordingly as the light novel. Also, when Benimaru mentioned that Gabiru was currently helping the Dragon Faithful with the aftermath of the war, the light novel briefly shows Rimuru internally praising not only Gabiru but Gao as well for being quite reliable when it comes to situations like this. And I found it funny how Rimuru was roasted by Wisdom King Raphael for calling out the behavior of both Shuna and Benimaru as irresponsible when they were simply copying him for always pushing the responsibilities to others. But it's nice that Rimuru even acknowledges how everyone has become so capable, being able to carry out their own decisions even without his guidance. And it was cute that it made Rimuru proud but somewhat lonely and sad knowing this. Moving on, Diablo finally returns from his peace treaty signing with the Farmer Kingdom as seen in the ending scene of the previous episode a few days later to deliver the 1500 stellar gold coins he has managed to collect from King Amarus, but the episode doesn't really convey the significance of that amount. That's because in the light novel, Rimuru was able to learn from King Gazer Dwago about the true rarity of a single stellar gold coin. Basically, Dwagon can only produce a single stellar gold coin per month, and it sometimes isn't even the guarantee of success, making its availability extremely rare with only less than 10,000 pieces currently in circulation. So this means that Rimuru was already in possession of more than 10% of the entire supply, giving Tempest quite a bargaining advantage on the international stage, which wasn't really emphasized in the episode. Regardless, Diablo proceeds to explain about the progress of his mission in Falmouth and everything he said to Rimuru, even up to the part involving Yom's role in helping King Amarus was pretty much the same as the light novel. However, just before Rimuru warns Diablo to be careful about being confident in his plan, there was a brief moment in the light novel where Rimuru was contemplating about the various scenarios that might happen if Diablo's plan failed. For example, if King Edward decides to continue paying the reparation fees, Tempest will no longer hold their actions accountable for the attack, or if Amarus is somehow eliminated by the new king, or he chooses to side with his brother, Rimuru will simply destroy the Farmer Kingdom, even at the cost of his own international reputation. Now, after this discussion, Rimuru will offer 500 stellar gold coins for Diablo to use as funds for his plans, but as seen in the episode, the offer was rejected, and Diablo tries to reassure Rimuru by volunteering to participate in the upcoming war if needed, but in the episode, Rimuru orders Diablo to lay low, and the light novel would actually provide a reason for this. That's because he understands how strong Diablo actually is, and if Diablo's strength is seen by the humans, it will only cause them to fear monsters more and further set back his objective of having peaceful coexistence with human societies. But continuing on, after Diablo finished with his report, there wasn't much changes in the episode about his explanation on Archbishop Rahim being summoned by the Western Holy Church to be questioned about the battle between Falmouth and Tempest. Although the light novel does add a minor point about Rimuru complaining how he wished the church would simply leave Tempest alone and treat their country the same way as Dwagon, turning a blind eye and ignoring each other. And Rimuru also mentions that he is willing to compromise as much as possible to avoid potential sources of conflict with the Holy Church, but if they insist on fighting, he won't hesitate to destroy them without mercy. Honestly, it was such a shame the episode removed this badass moment for Rimuru. It would have shown people that he isn't just a pacifist, but rather someone with plenty of patience and restraint. Nevertheless, when Rimuru suggested on recording a message that Rahim can bring back to the Western Holy Church, we see them being interrupted by Gokta in the episode, although in the light novel, Rimuru manages to finish the recording and Rahim was immediately sent back with it, but a few days would pass without any response from the Holy Church, so Rimuru decides to ignore the matter for now. In any case, Rimuru was informed by Gokta about the return of Gabiru along with the lycanthropes and prisoners that will be staying in Tempest, so he goes to greet them. He first meets with Albus and Sophia, where he explains to them on how Regal has prepared work for the arrivals in the episode, but in the light novel, there was a small detail of Rimuru stating that he plans on opening vocational classrooms to cultivate more professional personnel if they desire to permanently live in Tempest. Now, after Sophia and Albus left, Gabiru soon arrives to report about his time spent with the Dragon Faithful while also delivering a letter to Rimuru from Milim, and the contents discussed by them in the episode involving the meaning of the letter basically followed the light novel, so with that, Gabiru returns to continue his work inside the Silk Cave. A month would then pass with Tempest becoming more active and lively with the new residents moving into the city. It's here that Gao returns using spatial teleportation, looking quite exhausted because he was apparently having a difficult time coordinating and organizing the prisoners and lycanthropes to work, so he will seek advice from Rimuru about this issue, and much of their conversation pretty much follows the light novel. Honestly, I was quite surprised they did not skip this entire interaction with Gao because it was essentially just filler, but it's one of the many reasons why I think Tensura is one of the best isekai series that actually tries tries to follow the source material as much as possible without changing too much of the original content. Nonetheless, once Rimuru heard about Gal's complaints, they both went to have drinks at Trainee's bar, and again, I was surprised the anime even brought in locations shown in the spin-off anime Tensura Nikki, which is such a nice attention to detail. Anyways, after the drinking session with Gal, there was an anime original sequence involving Rimuru briefly talking to Shion, and the following scenes in the episode actually happened quite differently as compared to the light novel. To first explain, in the light novel, after drinking with Gal for the entire night, Rimuru will immediately call for a meeting with all his executives in the next morning, unlike what we see in the anime version, with the meeting taking place at the end of episode 3, and because the order of the scenes was altered, Rimuru's meeting with Hakuro was also supposed to have happened earlier in the light novel, right before the meeting took place. However, much of their conversation about what was discovered at Clement's castle in the episode still followed the light novel, so it was fine that it's a standalone scene. Having said that, in regards to the 3 separate scenes shown in the episode involving Rigurt reporting to Rimuru about the return of the merchants, Sowe reporting about his survey for the highway, and the meeting with Rimuru's executives were actually supposed to all be a singular sequence in the light novel, and personally I can understand the creative choice to make the 3 scenes separate, because having all the exposition dumped in a single meeting might feel somewhat boring for viewers, whereas if they did separate scenes, it allows all the characters present to have their own personal moments with Rimuru, giving a more intimate feelings to the scenes. But I digress, going over the scene involving Rigurt in the episode first, his report on the merchants returning with help from Fields and the Sorceress Dynasty Saren declaring former ties to Tempest were all the same as the light novel. Then moving over to the scene with Sowe and the other Kijins discussing with Rimuru about the highways that Tempest will be building, it was basically the same as the light novel with only some minor cut content. For instance, it was mentioned how the monster tribe living near the proposed sites for the highway all agreed because Rimuru provided free housing for those affected by the construction, and he even reveals his plans on turning those monster tribes into travelling waypoints in the future with hotels to service not only monster folks but human travellers as well. That said, Soe's following report on the Tango tribe and Shuna accusing Benimaru of wanting to go on a date with Albus again will happen according to the light novel. However, there was an additional line in the light novel where Rimuru was internally jealous at the idea that Benimaru might find a girlfriend and run away with her, while he was still stuck with no one, which would have definitely added more comedy into this scene. With that, the final scene of the episode will be the meeting between Rimuru and his executives, but the initial portion where everyone voiced their opinions in response to the news that Rimuru now has full authority over the Great Jura Forest were pretty much the same as the light novel. However, when Rimuru proposes they hold a festival to welcome the visitors coming to pay respects to him, there were some minor details removed from the episode. Essentially, in the light novel, since Rimuru already planned on announcing his status as a Demon Lord to the world, he thought they might as well just invite and reach out to the sentient species living inside the Great Jura Forest, while also inviting foreign dignitaries, merchants, and other influential people from human society all together at once. Additionally, because Rimuru knew everyone in Tempest were already quite skilled at organizing festivals and celebrations, he wanted to test the skills of their nation at hosting an international level event. However, the main reason Rimuru had suggested on hosting a festival was that he wanted to attract new residents to help increase their population, just like the episode mentioned, but the light novel actually goes a bit deeper on why. To explain, Rimuru knew that their current pool of skilled workers would not be sustainable since it comprised mostly of the lycanthropes, meaning that they'll eventually return to Eurozania after the reconstruction finish, leaving a void in their workforce. So before that happens, Rimuru needed to acquire and train new people who are permanent residents of Tempest, and the festival will provide a perfect opportunity to help promote their town. Nonetheless, after explaining his plans to everyone, they all agreed to the proposal, and similar to the light novel, they decided to leave the discussion of the festival details for a future time. Also, the previous 2 scenes I mentioned will actually take place after this particular conversation in the light novel. In any case, that was all the cut content found in Season 3 Episode 3 of the anime, and this is probably my favorite episode so far because of the way they adapted some of the scenes from the light novel to give the individual side characters their own personal moments with Rimuru. And the Tensura Nikki reference was a welcome surprise as well, and hopefully they'll bring more Easter eggs like this from other Tensura media into the anime. Maybe we'll even see a cameo of Ramiya from the Ways of the Monster Nation manga.
でも毒無効の効果のせいで全然酔えないんだよな。ま、二日酔いにならないのは助かるけど。
The season 3 of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime has been really enjoyable so far, providing everyone with plenty of world building details, and for the newly released episode 4, it's actually very important for the overall story as it serves to set up some of the future plot points. That's why in today's video, I will not only discuss about the cut content and differences between the episode and the light novel, but why the meeting involving Rimuru and his subordinates in the episode was so important as well. To start, Season 3 Episode 4 is titled Each Respective Roles, and it covers the contents found in Chapter 2 of the Volume 7 light novel, still being a continuation of the meeting that took place at the end of the previous Episode 3 after Rimuru has revealed his plans to organize a festival to his executives. In any case, Rimuru listened to another report from Sowe. This time it was about his survey of the monster ecology surrounding temples so that they can implement the proper countermeasures depending on Sowe's report. That's because they had to ensure the safety of the travelers that were currently visiting the city, and also to prevent any future incident that might implicate them, especially when Rimuru plans on organizing a festival that attract even more people to the monster nation. It was for this reason that Rimuru was being extra cautious, and this wasn't mentioned in the episode but in the light novel. He was worried because he knows that the inhabitants of temples were all high-level monsters such as fair onis and high orcs. And even though they say they are restraining their own magic use, they are still leaking out some percentage of their aura to the surroundings, which in turn will result in the birth of harmful monsters. However, Sowe will report that he has managed to deal with the more dangerous monsters in the forest like the Sword Grizzly, a monster at the rank of A-, and despite Gopta's complaints, Hakuro and the others jokingly ask him to simply train harder. Also in the anime, we see that Benimaru, Sowe, Hakuro, Kurobe, and Shuna were classified as fair onis except for Shion, who is actually a wicked oni. And to explain why Shion is different from the others, in the previous season when Rimuru resurrected her, he had mixed in the magic use from Diablo's 2 demon subordinates, which added a demonic element to the process and paired that with the negative emotions Shion felt during her death. It caused her evolution to diverge from her fellow Onis, causing her to evolve into a wicked Oni instead. And this was never really explained properly in the anime regarding the fair Onis and wicked Oni. Now back to Gopta. In the light novel, Rimuru would then explain to Sowe, Benimaru and Hakuro on how they should not use themselves as a reference point when gauging the strength of someone. Rather, they need to learn to be more considerate and open-minded, because it might discourage others to perform better or reducing the productivity of their own subordinates. That's why Rimuru even told them to learn from Gel and Gabiru on how to treat their subordinates, and honestly the anime should have kept this dialogue point because Benimaru, Soe and Hakuro would acknowledge this lesson and it would have provided some nice character development from them. Moving on, Rimuru was still worrying about the issue with the monster spawning despite being reassured by Sowe, so Kaijin and Vesta would provide Rimuru with the solution he needed. They basically revealed to him the magic generator prototype they had managed to create thanks to help from Gabiru, Kurobe and Shuna. And to briefly explain the function of the device, it mainly takes the magic use leaking from the monster inhabitants of temples, then converting it into magical energy that is used to power an anti-monster barrier that prevents monsters from entering the roads, while also helping to reduce the magical concentration of the city. But much of what they both explained to Rimuru in the episode about the magic generator pretty much followed the light novel, with only a few minor details missing. For instance, when Kaijin stated that magic crystals will be used as batteries for devices that are placed in areas where the magical concentrations are low, he provided an additional explanation on how he has managed to install a system within the device that allows it to convert the residue produced from the absorbed magicals into magic crystals, so that they can sell the accumulated magic crystals to the Freedom Association, since they have the technology needed to process the crystals into magic stones. But that wasn't all. Kaijin also revealed that he was currently doing research on the principles behind the processing of magic crystals into magic stones, and they might be able to create their own magic stones in the future using the magic generator. So following that explanation, it was interesting how the magic generator was based on the principles of a racket player, and the anime definitely had fun depicting Rimuru being excited about the endless possibilities of this new invention. That's why he was so quick to approve of the mass production. And the importance of this invention wasn't only to lower the magical concentration of temples and decreasing the spawn rate of monsters, it also lessens the likelihood of humans suffering from magical poisoning, allowing more people to stay or visit the city and helping to further Rimuru's dream of creating a nation where anyone can live in. Also, when Valdra gets excited about the idea of being able to finally release his magic use thanks to the magic generator, he gets berated by Rimuru, and even though he tries to explain how difficult it was to keep suppressing his magic use, Rimuru immediately dismisses him. I guess Valdra really is the punching bag of Tensura, but luckily Diablo gave our whip dragon some well-deserved recognition, because Valdra is said to possess the second largest amount of magic use among the true dragons, so having to suppress it all is in fact quite impressive. And this detail does actually play into a future plot point when the festival eventually starts. Anyways, returning to the meeting room, it was hilarious that anime still maintains the running gag of Gopta sleeping at meetings, but this time seeing him getting punished for it was even funnier. That said, when Rimuru presents Gale with the plans to Milim's new sky castle and giving the responsibility of the construction project to him, the anime actually leaves out a large portion of the conversation that happens in the light novel prior to this sequence. Essentially, when Rimuru was about to conclude the meeting, Gale had requested permission from him to visit and check on the high orc villagers that are spread out across the Great Jura Forest, wanting to inform them about Rimuru's ascension into a Demon Lord and to transport the ones who wishes to serve Rimuru. But in reality, those were simply excuses. Gale only wants to bring in more high orcs because they are easier to coordinate through thought communication, and with the amount of construction projects he was handling, he decided it would be more efficient. However, Rimuru quickly saw through Gale's motives, so he rejected the request because he wanted Gale to improve his leadership skills by managing other races without relying on convenient methods to resolve an issue, and he doesn't want the culture of preferential treatment for their own kind manifesting in tempers. That's why in the anime, Gale was worried about failing such a significant and important project because Rimuru had ordered him to work with the prisoners, but to prevent him from being overwhelmed, Hyjin along with Maya would be helping him as well. Now then, before Rimuru ended the meeting, Diablo will provide some updates regarding his former missions, such as Amarus is currently teaching Yom lessons on noble etiquette, and the new King Edward has started to reorganize their armies for mobilization. Apparently, Diablo was the one secretly helping King Edward to quicken the process because he found the mission to be tedious and had wanted to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Diablo has already requested for Benimaru to start organizing their own forces when the time is right, much to Rimuru's surprise since they're both treating this entire mission like a simple hiking trip. However, the most important point of Diablo's report was that Rahim still hasn't reported back after he was sent to the Western Holy Church with Rimuru's message, although much of what was presented in the episode were not that different from the light novel. But since Diablo reassures Rimuru that nothing bad has happened to Rahim despite the lack of communication, he decides to ignore it for now, although internally, he was still worried about the uncertain nature on the matter because of the limited information they have, and let's just say that his intuition on Rahim will be correct in upcoming episodes. Nonetheless, everyone seems to have the same sentiment on wanting to end the dispute with the Western Holy Church as soon as possible, and in the light novel, it was even stated that currently, now that Rimuru has become part of the Octagram, they only have to worry about two hostile factions, the Holy Church and the Eastern Empire, who hasn't really made any moves yet, hence the reason why Tempest was mainly focusing on dealing with the Holy Church. Regardless, the following discussion in the anime about the motives of the supposed mastermind responsible for the incidents that happened to Tempest pretty much followed the light novel. But to quickly summarize what they said, they initially believed that all the incidents were connected and orchestrated by the same person, the master that Claimant mentioned during Walpurgis. However, Rimuru soon realized that there is more than a single party involved, which is somewhat true, and everything only seems to be connected due to pure coincidence, since they all had the same goal, to destroy Tempest, so the various factions simply work together to achieve this. For instance, Claimant instigating the former kingdom to attack Tempest because Rimuru has been interfering with his plans, and he wanted to use the casualties from the war to awaken into a true Demon Lord. The former kingdom choosing to invade Tempest for the potential wealth they have. Hinata ambushing Rimuru outside of Ingratia was to stop him from returning to Tempest, but also to avenge Shizu. And the Western Holy Church sending their paladins to help the Falmouth army invade Tempest since having a nation full of monsters went against their doctrines. And because they aren't directly working together, when Rimuru overcame all the issues, they were now forced to focus on their own personal interests instead. It was for this reason that Rimuru claims the Master Claimant referred to won't be making a move anytime soon, and since King Amarus has already abdicated from the throne, it only leaves the response of Hinata and the Western Holy Church that Tempest has to worry about. That's why Rimuru was worried about the status of Rahim, knowing they might somehow use Rahim as a scapegoat to wage another war. But having said that, going into some very heavy spoilers, even though Wisdom King Raphael does predict the possibility of multiple parties being involved, and they likely aren't working together anymore for this upcoming conflict with the Former Kingdom or the Western Holy Church, it's only partially true because everything that happened so far can basically be traced back to a single entity, the Eastern Empire. And what I mean by this is the Eastern merchants were actually the ones responsible for telling King Amarus about the potential profits of Tempest if they took control, tricking Hinata into believing that Rimuru murdered Shizu, and providing Claimant with the means to acquire more power. However, what was their true motives? While in the light novel, the Eastern Empire has always wanted to invade the Western nations, but with the appearance of Tempest, they quickly became a dangerous force that stands in between the territorial ambitions of the Empire. That's why they sent merchants to instigate the Western Holy Church, Demon Lord Claimant, and the Former Kingdom into attacking Tempest. And the anime even gives us a confirmation of this when Rimuru orders Diablo and Shuna to investigate further about the merchants involved, despite not outright revealing they were actually from the Empire. Also, they hope that Rimuru might kill Hinata or vice versa during their previous fight, as it will greatly weaken the fighting strength of the Western nations and destabilize them. And even if the anime would like us to believe that Yuki Kagurazaka is the true mastermind, he was also being manipulated by the Empire. But I digress, not much else can be said about the discussion in the episode since it follows the light novel exactly, although we can look forward to the next episode because it's Hinata's turn and it will have some heavy implications for the series. Furthermore, I have seen people complaining about the constant meetings and talking between characters, not understanding that Tensura has always focused more on the world building and character interactions, with the action simply being an accompanying aspect. Additionally, everything they mention are actually important as they all have their own payoff moments, and it serves to provide context as well as a story setup for future events. But what are your thoughts on this matter? Do you like the exposition or do you find it tedious to follow? Let me know your personal opinions in the comments down below. In continuation of my cut content and episode breakdown for That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3, Episode 5 just released, which is titled Two Sides Meeting, and it mainly covers the contents of the military meeting between the forces of the Holy Empire Lubelius and the Western Holy Church from Chapter 3 of the Volume 7 light novel, but the initial parts of Chapter 4 have been adapted into this episode as well. So in today's video, I'll be discussing about the contents that were removed from the episode and provide some insight on the importance of this meeting. Now then, unlike what we see in the anime, there was actually a brief sequence in the light novel that provides some additional context on what happened prior to the meeting. For instance, the meeting takes place a month following Hinata's previous conversation with Luminous, as seen in the previous episode 2, so after their meeting, Hinata immediately ordered the Holy Knights to build a defensive line around their territories in case Valdora starts rampaging again. And she also dispatched members of the Imperial Guards to collect information on Rimuru, his monster nation, and the Eastern merchants who manipulated her. That's why in the episode, the purpose of the meeting itself was to discuss about their findings, but before going over what they presented, the light novel will provide some details on the participants. To explain, the 6 people seen on Hinata's right side are the Holy Knight Order. We have Leonard Zester, the Vice Captain, and followed by Arnold Baumann, rumored to be the second strongest Holy Knight, losing only to Hinata. Then there's Buckets of Earth, a sturdy and quiet man skilled at using magic-infused heavy weapons. Litters of Water, a spirit wielder capable of summoning the power of the Holy Water Maiden Undyne and a skilled healer. Gara of Fire, a powerful mage who wields the bestial Spear of Flame. And the last one is Fritz of Wind, a magic knight skilled at wind magic and dual-wielding swords. He was also said to be quite informal, hence the reason why he wears his uniform casually in the episode, and he looks up to Hinata the most. Now in contrast to the Holy Knight Order, on Hinata's left were the Pope's Imperial Guards who served under the Pope Ministry, and the 3 of them are known as the Battle Sages, with the Vote of Heaven Sare being the leader of this group, and he used to be the head knight in the Imperial Guards, but was replaced when Hinata defeated him in battle. Also, despite his appearance, Sare was actually the oldest person sitting at the table due to the fact that he possesses some elven blood. Next we have the Boulder Grigory, the right-hand man of Sare, and he possesses the ability to harden his own body. The third member is the Turbulent Sea Glenda, who used to be a mercenary, but she joined after defeating the ex-knight Lamar, and she is also the newest member present at the table. In any case, Hinata and the 9 people present will make up the 10 Great Saints, recognized by the world as the opposing force to the Demon Lords, although it's only in name since their true level was a Sage, which is weaker than an actual Saint level human. This means the 10 Great Saints are only slightly weaker or stronger than the Demon Lord Seed, but if you want to know more about the differences between the two, along with the evolutionary stages for the human race of Tensura, feel free to check out my other video on the topic. Back to the meeting, Letus will present her findings after she investigated the Great Jura Forest and the Tempest Federation, and everything she talked about in the episode, along with the following scene of the others presenting the results of their assigned investigations went accordingly as the light novel. Sare was the last to give his report about the civil unrest that is currently taking place in the Farmer Kingdom, and everyone seems to agree all the evidence points to the fact that Rimuru is likely the one manipulating events behind the scene. Also, the light novel will provide some additional points about Sare's character that wasn't really explained in the episode, such as being the biggest Hinata hater, but he is still very responsible when it comes to work, and he does acknowledge her strength because she was able to turn the Holy Knight Order into a powerful organization in a short period of time. That's why Sare still performs his duties with diligence, and even though he plans on fighting Hinata for the position of Head Knight once more, he will resort to using dirty tactics to win. With that said, when Hinata questioned Sari about the Eastern merchants, he redirected the question to Glenda because she was responsible for investigating the commercial cities where merchants normally do business in. But as seen in the episode, Glenda doesn't have any important information to share, although in the light novel it provides a more detailed look at her character and internalized thoughts during the meeting. Essentially, despite being part of the Better Sages, she wasn't really a devout follower of Luminism like the other Holy Knights. Rather, her goal is to simply have access to the power and wealth that is offered to high-ranking members of the religion, which is the reason she joined the Better Sages in the first place. In fact, Glenda saw the possibility of a conflict as a means to earn money, and why she lied to Hinata about her investigations, because she was paid by prominent figures in the commercial cities to spread false information. Glenda also believes that she has managed to trick Hinata, but in the light novel, Hinata already knows that she was lying to her. That's why in the anime she said that Glenda was looking down on her. And since Hinata already suspected the traitor amongst their ranks, she was more cautious of everyone, especially Glenda, because of her recent behavior. The only reason Hinata hasn't eliminated her yet is simply because she considers all her subordinates to be pawns that can be used to help Luminous achieve her goals, and as long as Glenda doesn't do anything to jeopardize that, Hinata will close one eye towards her. Continuing on with the meeting, the following discussion they all had in the anime pretty much followed the light novel, such as the future stance Luballis would take towards temples, the reaction of the Holy Knights on giving Rimuru free reign to do whatever it pleases, and not interfering with the Farmer Kingdom's civil war. And it was hilarious that Sari thinks the 10 Great Saints are capable of fighting against the Dim Lords. I mean sure, when Clement, Carrier and Frey were still on the council, they maybe could have defeated them, but with the current octagram being comprised of all awakened Dim Lords, the 10 Great Saints would be outright destroyed in an actual fight. Nonetheless, Hinata tries to calm everyone down by telling them that Rimuru is an otherworlder as well, so he will likely stick to his promise of not harming humans, and she will further explain to them about her plans to meet with him to resolve any lingering grievances. Just then, their discussion will be interrupted by the arrival of the Archbishop Rahim, and he was escorted by Cardinal Nikolaus, Hinata's biggest simp. Additionally, 3 of the 7 Celestial Sages had joined the meeting as well, and this wasn't shown in the episode, but the light novel will provide some backstory on them through Hinata's internalized thoughts. To explain, the 7 Celestial Sages are a group of legendary figures who were ordered by Luminous to train chosen hero candidates in the past. However, they have since disappeared from the public eye, choosing to work behind the scenes for Lubelius and the Western Holy Church. That's why even the Holy Knights are unaware of their existence, with only a few high-ranking officials such as Hinata and Nikolaus who have met them in person. But Hinata really dislikes them because despite their position, they have neglected their duties as consultants and became extremely corrupt. Also, Hinata finds them all to be extremely weak, and because she was far stronger than them, the 7 Celestial Sages deeply resented Hinata as they often try to hinder her work. And the only reason Hinata has tolerated their existence and still pretends to listen to them was due to the fact that they were chosen by Luminous, and she assumes that Luminous might have some other plans for them. Now that wasn't all, the light novel would provide names for the 3 Celestial Sages that were present as well. They were the Sage of Mundana, Sage of Matter Vina, and Sage of Fire Azu, who Hinata said were the most corrupt of the 7. Regardless, Rahim will explain the events of what happened during the Falmouth invasion to everyone, and there wasn't much change in the anime to his overall report. But as Rahim informed them about how the 20,000 Falmouth soldiers had suddenly died, we see Hinata recalls a conversation with Luminous in the episode, but the light novel provided more to it. So when they were talking about Valdra being a catastrophe class monster that even Luminous was unable to control, they mentioned how only individuals labeled at this class were the 4 true dragons, but that's merely a surface record for the public to see, because the Dim Lords Gi Crimson and Milim Nava were also beings at this level. Furthermore, Luminous explains that if she fought them both, she might be able to at least trick Milim, but for Gi, she admitted that she would get utterly destroyed. This ultimately causes Hinata to come to the conclusion that Rimuru has awakened into a true Demon Lord, since the report given by Rahim was similar to the legend of how Gi and Milim evolved as well. The rest of the discussion between the Holy Knights in the episode will proceed accordingly with the light novel, but as Hinata was about to end the meeting and order everyone to continue with their investigations on Rimuru, she was interrupted by the Sage of Fire Azu, who asked Rahim to present the recorded message to Hinata. But after listening to the recording, it was hilarious how Arnold thought that he actually stood a chance against Rimuru by offering to fight the Demon Lord. Nevertheless, Hinata ponders about Rimuru's message, and the light novel will provide a more detailed look at her internalized thoughts. Basically, she realized that Rumpai might have been holding back during their previous fight because even before he awakened into a true demon lord, he was already capable of annihilating the entire Falmouth army, meaning that he intentionally allowed her to win, so she doesn't understand why he chooses now to fight her. She even used a unique skill, Mathematician, to analyze the purpose of his message, but she still couldn't find the answer. That's why in the anime, Hinata was suspicious of the message and noticed how the Sage of Fire Azu had mentioned it beforehand, so wanting to confirm Rimuru's intentions, she decided to visit Tempest to talk and apologize to him as well. The following interaction between Hinata and the three celestial sages giving the Dragon Buster to her would happen exactly as the light novel, although there was a small detail of her internally cursing them for being good-for-nothing parasites and how she plans on informing Luminous of their failures once she resolves the issue with Tempest. Anyways, Hinata will conclude the meeting and orders everyone to continue with their missions, and before the scene of her departing for Tempest in the episode, there was a brief moment in the light novel involving her and Nikolaus. And I can't believe the anime robbed us of the fan service moment where Hinata awakens from her nap. Hopefully they won't remove the other future moments with her. But I digress, Hinata will be having breakfast with Nikolaus, which she considers to be abnormal because Nikolaus is supposed to be the highest executive of Lubelius and the Western Holy Church, and yet he has pledged his loyalty to Hinata, taking orders from her and even serving her breakfast. I guess he really is a simp. Regardless, their conversation in the light novel was mostly about Nikolaus trying to convince Hinata to not travel to Tempest, fearing it might be a trap, but she still wishes to talk to Rimuru, so she will soon depart, similar to what we see in the episode. Now, just before the episode ends, we briefly return to Tempest where Rimuru was making preparations for the festival and the road construction projects when he receives a report from Sokka about Hinata heading towards Tempest, and it's such a cute detail in the anime that he extends an antenna like a radio. And not long after, Sokka will inform Rimuru that another 4 holy knights are following Hinata, although in the light novel, Rimuru was internally speculating about their intentions, but even though he still hoped for peaceful coexistence, when he learned that they were fully armed, he assumed they really do plan on exerting the doctrines of Luminism on the Tempest. That's why Rimuru prepares to call for a meeting to deploy his forces, but he was interrupted by the arrival of Diablo, who informed him about the death of Rahim and how the neighboring nations had begun to spread the rumor that his death was caused by the schemes of the demon, and much of what Diablo said to Rimuru afterwards pretty much followed the light novel.
日向様、俺が行きます。魔王の野望を打ち砕いてご覧に入れましょう。
おいおい、君は剣の腕は確かだが、頭の方には問題が。
In continuation of my cut content breakdown series on That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3, Episode 6 has just been released and is titled Those Approaching, adapting the Volume 7 light novel covering the interlude chapter Secret Meeting and Chapter 4 The Second Confrontation. Also, the episode will showcase the response of Rimuru regarding the imminent threat coming from the Western Holy Church and the Falmouth Kingdom's civil war. But not only that, we'll be introduced to the Rosso family and the upcoming role in the conflict as well. As usual, I'll be discussing about the contents they removed from the episode along with providing some insight on the meeting scene. Now then, let's first talk about the final scene in the episode because the introduction of the Rosso family actually happens directly after Hinata's meeting with the 10 Great Saints, so continuing on from there. Following the meeting in the previous episode, Glenda will immediately head to the kingdom known as Sid Rosso, a small nation facing towards the North Sea located between the Kingdom of Ingratia and Falmouth Kingdom. And she was there to deliver her report on the meeting to the 5 great elders, who were explained in the light novel to be the true rulers of the Western nations, controlling and manipulating events from behind the scenes. They are led by Grandpa Rosso, the head of the Rosso family, and there will also be some additional details regarding them as well, which wasn't really adapted into the anime. To explain, the main objective of the Rosso family was to make sure the balance of power between nations controlled by them are always maintained, as they don't want any country to become more powerful than they should be. However, before their rise to power, the family initially began simply as the rulers of the Sid Rosso kingdom, but they were able to gain more influence and power when their family members started to infiltrate and acquire high-ranking positions in some of the most powerful nations in the West, such as Ingratia and Falmouth. Later, they would further consolidate more power by establishing the Western States Council, a governing organization that mainly focuses on economic, political, or military development among the Western nations. And most of the members on the council are puppets that either work for or they're part of the Rosso family, meaning they have complete control over everything that happens in the Western nations. But that wasn't all, the family was involved in the creation of the Free Guild as well, being the ones who provided Yuki Kagurazaka the fundings he needed to reform the previous Adventurer Association. So technically, they also have power over the largest private military organization in the Tensura world, and can easily make use of the Free Guild's over 60 million members if they wanted to. So I don't understand why the anime removed the background of the Rosso family, because it would have provided some context on the power and influence they actually have. Having explained that, going back to the meeting, we are then introduced to Damrada, the mysterious merchant responsible for manipulating Hinata into attacking Rimuru in the previous season, and much of what he discussed with Granbell in the preceding sequence, such as his plans for the Western nations, as well as his proposal for a possible future working relationship with the Eastern Empire, and even the later parts where they go over their respective roles in handling the Farmer Kingdom's civil war, and Hinata's upcoming confrontation with Rimuru were the same as the light novel. There was only a slight difference in the episode when it came to the interaction that occurred between Damrada and Glenda pulling out a gun on him for threatening Granbell, because in the light novel, Granbell noted that Damrada was intentionally provoking everyone in the room just so he could reveal the fact that the Eastern Empire were the ones responsible for developing firearms, having acquired the knowledge to recreate them from other worlders, and they're currently mass producing even more weapons to arm their military. And Damrada simply wanted the 5 Great Elders to understand the military might of the Eastern Empire and pressure them into working together, rather than stand against the Empire in the future, which wasn't really expressed in the anime. That's why Granbell orders Glenda to stand down in the episode after hearing this. Also, fun fact, Glenda's gun was said to be a Walther P99 in the light novel, and was the most common model being produced by the Empire. In any case, there wasn't much change to the conversation that happened afterwards involving Damrada discussing about his role in taking down the demon behind the Farmer Kingdom's civil war, and Granbell explaining the reputation of Damrada to Glenda as compared to the light novel. However, just before Glenda leaves, aspects about her backstory and how she ended up working for the Rosso family, along with a brief explanation on the blood shadow that Granbell mentioned, were removed from the anime. For starters, Glenda Atlee was actually an Otherworlder who was summoned by Granbell, and apparently not even Hinata nor the 10 Great Saints knew about this. And she used to be a mercenary for hire back in her previous world, constantly moving from warzone to warzone, so she was well trained in military combat and assassination techniques. Regardless, Glenda was also put in command of the Blood Shadow, a military organization serving under the Rosso family as their elite warriors, and most of their members are comprised of other worlders as well who have been turned into weapons through inhumane experimentations. And we'll likely see them in the upcoming episodes since Granbell has ordered Glenda to deploy them in the Farmer Kingdom's civil war. But continuing on, after Glenda had left, the 5 Great Elders toasting to the glory of the Rosso family would happen in a similar fashion to the light novel. Anyways, going over to Tempest, Rimuru was having an emergency meeting with his subordinates to prepare for the upcoming confrontation against Hinata's group, so he allowed Soe to explain the situation to the executives present, and much of what he said went accordingly with the light novel. However, the episode doesn't mention why Gale was absent from the meeting, so to explain, Rimuru will inform everyone that because Gale was busy with his construction projects and that if his forces are recalled, the prisoners will be left unattended, which might lead to more issues in the future, so it was easier to simply let them continue with their work. Also, Rimuru predicts the conflict with Hinata will likely be more contained and smaller, so he assumes the remaining executives in Tempest will be enough to deal with them. That said, when Zoe mentions the Temple Knights, Diablo will take responsibility for not anticipating the death of Rahim, and Shion seems to be teasing him, but in the light novel, she was actually trying to comfort him and she never intended to take the Farmer Kingdom mission away from him. That's why she was so quick to quiet down after Rimuru scolded her. And I really enjoyed this sequence where Rimuru gave Diablo advice and tries to reinvigorate his confidence because it shows that even though Diablo is extremely talented, he's still capable of making mistakes but isn't afraid of admitting his own failures. And this is what makes the writing of Tensura so good, the little character moments that not only help to highlight that they aren't perfect but flawed individuals who still have room for improvements. But I digress. Tuna then suggested they summon a Dalman to provide insight on the Holy Empire Lubalius, the Western Holy Church and Luminism, with much of the interaction and conversation they'll cover in the anime following the light novel. Although if you want to learn more about the inner workings discussed by a Dalman in the episode, you can check out my video on Luminous Valentine where I provide a more comprehensive look on the subject. Nonetheless, the juxtaposition between those who appreciated the fanatical nature of a Dalman such as Diablo and Shion, as compared to the others who were annoyed by it, was definitely much funnier in the episode. And I love how Dalman even offers to help Rimuru persuade Hinata into abandoning Luminism and converting to Rimurunism, and having both Diablo and Shion thinking it was a good idea really added to the comedy. Having said that, the meeting continued after Dalman left, and this time with sufficient information. They begin to formulate a plan of attack, so Benimaru reveals the people who will be teleported to the Farmer Kingdom to help reinforce Yom against King Edward. Although in the light novel, it does mention that Rimuru only asked Ranga to accompany Gupta after noticing his uneasiness, and apparently it was implied that Benimaru was slightly displeased despite agreeing with the order, feeling that Rimuru was spoiling Gupta too much and he won't have a chance to improve. Regardless, Diablo would then share his original battle plans for Falmouth, and the episode manages to retain much of his dialogue from the light novel, but to summarize what he said, he initially estimated they only had to engage 10,000 Falmouth soldiers, but with another 30,000 reinforcements from the Temple Knight Order, the combined 4,000 from Tempest and Yom's own 5,000 would be greatly outnumbered. That's why Diablo suggested to directly take on the 30,000 Temple Knights himself, while Hakuro and the others deal with the 10,000 soldiers belonging to King Edward. And the anime manages to really capture the intensity and anger Diablo has towards the culprit who tried to pin the crime on him, so I can't wait for the upcoming episodes where Diablo starts clapping people again. With that said, the planning is proceeding smoothly, and the anime is really emphasizing on the fact that Rimuru's subordinates have all grown to be more independent and capable than before. You can really tell the difference between them from seasons 1 and 2 from this current season. Nevertheless, the next portion of the meeting involves Rimuru deciding on who will be joining him in confronting Hinata's group, but he was interrupted by Sowe, who reports that another 100 Holy Knights have departed in Gracia as well. And the anime doesn't mention how the 100 Holy Knights aren't actually trying to catch up with Hinata's group, rather they seem to be taking the forest path and avoiding the main roads. Furthermore, Rimuru stated in the episode that Wisdom King Raphael used to be more reliable when she was still Great Sage. The light novel actually provides some context on his words. Essentially, Rimuru was disappointed at Raphael's assessment of the situation, and he agrees that he can easily deal with Hinata in a one-on-one fight, but he was more concerned about the other Holy Knights because even though he could deploy a large army to overwhelm them, he knew they would still suffer a heavy number of casualties, and he doesn't want to have any of his people dying again. After all, the Holy Knights are still experts at monster extermination, so he can't just have his forces resolve the issue through brute strength. In addition to that, Rimuru was worried about the future consequences of killing the Holy Knights as well, because he knew about their reputation as the guardians of humanity, so killing them might further damage the image of monsters among the human race. That's why in the episode, Rimuru was so quick to shut down Valdra's suggestion of annihilating Hinata and the Holy Knights with his breath attack, and also why he orders everyone to avoid killing the Holy Knights because he still believes in the possibility of negotiating with her. This further helps to justify why Shion suggested to use her Yomigari for the upcoming battle, since thanks to their extra skill, complete memory and self-regeneration, the Holy Knights will likely underestimate and have trouble killing them. And the rest of the conversation in the episode will proceed accordingly, but I was quite surprised the anime actually included the appearance of Gotboa, the captain of Benimaru's Kurenai. And for those that do not know, she used to be one of the original goblins named by Rimuru, but have since evolved into an ogre after training under Benimaru and Hakuro. And here's a fun fact, Gotboa will end up dating Phobio in the future, and I just thought it was a cute detail to share. In any case, after they decided to have 300 Kurenai on standby to assist the 100 Yomigari who will be handling the 100 Holy Knights, Rimuru proceeds to choose the fighters who will be going against the 10 Great Saints, and much of what they discuss about in the episode will pretty much follow the light novel. And it's nice seeing how confident and motivated everyone was, but then Sophia and Albus will interrupt the meeting because in the light novel, they apparently saw a Dalman leaving the building, and hearing about the 10 Great Saints heading towards Tempest, they became interested in the discussion as well, but mainly they wanted to repay Rimuru for helping them previously to save the people of Eurozania, and unsurprisingly, they accepted their offer. Now that they decided on the participants of the battle, just before Rimuru ended the meeting like we see in the episode, in the light novel they were still going over the battle plans a final time to check for any oversights, and Rimuru even had Raphael run through all the possible outcomes to minimize the number of casualties as much as possible. With that, the meeting ends, and I love how Rimuru has really adopted the zero death policy. Goes to show how he is still affected by the traumatic experience from the previous season, and truly cares for everyone under his rule.
やってくる3万の中には犯人につながる者がいるかもしれません。優しく問いただしてみるとしましょう。
In continuation with my breakdown series on That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3, we'll be taking a look at episode 7 in today's video, which is titled Saint and Demon Clash, and it adapts the storyline from Chapter 4 Second Confrontation and Chapter 5 Saints and Monster Collide of the Volume 7 light novel. The episode mainly focuses on showing Hinata's journey into Tempest along with a reaction to everything and how the other Holy Knights were manipulated by the 7 Celestial Sages into attacking Tempest. As usual, there are some content from the light novel that were not adapted into the episode, so I'll be discussing about those and provide insight on certain scenes as well. To start, the episode begins by having Rimuru recalling his first meeting with Hinata, but is then followed by Hinata recalling the interaction she had with Arnold, Bacchus, Latus, and Fritz, who chased after her back in the Ingratiate Kingdom. However, not much can be said about this particular sequence, since the intent of what they said in the light novel was still conveyed in the episode, but she was definitely more dismissive about them following her as compared to the anime, where she actually seemed glad they came along. Additionally, the light novel provided a more detailed account of their journey from Ingratiate to the Blue Moon Kingdom, and it describes how they took 10 days to reach the city because the heavy snowing made the roads difficult to move through, and many inns were fully booked as well, which is why we see them camping outside in the anime. It also goes on to explain how exhausted they were once they reached Blue Moon, since all they ate along the journey were military rations, so they immediately searched for lodging in the city. And their conversation about the amount and quality of the merchandises that were currently on display, along with acknowledging the fact that the city was slightly prospering because of their trade relation with the Tempest Federation, pretty much followed the light novel. Moving on, Hinata being surprised to find a restaurant selling ramen was unique to the anime, but it does skip the part in the light novel where they order the food. Basically, the waitress will offer them the menu and explains to them the type of ramen they offer in the restaurant, such as 3 different flavors, miso, soy sauce, and pork bone, with 2 broth choices, either heavy or light, and Hinata will immediately order the pork bone ramen, and she chose the heavy broth along with gyoza and rice. So the Holy Knights ordered the same as well since they were not familiar with the food items. And what caught her attention was the fact that Rimuru has managed to introduce the idea of disposable chopsticks to the Tensura world, and she was concerned that the Holy Knights might not know how to use chopsticks, so it was nice they included the detail of them struggling to use chopsticks in the episode. Regardless, when the food arrives, the reaction of tasting the food in the anime was essentially the same as the light novel, although the episode definitely plays out the comedy, like Hinata stealing the last gyoza from Fritz, along with her telling Litus to not drink the broth because it will make her fat, and seeing the jealous response of Litus to make it even funnier. Adding to this, there was a small detail in the light novel about the waitress stating that the restaurant was owned by Meow Mouse, and the reason for the limited stock on gyoza was because it was difficult to eat and somewhat expensive, which wasn't included in the anime. Anyways, the next morning, Hinata and the Holy Knights departed for Tempest, but they soon realized how easy it was to now travel through the once harsh and dangerous path into the Great Jura Forest, and it's noteworthy that the anti-magic barriers were created by the same device that Vesta and Kaijin proposed in episode 4, and the same can be said about the Hobgoblin patrols that Rimuru arranged to be implemented in the previous meeting episodes, so here's the payoff to the world building that some people complained about. That said, the following explanation of the rules and amenities that are mentioned by the Hobgoblin Patrol would follow the light novel, although Hinata does provide her own opinions on the fact that even though the units of measurement in the Tensura world was different, Rimuru has decided to simply ignore that by still using kilometers in order to indicate distance. In addition to that, Hinata was even astonished by the placements of the amenities and how well planned it was. She concluded that Rimuru likely estimated that a normal person would be able to cover around 5 km per hour on foot, assuming that travelers can move 8 hours a day on foot, and that's why an inn is prepared every 40 kilometers. Now with that explained, Hinata and the Holy Knight soon arrive at one of the water fountain locations, but she was utterly baffled in the light novel because the place resembles a typical campsite. Not only that, the fact that Rimuru was providing free water to travelers in a dangerous place like the Great Jura Forest, and implemented an honor system following Japanese ideas made her almost laugh at how crazy and bold he was. She was even annoyed at how illogical and outrageous Rimuru's behavior was, because humanity in the Tensura world has always tried so hard to stay alive and survive, and yet someone like him just comes along to completely turn the natural order of the world upside down, all for his own personal comfort. It was for this reason Hinata said that she was irritated in the anime. Furthermore, when Hinata recalls a conversation with Yuki in the anime, it was quite brief as compared to the light novel, so to explain, Yuki not only told Hinata that Rimuru was someone who genuinely desired to form friendly relations with humanity, but he also advises her against making Rimuru her enemy. However, Hinata did not consider Yuki's words to be worthy of attention at the time, but she did recognize that thanks to Rimuru recreating brandy in this world, she was able to enjoy brandy cake again. Having said that, Hinata's group continued to travel for another 2 hours until they stopped to rest for the night and discuss about their observations on the monster nation so far at one of the inns like we see in the anime. And what they talked about were exactly the same as the light novel, although Bacchus did have more to say. Mainly, he was stating how the safety of the Tempest Roads meant that people no longer have to fear monsters and worry about injuries or sickness while traveling, since there will always be people around to assist them, or merchants having to waste money by hiring mercenaries for protection against bandits. And this will explain why so many people chose to visit and trade with Tempest as compared to the Farmer Kingdom. But it was also for this reason that causes Hinata to be suspicious of Rimuru's previous message, because revenge doesn't seem to be something that he should be focusing on right now. Nonetheless, in the light novel, when Hinata notices a monster staff learning from the human staff about currency and seeing how friendly they were towards each other, it briefly causes her to reevaluate the doctrines of Luminism because she thought the idea of coexistence might actually be possible. Also, this wasn't mentioned in the anime, but just before Hinata along with the Holy Knights arrive in Tempest, they apparently stayed at one more inn, and this one seems to be more luxurious because it even has a bathhouse. In any case, going over to Tempest, Rimuru and the others were still following Hinata's movements, while also waiting for arrival, with most of their conversation in the anime being similar to the light novel. Furthermore, they revealed that Shion has already deployed her forces, and Soe will soon inform Rimuru that she has intercepted the 100 Holy Knights, so Rimuru assumes that Hinata really does plan on being hostile towards Tempest. And so Rimuru activates spatial domination, teleporting himself along with Benimaru, Soe, Albus and Sophia to Shion's location before Hinata arrives. But switching to the perspective of the 100 Holy Knights, we see they are being led by Leonard, Zester and Guard, along with a flashback explaining why they defied Hinata's orders to deploy. To explain, not long after Hinata left in Gracia, 3 of the 7 Celestial Sages had approached Leonard to inform him that Hinata has been secretly working with the Demon Lord Valentine all this time, and now she plans to betray them by meeting Rimuru. And in the light novel, Leonard was initially skeptical about this, but realizing that Hinata has yet to eliminate Demon Lord Valentine or shown any signs of taking actions against him for a long time, he started to doubt her and his loyalty began to waver. However, since he was another simp for Hinata, he was hesitant to accept this fact, so the 3 Celestial Sages took advantage of his feelings and manipulated him into believing that Hinata might be controlled by Rimuru, and he has to kill the Demon Lord to clear Hinata's name. That's why Leonard deployed the Holy Knights in the anime, and he planned on eliminating Rimuru before Hinata reaches him, although in the light novel, he does state that if Hinata truly deceived everyone, he won't hesitate to kill her as well. Back to the present, when Leonard and his forces entered the Great Jura Forest, they realized the magical concentration of the area was relatively low, so they assumed that Hinata has indeed lied about the resurrection of the Storm Dragon, not knowing that Valdra has simply learned to control his aura. And with the evidence being more obvious, Leonard was beginning to have a hard time coming to terms with the fact that Hinata might have actually betrayed them in the light novel. That said, Leonard ordered his troops to begin setting up their wide-range holy field when they were ambushed by Shion's forces, and he thought that Hinata sold them out to Rimuru but still decides to trust in her, so he ignores the idea for now to focus on the battle. Before talking about the battle, we return to Hinata's group as they're still traveling towards Tempest when she will receive a telepathic message from Nikolaus informing her about the 3 battle sages participating in the Falmouth Civil War. And before she was warned about the 7 Celestial Sages, the transmission was cut off. However, in the light novel, after the transmission ended, Hinata would contact Louis to make sure whether or not he has deployed the 3 battle sages. But having learned that he has no idea of their deployment, Hinata predicts that the 7 Celestial Sages might be involved, so she wanted to teleport back to Lubelius immediately. And that's when her communication was severed by Rimuru, and she realized that the force field has been placed around the area that prevents her from using magic. And following this, they all sensed the fighting aura of Leonard, so they quickly headed towards the battlefield. Now regarding the battle, even though the Yomigari should be having a difficult time against the Holy Knights due to the difference in threat level and strength, they were doing surprisingly well against the Holy Knights thanks to the support provided by the Kurenai. Essentially, the Yomigari will be using their body as bait to distract the Holy Knights, so when they let their guard down, another Yomigari or one of the Kurenais will then attack them. And because their blades are laced with a strong sleeping agent, the incapacitated Holy Knights will be restrained and rounded up by the Kurenai. Also, I was not only impressed by the teamwork of the Yomigari but their willpower as well, because they likely don't have the skill pain nullification, so they definitely still feel the pain of being slashed or stabbed. Granted, I think they probably had to endure even worse from Shion, so maybe that's why their pain tolerance and mental strength was so high. On a side note, the person explaining the sleeping effect to the Holy Knight was named Gobwa in the light novel, and despite her appearance, she was apparently older than Gopta. But I digress. By the time Rimuru arrives, the Yomigari has already taken down half of the enemies, and because Benimaru trusted Shion's instincts on the battlefield, they decided to ignore the fact that she completely altered the plan, since she was only supposed to hold the Holy Knights off. That's why Rimuru would simply observe the battle, and it was nice to see how competent Shion was at commanding her forces. Furthermore, her interaction with both Gobwa and Gobzo in the anime was the same, but it was still hilarious how she threatened to make Gobzo into a test subject if he doesn't follow her orders. And Shion would then notice Rimuru was observing her, but in typical Shion fashion, she completely misunderstands his complaints as praises, and she will run off towards the direction of Leonard and Guard. However, not long after, Hinata soon arrives on the battlefield as well, and not only was she surprised to see her proud holy knights being beaten to a pulp by monsters, she was confused why they are here fighting the Tempest forces, so she starts to analyze the battlefield, and she will spot Rimuru along with the 4 margins standing beside him, realizing that he intentionally chose them to go against her holy knight captains. And her observations about the margins were the same as the light novel, although Hinata does pay extra attention to Benimaru, stating that he is stronger than the Demon Lord seed and she probably needs to send Arnau along with 2 other captains just to handle him. Honestly, it would have been nice if they included this line in the episode because it highlights just how strong Benimaru actually is at this point in time. Also in the light novel, Hinata mentions that Rimuru's current aura was completely different from when she first fought him in the previous season, so she will approach him just like what we see in the anime.
思ったより早かったな。
Now that war has finally come to the Tempest Federation once again, and with the recent episode 8 of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime season 3, we see the Holy Knights are still engaging with Shion's Yomigairi along with Rimuru finally facing off against Hinata Sakaguchi. However, there are some details and conversation regarding the various fights that were unfortunately removed from the episode, so I'll be discussing about those in today's video as well as providing some insight on the sequences we see in the anime. Now then, episode 8 is titled Barking Up the Wrong Tree, and the name is actually referring to how both Rimuru along with Hinata have completely misunderstood the intentions of one another, which led to this conflict in the first place. And the episode will be adapting from Chapter 5 Saints and Monsters Collide of the Volume 7 light novel, which goes over Leonard's fight with Shion and Rimuru's fight with Hinata respectively, while also providing some world building details as well. With that said, rather than jumping between the perspective of Rimuru and Shion's fights like the anime, I'll be discussing about their fights separately from the beginning to end, so we will first start with Shion's fight, which takes place directly after episode 7 as she arrives to confront Leonard's group. However, in the light novel, the Holy Knights will immediately activate their elemental armaments once they sense how dangerous Shion was, which wasn't even shown in the anime. So to explain, the elemental armament is a recreation and lesser version of the original holy armaments once used by the chosen hero that sealed Valdora in the past, which Hinata does showcase later in the episode. Furthermore, when activated, Holy Knights will be able to surpass their physical limits and allows them to unlock the full potential of their respective elementals, along with enhancing their weapons with powers specialized in destroying magical-based life forms such as monsters. But the large consumption of mana makes it difficult to sustain for long. Having explained that, the following sequence of Leonard ordering the 4 Holy Knights behind him to activate Holy Field will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel, but the anime doesn't explicitly explain that it was a simplified version of the spell, meaning it has less range and the draining effect of monsters were weaker as well. This was the reason why the Holy Knights were stalling so that Shion would get weakened by the barrier. At the same time, Leonard was observing Shion and his assessment about her being a fair Oni, then being corrected by her to be a weaker Oni, along with her explanation on the differences in the anime does play out the same as the light novel, but the reason Leonard was angered by Shion's existence was slightly different. In the light novel, he found the idea of Shion being similar to an earth deity and could be worshipped as a local god to be disrespectful towards their goddess Luminous, whereas in the anime, being a weaker Oni meant that her evil nature is a blasphemy to their religion. And this will be the trigger that causes Leonard along with the other Holy Knights to fire a Holy Cannon at Shion, but the sequence of her deflecting the attack in the anime does follow the light novel. And again, a more detailed explanation of Holy Cannon was removed from the episode. Basically, Holy Cannon is an offensive spell that breaks down the body of a monster by destroying their magicules, but against a normal human, at most it will only knock them down. That's why the Holy Knights were not actually injured in the anime. Also, Shion will reveal in the light novel that she apparently chose to be trapped inside the Holy Field because Rimuru had ordered her to spare the Holy Knights, and she thought breaking their spirits by showing off her overwhelming strength would be the easiest way to force them to surrender without killing them. It was for this reason that Shion was being so lenient towards them. Nonetheless, it was pretty funny that Shion offered to cook them a meal for surrendering. I think there's a punishment rather than a reward, and it might even reignite the conflict. Jokes aside, Leonard declines the offer to surrender, and he was actually impressed by Shion's swordsmanship in the light novel, even pointing out how her Odachi had 0 damage even though Holy Cannon is capable of destroying magic weapons. And because they still refused to surrender, Shion decided to show them a bit more of her strength, and before she injured Guard for not listening to a proposal, there was another sequence of her doing the same move in the light novel, and it was against one of the Holy Knights. Namely, she would destroy his shield with a pebble, which, mind you, it was a light construct manifested from the elemental armament, so it's not a typical metal or wooden shield, making the feat much more impressive, and it even shocked all the Holy Knights. But I digress. Leonard quickly changes his tone in the anime after seeing how Shion could have easily killed everyone within the barrier if she wanted to, and she suggested for them to attack her with all their might, so the preceding sequence of her nullifying their combined attacks will pretty much follow the light novel. And I love how they implemented the visual representation for Shion's skills, while conveying to us how she was able to defy and tamper with the laws of the world without relying on exposition. Anyways, after their failed attack, the Holy Knights were demoralized but Guard was still behaving in a hostile manner, and Leonard's opinions about him becoming a completely different person does actually have some minor foreshadowing for the upcoming episodes. That said, Shion dealt the final blow to the confidence of the Holy Knights by destroying the Holy Field, and they will immediately surrender following this. Also, it was a good creative choice for the anime to have Leonard being the one that provides exposition about Shion's desired outcome, making their surrender more realistic as they realize how overpowered she was. On a side note, Shion's unique skill cook was so broken that Wisdom King Raphael had to prevent her from evolving the skill into the ultimate level, because it was one of the few skills available that could actually kill Rimuru. So to continue, after the Holy Knight surrendered, Leonard realizing his mistakes of being the one who ruined the negotiation and that he has been manipulated by the 7 Celestial Sages happened exactly as the light novel, but his point about being blinded by his hatred for Demon Lord Valentine, who has caused so much suffering to his friends and family in the past, and causing him to even suspect Hinata for betraying them, wasn't included in the anime. That's why Leonard wanted to explain everything to Rimuru in the anime, but seeing that he was still fighting Hinata, Leonard could only lament about his actions and observe the battle. Moving on, in regards to the fight between Rimuru and Hinata, their initial conversation in the anime with Rimuru requesting for Hinata to recall her troops would follow the light novel, and later when Ana rudely interrupted Rimuru, Benimaru briefly exchanged blows with him, but they soon left as they avoid interfering with their fight, and the others would follow suit. The two biscuiteers left with Fritz and Bacchus, while Litters would take on Sower. That said, Hinata and Rimuru started to fight, but when she tried to use her unique skill Usurper, it gave the status of hindrance, which allowed her to conclude that Rimuru was now at least the same level as Luminous, since this also happened when Hinata used the skill on her. And in the light novel, Hinata mentioned when she first fought Rimuru in the previous season, he wasn't even strong enough to meet the conditions for Usurper, and yet he now has already surpassed her in overall power level. That's why Hinata decided to get serious in the anime and discard the Dragon Buster to bring out Moonlight, a legendary great weapon gifted to her by Luminous, which wasn't mentioned in the episode. Hinata also activated her Holy Armament, and this has all the effects of the elemental armaments I mentioned just now, but far stronger, although there is still a time limit on the armor. In addition to that, the armor will increase her capabilities to the level of a saint, making her at least on par with a true Demon Lord, and it was for this reason that she could even keep up with Rimuru in the anime, and I saw how people were complaining about Rimuru being weak, completely ignoring the fact that Hinata has 10 years of training and combat experience against monsters, while also being a more skilled swordsman as compared to Rimuru, who even stated in a light novel that he was lucky to have awakened as a true Demon Lord and have help from Wisdom King Raphael, otherwise he would have already lost to Hinata. Regardless, not much can be said about the fight other than the choreography being animated quite well with how fluid and dynamic their movements were. However, in the middle of the fight, Hinata briefly recalls her time with Shizu, and the anime will leave out the portion about Hinata's backstory from the light novel. Essentially, Hinata remembers that despite only spending a month with Shizu, it was enough for Hinata to finally open her heart to someone for the very first time, but she was afraid of being rejected and hated by Shizu, so she would distance herself from Shizu once she managed to learn everything from her. And the light novel will provide some further details on the reason behind Hinata's insecurities. To explain, before coming to the Tensura world, Hinata's father started to become violent towards her mother and she could no longer stand the sight of her mother being abused, so she decided to kill him, making it look like an accident. However, this only broke her mother's heart and her mother resorted to immersing herself in religion, choosing to completely neglect Hinata. This caused Hinata to think that her own mother hated her and became the catalyst that caused her to believe that the world was full of misfortune, so she wanted to create one where everyone can live happily in peace, which explains why Hinata chose to serve Luminous since their motives align. Nonetheless, Hinata was relieved that her mother can finally live in peace when she was transported to the Tensura world, and she could focus on achieving her idealized world. Hinata became more ruthless and colder towards people until she met Shizu, but like I said, her self-hate caused her to believe that Shizu will eventually abandon her just like her own mother. And honestly, it was unfortunate the episode left out Hinata's backstory because it would have provided some much needed context to her personality and behavior in anime. Viewers might even learn to sympathize with her rather than hating on her character if they knew more about her story, but I'm hoping they'll include it in the upcoming episodes. In any case, going back to the present, Hinata's fight with Rimuru will continue and there were some internalized thoughts from her that were removed from the anime. For instance, Hinata was frustrated that despite spending 10 years to master her swordsmanship, Rimuru was still able to easily counter them and how the holy armament was starting to take its toll on her body, so she activates predictive calculation and her unique skill mathematician to not only enhance her senses, but to predict Rimuru's movements as well, because she was planning on forcing him into admitting defeat by using her attack speed to overwhelm him. Then switching to Rimuru's perspective, he was getting worried about Hinata's sudden increase in speed, and much of what he was thinking at the time in the anime was the same as the light novel. And the visual representation of Raphael explaining the dangers of Hinata's sword was a cute detail. Furthermore, Rimuru unlocking the skill Predict Future Attack will also play out the same as the light novel, and with this, he easily saw through and countered all of Hinata's attacks. When Hinata realized that she could no longer win against Rimuru and seeing the Holy Knights have all lost, the preceding sequence of her making a proposal to end the battle will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel. Also, on a side note, in the light novel, Rimuru noticed that Littles was looking at Soe like she was in love, so he was extremely confused by it, but basically, she ended up being tied up by Soe, and I'm guessing it awakened some kind of masochist fetish inside of her, and it was honestly sad the anime did not show what happened because it would have been quite funny. Having said that, Rimuru accepted the proposal, so when Hinata released Melt Slash, it was funny how Wisdom King Raphael sounded worried and was panicking about the attack, when in reality she's just doing a bit of trolling because Rimuru was never in any real danger. Even the part where she suggested that Rimuru sacrificed his ultimate skill Beelzebub to block the attack was a lie. But I digress. The detail of everyone struggling to stand properly against the shockwave from the attack and contrasted by Shion just standing there smiling was so funny. And the following interaction that both Hinata and Rimuru had after the attack was quite wholesome. But it wasn't a happy ending as the episode ends with Hinata saving Rimuru from getting blasted by the Dragon Buster, and she'll be cosplaying Ace from One Piece. Now, before I end the video, I wanted to briefly discuss about the beginning scene involving Luminous' Yuri moment because the light novel will add some context to the scene. To explain, the coffin-like item is actually called the Holy Ark, a container that houses the chosen hero, and because it was protected by pure holy energy. It was extremely poisonous to Luminous, but she doesn't mind since the pain brought her the utmost joy. But then Luminous will be interrupted by Luis, just like we see in the anime, who came to report about Hinata's mission to Tempest and the involvement of the 7 Celestial Sages. Again, the light novel has some additional context regarding this sequence, and it was mainly about how Gunther along with Luis and the deceased Roy were known as the 3 Counts of Luminous, and that each of them have their own assigned roles. Gunther governs the vampire city of Night Garden, Luis is the Holy Emperor responsible for the Holy Empire Lubelius, and Roy used to serve as the Demon Lord in Luminous's place. It also explains how they dislike when someone interferes with their respective field of duty, and why Gunther was mad at Luis in the anime for interrupting Luminous's horny session with the Holy Ark, because he was essentially intruding on Gunther's domain. But anyways, the rest of the conversation pretty much followed the light novel with Luminous being annoyed at their bickering, and after scolding them, she orders them to follow her.
これで決めるメルトスラッシュ国防御不能回避不能アルティメットスキルベルゼビュート
Now, in continuation of my episode breakdown and cut content review of Tensura Season 3, today we'll be taking a look at episode 9, which is titled The Schemes of the 7 Celestial Sages, and it will be adapting the Volume 7 light novel, mostly covering the events regarding the Farmer Kingdom's civil war from Chapter 6, God and Demon Lord. To start taking a break from the fighting in the Tempest Federation, we'll be switching over to the Farmer Kingdom, and there was a beginning sequence removed from the light novel where the citizens were complaining about the state of civil unrest in their nation thanks to Amaris along with the hero Yom, who have apparently stolen the reparation fees meant for Tempest. And this would be the excuse that King Edward uses to deploy his forces in the province of Nidomigam to capture them. And it was actually Damrada who came up with this tactic to gain support from the people of Falmouth, as we'll soon see in the anime, and his following discussion with his subordinate will happen according to the light novel. But the episode doesn't mention how he doesn't really care about the outcome of the civil war, rather he was more focused on fulfilling his promise to the 5 elders on destroying the demon responsible for inciting this issue. Furthermore, when Damrada was pondering about the information he has collected on the demon, the anime leaves out some details about his thought process and how he concluded that the demon in question might be even even more dangerous than anticipated. Basically, in the light novel, he was internally going through his knowledge on demons to predict the expected age range and guess the rank of the mysterious demon, giving us a look at how both criteria corresponds to the power of a demon. And he eventually concluded that it was likely something more ancient, since Razan, who was famous even in the Eastern Empire, has reportedly become the servant of this mysterious demon. That's why Damrada decides to not get involved in the civil war and quickly orders his subordinate to pack everything in the anime, choosing to break his promise with the 5 elders and let King Edward handle the demon instead because he knew that it would be dangerous to stay in Falmouth any longer. Also, Damrada stated in the light novel that he plans on travelling to Tempest and using his identity as a merchant to request a meeting with Rimuru because he wanted to personally see what kind of person Rimuru was, and he saw the business opportunity as well. Moving to the front lines, King Edward gloating about the chances of his victory against Yom in the anime and ordering his troops to deploy would pretty much follow the light novel. And as this was happening, Diablo was observing King Edward's encampment from the sky to search for the maggot who framed him, and it was hilarious how a powerful ancient demon like him who has never experienced the taste of fear was essentially afraid of being fired by his beloved master Rimuru. Nonetheless, there wasn't much change to the preceding sequence of Diablo relaying his observations about the enemy forces to Hakuro and their conversation in the anime. With that, Hakuro prepares to deploy their forces, while Diablo approaches the encampment to greet King Edward, but before he did anything to them, Diablo created a barrier to protect the reporters since he promised Rimuru to not harm civilians. Also, did anyone else notice in the episode that Rain, one of the maids serving Ghee Crimson, was disguised as a reporter as well, which is a cool easter egg for the Volume 7 light novel, where she recounts some events of the story from her own perspective. That said, Diablo warning King Edward for his behavior and the following conversation in the anime will occur in a similar way as the light novel, although I have to commend King Edward for being brave or stupid enough to accuse Diablo for the murder of Archbishop Rahim and ridicule Rimuru in front of him as well. Of course, Diablo personally doesn't care about the accusations on him, but when King Edward brought Rimuru's name into this matter, Diablo was deeply angered by it, so he plans on releasing his aura to intimidate and force the enemy into submission through fear. But before he activated his Demon Lord Haki, the Demon Hunters were ordered by King Edward to eliminate Diablo, and the anime would leave out some minor details about them from the light novel. To explain, Demon Hunters were established in the Eastern Empire because demon attacks were a common occurrence in their nation due to it being home to one of the primordial demons, and because of the constant fighting, Demon Hunters became specialists when it comes to dealing with demons, and they were quite famous as the toughest among the monster fighters, even being renowned in the Western nations, so they often get hired as mercenaries to deal with demons. It was for this reason they were confident in defeating Diablo, so back to the fight, it was quite sporting to let the Demon Hunters perform their attack like we see in the anime, because that way, he can inspire the greatest amount of fear once they failed, and unsurprisingly, he was completely unharmed by their Thunderbolt attack. With that, it was Diablo's turn to show them his overwhelming pressure in the anime, and the following sequence of everyone shitting themselves and fainting afterwards due to his Demon Lord Haki played out in a similar fashion to the light novel, with only Sare, Glenda and the leader of the Demon Hunters still standing. And it's also worth pointing out that in the light novel, he was actually holding back because if he had released his full power, everyone would have died. Now then, the rest of the conversation Diablo had with the Demon Hunter leader in the anime, and his explanation on the ceiling of power for a demon will go accordingly to the light novel. And it was hilarious how casual Diablo was about being a Demon Lord when in fact, breaking through the level of an Archdemon into a Demon Lord is actually quite difficult to achieve. Also adding to this, the light novel provided some context on why the Demon Hunter leader was so afraid once he heard Diablo casually name-dropping Rouge, or better known as Ghee Crimson, because the relationship between the ranks of demons is absolute, meaning that a demon of lower class will never address someone superior in name directly. So in this case, Ghee is a primordial demon, one of the oldest and most powerful group of demons, and anything below that would not casually refer to him as Rouge. Not only that, Diablo proceeds to mention the white primordial Blanc as well, and I actually covered her infamous short-dyed rat incident in her character breakdown video, so if you're interested on learning more about her, feel free to click on the top right corner of the video or the link in the description down below. That said, it was because of this the Demon Hunter leader had a mental breakdown in the anime after he made the connection that Diablo could only be someone on the same rank as Ghee and Blanc, but it was still commendable that the Demon Hunter leader is probably one of the few smarter and more sensible characters in the series, as he immediately surrendered having learned about this. In any case, after the Demon Hunters evacuated King Edward along with the fallen soldiers, Sare prepares to engage Diablo in battle, but before he attacked, some of his internalized thoughts from the light novel were removed from the episode. For instance, Sare was apparently angered by Diablo's casual attitude, finding it to be quite humiliating, and he was also appalled by the performance of the Demon Hunters, stating that he only allowed Glenda to let them join because he assumed they would put up a better fight. Additionally, Cyrus was greatly underestimating Diablo because he doesn't recall reading about any demons fitting his descriptions in historical documents, and he thought that calling Guy and Blanc directly by name wasn't something significant. But it was stated in the light novel that it was because Cyrus' demon knowledge was lacking. That's why he thought that being a primordial wasn't an issue, and having almost killed Demon Lord Roy once before, he was confident in defeating Diablo. But I digress, none of Cyrus' attacks were landing on Diablo, and he finally realized who he was facing when Diablo revealed that he has evolved into a Demon Lord, or also known as a Demon Peer. And it was hilarious the Demon Hunter leader outright fainted after hearing this. Nevertheless, compared to the anime, the light novel provided a more detailed explanation on the Demon Peer. Essentially, it's an evolutionary stage that can only be achieved by the most powerful archdemons, and they were considered to be disaster level threats that are kept completely hidden from the public to avoid mass panic, and their power was said to be greater than the average Demon Lord. And even though records of their actions in the Tensura world can only be found in ancient texts, many people know that Demon Peers are indeed real, because all the proof they need is to look at the existence of the strongest Demon Lord, Guy Crimson. Having explained that, Cyrus was overwhelmed by fear and had wanted to run away as well, cursing Rumpai for even giving someone like Diablo a name. However, Cyrus' thoughts were interrupted by Glenda, who plunged a black dagger into Diablo, but realizing that it had no effect on a spiritual being like him, she would actually continue to release a barrage of attacks on him in the light novel. And this forces Cyrus into helping her, so he empowers his weapon with spirit energy. But just like we see in the anime, it did nothing to Diablo. And it was hilarious that Glenda outright abandoned Cyrus in the anime, and his reaction to his current predicament while hoping for Grigory to return definitely made it funnier. Now switching to Grigory and the farmer soldiers, they were approaching Nidomigam and will first encounter Ranga like we see in the anime. But before they fought, the light novel will go over Ranga's internalized thoughts. Namely, he was happy he can finally take part in the battle, constantly wagging his tail joyfully while sprinting in the air because he wanted to test his newfound abilities. Ranga would then charge towards the farmer soldiers, so Grigory orders General Gaston to handle Gabriel and Gopta's forces, or he fights Ranga, but they were soon decimated by the best doggo. That's why Gabriel said the battle would be over before it even started, and it was definitely quite anticlimactic since Gabriel along with Gopta were expecting a war, not a one-sided massacre by Ranga. Also in the light novel, when Gopta arrives at Ranga's position, he stated that some of the soldiers were being thrown around by Ranga, while some were lying on the ground unconscious or weeping and praying to God at the side. And it was cute how he immediately changes his size once Gopta said that Rumpai will scold him if he accidentally kills Grigory, although the guy was actually fine because he has the immovable effect, but the same can be said about his mental health since he'll develop a fear of dogs after this ordeal. With the farmer soldiers retreating, the battle in Nidomigam ended, and returning to Cyrus, he was still struggling against Diablo, but the light novel provided a bit more information about his abilities, such as his unique skill Omnipotent One, which allows him to understand the opponent's technique with a single look, and he can even learn from them as well, similar to Hinata's Usurper. In addition to that, Cyrus is also capable of using chi fighting techniques, and this allows him to imbue a magic effect into his own fighting spirit to produce powerful sword attacks. However, as seen in the anime, Diablo simply dismantled Cyrus' attack, but he still continues to fight with chi fighting technique with the same hopeless outcome, which caused him to soon realize the difference in their strength, but I have to give him credit for at least trying to fight Diablo. The preceding sequence in the anime of Cyrus realizing that Diablo wasn't behind the murder of Rahim, and concluding that the true culprits were actually the 7 Celestial Sages will happen according to the light novel. It was then 3 of the Celestial Sages will appear on the battlefield to assist Cyrus in fighting Diablo, but they only wanted to eliminate the reporters because they discovered that Diablo was not responsible for killing Rahim. And with Diablo's barrier there along with Rain who was completely unfazed by the attack in the anime, I'm pretty sure the reporters are not in any real danger. Anyways, before the episode ends, going back to Tempest, Rumpai tries to help Hinata who has become a donut but the full potion doesn't work on her because of her body constitution, and Wisdom King Raphael's explanation on the reason in the anime will follow exactly as the light novel. So Rumpai requested for Arnau to quickly cast their holy magic on her, but Litters along with the other holy knights were soon restrained by 2 of the Celestial Sages who have just arrived, stating they are going to eliminate Hinata for violating their orders when obviously they just want to clear the evidence again.
なんだこの威圧感は。
おやおや、試験に合格できたのはたったの3名ですか。
何？
Now then, in continuation of my cut content and episode breakdown series, today we'll be taking a look at Season 3 Episode 10, which is titled God and Demon Lord, covering the stories from Chapter 6 and the epilogue of the Volume 7 light novel, and Chapter 1 of the Volume 8 light novel as well. Additionally, there were some important scenes from the light novel that were removed from the episode, such as the explanation given by Louis and Hinata about the truth behind Luminism and the banquet hosted by Rimuru, which I'll be discussing as well. To start, the episode continues directly after the ending of episode 9, and the Celestial Sages condemning the actions of Hinata along the objections by the Holy Knights who are trying to defend her were taken word for word from the light novel, even the part where Leonard was stabbed by God, and him later revealing that he was a disguised member of the Celestial Sages would play out the same way as well. Also, this wasn't mentioned in the anime, but Rimuru was annoyed the situation was getting more chaotic because he was focusing on saving Hinata since he promised Shizu to help her, and that keeping Hinata alive was essentially making peace with the Western Holy Church. That's why Rimuru stated in the light novel that he was using his own body to regulate Hinata's magic levels, although her body constitution was making it difficult because she was constantly rejecting his magic cues. It will also be around this time that he receives a telepathic message from Diablo reporting about his discovery on the true culprits behind Rahim's death, so Rimuru will give him free reign to destroy the 3 Celestial Sages currently in Falmouth as seen in the anime. Having learned about this, Rimuru will order Benimaru, Soe and Shion to capture the 3 Celestial Sages, although in the light novel, he stated how he doesn't plan on showing them any mercy and doesn't even mind if they are killed because of the trouble they have caused Tempest so far. And the preceding sequence where the 3 Celestial Sages were gloating about eliminating everyone now that Rimuru has exposed their plans will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel, even up to the part where Shion was able to break the magic circle created by them using her Gorokimaru version 2, like what happened back in episode 8 when she took down Holyfield. That said, the 3 Celestial Sages released Trinity Break, but Rimuru countered the attack by consuming all the light beams with Beelzebub, and I can't believe Wisdom Raphael lied to Rimuru about sacrificing Beelzebub to block Hinata's Melt Slash in the previous episode. However, before he was able to question Raphael about this, the 3 Celestial Sages released their main attack Trinity Disintegration, and this time he uses the absolute defense of Covenant King Uriel to completely negate the attack, and Raphael will actually explain in the light novel why she did not use Uriel against Hinata's attack but rather choosing to sacrifice Beelzebub instead. The reason was simple. Melt Slash was an attack comprised of Spiritrons, special particles that are extremely difficult to predict because of 2 factors: their random nature along with the fact that they can even bypass space and time, meaning they might even penetrate the absolute defense of Uriel if the Spiritrons were not properly decoded. That's why Raphael chose to use Beelzebub instead of Uriel to stop Hinata's attack, because she wanted to first study the motion of Spiritrons from Melt Slash, which in turn allows her to adjust the parameters of absolute defense to counter the Trinity Disintegration of the Celestial Sages. Nonetheless, the 3 Celestial Sages started to panic when they realized their strongest attack has failed and Rimuru's forces were about to corner them in the anime, so they decided to retreat, which all happened according to the light novel, but they were interrupted by the arrival of the goddess Luminous, and she really does know how to make an entrance. In any case, switching to the Farmer Kingdom, when Diablo receives permission from Rimuru to dispose of the 3 Celestial Sages present, he first made sure to get the reporters on his side before killing them, and the reason Diablo was able to manipulate them is because in the light novel, when they willingly promised to spread the news about the truth behind Rahim's death, it triggered Diablo's unique skill Tempter and they became swayed by his influence. He even applied the same effect onto King Edward, but he was serious about letting the king be killed by the Celestial Sages, although he only reconsiders after hearing the king offering to step down and announce the hero Yom as the new successor to the throne. With his objectives completed, Diablo prepares to face the Celestial Sages, and he will be hit by the same Trinity Break attack the other 3 Celestial Sages had used on Rimuru. But like a total badass, Diablo drops the coldest line and probably the best sequence in Season 3 when he activates Despair Time to trap them inside a world of darkness, and the light novel does elaborate more about this ability. To explain, Despair Time is one of the few abilities under the sub-skill of his unique skill Tempter, which is called World of Temptation. Essentially, it can directly impact the consciousness of a target and affect their psyche, but Diablo made the ability even more powerful by harnessing the power of imaginary space, allowing him to trap his targets inside a world where he holds absolute authority. He can even turn the illusions inside this world into reality through the use of reality exchange, or collapsing the world to destroy everything trapped inside with End of World, 2 other abilities belonging to the sub-skill World of Temptation. And the latter was the one Diablo had used in the anime to utterly crush the Celestial Sages. Going back to Tempest, Louis introducing himself and Luminous as the goddess of Luminism in the anime did follow the light novel, although when Raphael explains how Luminous could have achieved this dominance over humans by using religion, Rimuru jokingly said that he should copy Luminous and turn himself into a religious icon as well, knowing that Raphael or someone else might take his comments too seriously. But I digress. Luminous proceeds to cast the Holy Magic Resurrection on the dying Hinata and we get a flashback of her past, but not much can be said about this since I already covered the missing parts in my episode 8 card content explanation and also in my Hinata character breakdown video. So if you're interested, you can check out either of them by clicking in the top right corner or the links in the description box down below. Anyways, Hinata regained her consciousness after some funny and awkward interaction between her and Rimuru in the anime. It was quite hilarious how he tries to argue that he was simply looking respectfully at her exposed chest area, only to be refuted by her for having no discretion for women. I guess even though he won the fight, he still ended up as the loser. Jokes aside, Hinata will heal Lenno's injuries and Rimuru stated in the light novel how Luminous is the type of person who only cares about the people that interest her. Hence why she only healed Hinata and ignored the Holy Knights. And Luminous prepares to punish the 3 Celestial Sages for their insubordination with it happening according to the light novel, so she sentenced them to death using her skill Death Blessing to transform them from life to death. Now then, switching over to the Inner Sanctum, the last remaining member of the Celestial Sages was waiting on a report from the others and the light novel will provide some additional background information on him. He was called Gran, the Master of Sun and the leader of the group, and he has apparently served Luminous for thousands of years although he secretly hated her, being the one that not only sabotaged the Western Holy Church but he was also responsible for corrupting the other Celestial Sages into becoming jealous individuals who were afraid to lose the affection of the goddess Luminous. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Hinata's bigger sim Cardinal Nicolaus, and everything that happened right after in the anime would pretty much follow the light novel, although it was worth noting that Nicolaus was only able to catch Gran inside his disintegration because he had prepared the spell prior to that conversation. Also, it was quite an interesting twist when Gran was revealed to be Granbell Rosso, and with Maribel's warning about the danger of tempers, we'll likely learn what they have in store for the Monster Nation in the future. But to continue, Rimuru was able to reach a peaceful resolution with Luminous. The misunderstanding with Hinata was resolved as well, and Luminous promises to announce friendly relations with Tempest as an apology, while also planning to sign a non-aggression treaty with the Monster Nation. Rimuru would then invite everyone back to Tempest, but unfortunately for Luminous, Valdra will again expose her identity as the Demon Lord Valentine, this time in front of the Holy Knights, which made her extremely angry. She even pulled out her mythical great weapon Night Rose, threatening to kill the Whip Dragon. So to appease Luminous, Rimuru sacrificed Valdra by letting her vent her frustrations out on him. She would then use Embrace Rain to inflict the most amount of pain and discomfort on him as well. But in the light novel, Raphael mentions how she has managed to reduce Valdra's magic levels to a stable range, meaning he doesn't need to release his stored up magic for a while. Also, Valdra had tried to escape from the punishment by asking Rimuru for help in the light novel, and Hinata along with the Holy Knights, having learned who he was, were actually quite disappointed and disgusted by the so-called fearsome true dragon, which could have been quite funny if the anime included this particular sequence. And that wasn't all. The anime actually removed an entire conversation involving Louis and Hinata, clarifying the connection between the Pope, Demon Lord Valentine, and the Goddess Luminous to everyone present. And to summarize what they talked about, basically Louis revealed how he was the one that came out with this entire arrangement behind Luminism, and Hinata only went along with the plans because Luminous not only shares the same ideas as her, but under a blessing, Lubelius along with his people were able to have peaceful lives. That's why Hinata doesn't want the Holy Knights to speak ill of Luminous, although they all seem to support and agree with Hinata regardless of the reason behind her choices. Furthermore, Louis would forbid any of the Holy Knights to expose this secret to the public, and that Hinata will eliminate them if the truth ever comes out. He then informed Rimuru about the role that Roy used to play as well, and how he was ultimately killed after returning from Walpurgis back in Season 2. Having said that, it was definitely an interesting creative choice to remove another big sequence from the light novel. This time it was the entire banquet that Rimuru organized for Luminous and the Holy Knights, choosing to simply have it play out in the ED of the episode. So to give a rundown of what happened in the light novel, once Luminous was done punishing Valdra and had come down, Rimuru had ordered Rigurd to prepare a feast to celebrate their peaceful resolution. So as everyone was waiting for the preparations to be completed, Rimuru offered the Holy Knights a chance to experience the hot spring bath of Tempest and provided them with a change of clothing as well. And there was a hilarious interaction when Rimuru tries to weasel his way into taking a bath alongside Hinata and Luminous by offering to show them how the hot spring bath worked in Tempest, but his intentions were quickly exposed by Hinata. So he was forced to lament by letting Shion guide them instead. Inside the hot spring, Hinata would discuss with Luminous about how carefree and unreasonable Rimuru was to be focusing on so much leisure in a world like this, but Luminous wasn't that interested in this conversation. Rather, she was enjoying the view of Hinata's body, even turning up her magic sense to the maximum for a better viewing experience. Later, the Holy Knights were escorted to the banquet hall, and they were served tempura meals that were recreated from Rimuru's memories thanks to Shuna's culinary skills. And despite being a landlocked country and the transportation system in the Tensura world being quite primitive, Rimuru was able to serve fresh seafood by using spatial movement to transport the ingredients directly from the source. And the light novel provided a reason why Rimuru was so focused on importing valuable ingredients, because food is the essence of culture, and he believed that it was important to develop it in order to improve the cultural identity of temples. With that said, before the meal started, Hinata apologizes to Rimuru for her own actions and the behavior of her subordinates, although he quickly forgave her because he was distracted by Hinata's assets, but he does hope the Holy Knights will be able to have a less prejudiced view towards intelligent monsters. And even though Hinata was slightly worried about this proposition, since they are still dangerous monsters who genuinely want to harm humans, but she promises to remove the rule that allows people to deem monsters as evil and execute them without due process. However, when Hinata, along with the Holy Knights, apologized once more to the subordinates of Rimuru, Shion was apparently hesitant to forgive them due to a past experience with the farmer soldiers, although Rimuru was able to convince her to change her perspective on the issue because, like monsters, they are good and bad humans as well, and she shouldn't generalize humanity. Having finished with the solemn discussion, the banquet would officially begin, and most of it was just the Holy Knights interacting with Rimuru's subordinates, drinking and having fun together like we see in the ED. And the only noteworthy aspect from the light novel was how Luminous explained that it's possible to get drunk by simply lowering the effects of poison nullification, so Rimuru begged her to teach him the same method despite the objection from Whistling King Raphael. And I was glad they at least adapted the scene of Luminous eating the tempura in a very seductive way in the anime. I guess that's why so many people are fans of a character.
何もできぬ絶望を知れ発動ディスペアタイム
Now then, with the resolution of the conflict between Rimuru's forces and the forces from the Holy Empire Lubelius, the recent Season 3 Episode 11, which is titled Reconciliation and Agreement, will be showing the meeting that takes place following the ending of the previous episode and the future plans of the masterminds that are responsible for this incident. Also, the episode will be adapted from the Volume 8 light novel, covering the prologue and Chapter 1 respectively, so I'll be discussing about the contents they remove along with providing a breakdown for the episode as well. To start things off, the episode begins with a meeting between Granbell Rosso and Damrada. But prior to this, it was actually revealed in the light novel that Damrada was on his way to the Tempest Federation to make contact with Rimuru Tempest. But having heard the news that Rimuru made peace with Hinata, he decided to visit Granbell instead because he knew that Hinata would recognize him if he enters Tempest. So back to the conversation, Damrada blaming Granbell for the failures in the Farmer Kingdom and the elimination of Hinata does follow the light novel, but it was explained that he intentionally accused Granbell because he wanted an excuse to distance himself from the Rosso family. That's why when Granbell suggested to continue with their working relationship in the anime, Damrada declined the proposal because antagonizing Rimuru any further would only be unbeneficial to Cerberus. Additionally, the light novel provided some context on why Granbell became fixated in preventing Rimuru from turning Tempest into an economic hub because he was worried the influence of the Rosso family would be greatly diminished, and he was annoyed that the thousands of years of effort he spent to build the authority of the Five Elders would be uprooted by some slime. Regardless, the rest of the conversation in the anime would play out the same way as the light novel, with Granbell being quite pissed at Damrada for humiliating him. Having said that, after the meeting with Granbell, Damrada actually met with the leader of Cerberus, and the light novel never revealed who the person was, although in the anime, Yuki Kagarazaka was shown to be the leader. And regarding what they discussed in the episode, much of it was the same as the light novel, although there was some additional information on Damrada's character that wasn't included, such as his reason for serving Yuki. Basically, he joined Cerberus because he resonated with Yuki's ambitions for world domination, and despite it being a crazy dream, his instincts told him that Yuki might be able to make this into a reality, hence why he will never doubt the orders from Yuki. Furthermore, when they're discussing about choosing a replacement for Damrada in the Western nations, the light novel provided a brief mention on the other two bosses within Cerberus, with Misha the lover, the one who will be replacing Damrada, and Vega the power, a volatile and violent person with no reason, who only takes direct orders from Yuki. That said, the preceding conversation Damrada had with Yuki about dismantling their slave trade business would happen according to the light novel, so after Damrada left, Kigali entered the room. But again, not much can be said about their conversation in the anime since there wasn't anything that was removed. Also, it's worth noting that the person they are talking about is actually Masaoki Honjo, which we'll likely see appearing in the next few episodes. Moving on to the Tempest Federation, Rimuru will be having a meeting between his forces and the Holy Knights in order to determine the future of both parties. Also, it seems that the anime did remove the entire hot spring bath and banquet sequences involving the Holy Knights, so if you're interested in learning about the contents that were taken out, be sure to check out my cut content video for episode 10 by clicking the top right corner or the links in the description box down below. Now, in regards to the meeting, they first went over the testimonies from Hinata's side and she explained the reason the Western Holy Church decided to target Tempest, which causes Rimuru to briefly lose control of his emotions. Hinata then revealed that most of the information she acquired about Rimuru were from the Eastern merchants, so everyone agreed they seemed to be the main culprits, but Rimuru would be reminded of the law that Claimant had mentioned during Walpurgis, hinting at the possibility that another person or group was in play aside from the Eastern merchants. That's why he suspected that one of the 7 Celestial Sages might be involved in the anime, which annoyed Luminous, but Louis does acknowledge this point being a possibility. On a side note, it was hilarious how the anime adapted the part where Louis mentions Luminous's love energy, and her explanation on the way the ritual works in anime will happen accordingly to the light novel. So going back to my point, they all agreed the 7 Celestial Sages likely saw Hinata as a threat, but they couldn't defeat her alone, so they decided to acquire help from the Eastern merchant to prepare a scenario where Claimant could awaken into the true Demon Lord and have him defeat Hinata instead. However, as we all know, Claimant was defeated by Rimuru, so they were forced to alter the plan, manipulating Hinata into provoking Rimuru, but that plan failed as well, so with the 7 Celestial Sages gone as stated by Hinata in the anime, Rimuru was actually relieved that he no longer has to suspect Yuki for being the mastermind. And this is one of the problems I have with Rimuru. Just because Yuki was from Japan, you're so quick to give him the benefit of the doubt as if there are no bad people from Japan. And if it wasn't for Hinata asserting that Yuki could still be a possible suspect as well, Rimuru would have been completely beplayed and manipulated by him. Furthermore, in the light novel, even Wisdom King Raphael had disagreed with him about counting out Yuki as a suspect, and Rimuru is definitely lucky to have her analytical skills because his decision was mostly based on just speculations. Anyways, the meeting proceeded to the next part, which will be talking about the future relations and the resolving of any remaining animosity between both sides. Although it was stated in the light novel that Rimuru along with subordinates don't plan on asking for reparations or to hold the Holy Knights accountable for their actions, they simply want to build friendly relations with them in the future. And Luminous objected because she doesn't want to be indebted to Rimuru's forgiveness. But in the light novel, it was more so that she doesn't actually want to owe any form of favor to Valdora, whether it be directly or indirectly. That's why Rimuru proposes for Lubelius to formally acknowledge Tempest and form diplomatic ties with them, similar to what was shown in the anime. So Luminous agrees, deciding to form a non-aggression treaty with Tempest for the next 100 years. And the rest of the conversation that happens afterwards in the anime about the possible backlash of establishing diplomatic ties with monsters, along with how it will affect the religion or Luminism, will pretty much follow the light novel. However, when Luminous explains about the origin of the doctrines, the anime leaves out the detail that she only chose to help humanity initially was because during the past, Valdora was constantly rampaging across the world, which had greatly reduced the human population, meaning it directly affected the food supply of vampires. So to resolve this issue, Luminous established Lubelius along with the religion of Luminism to give humanity protection and hope. Adding to this, humans overflowing with joy produce blood that are tastier and of higher quality, which was another reason for the doctrine. Having explained that, even though Luminous was fine with abandoning the established doctrines of Luminism, Planet was still troubled by this because with the Holy Knights along with the 3 better sages being defeated by monsters, it will undoubtedly affect the reputation of the church and cause the belief of their followers to be shaken. It was for this reason that Rimuru proposes to announce that he and Hinata drew in their battle to help retain the image of the Holy Knights, which honestly is one of the traits I hate most about him. He's too much of a pushover sometimes. Even Hinata and Leonard were lecturing him about this proposal since it will affect his own reputation as a Demon Lord as well. In any case, the rest of the conversation that happened afterwards involving the Holy Knights praising the treatment and hospitality they received from the citizens of Tempest, along with Rimuru proposing to include King Gazer and the Dragon Kingdom into this treaty, were taken directly from the light novel without much changes. But before the meeting ended, the anime would actually remove a portion of their discussion from the light novel. Essentially, aside from the 100-year non-aggression treaty, Tempest will be sharing their technology with Lubelius and have Holy Knights visiting the city for training on a regular basis as well. Rimuru also promised to help repair the equipment and weapons of the Holy Knights, but in reality, he only wanted to study the elemental armaments used by them. However, he wasn't able to acquire permission from Hinata to see the holy armaments, but it seems that Raphael has already finished analyzing it when they were fighting. Now, when the meeting ended, Rimuru decided to give Hinata with a rapier that he personally created, and there was actually more to this interaction in the light novel. To explain, after Rimuru devoured her rapier in the fight back in Season 2, he was able to study the ability of Dead End Rainbow and recreated the weapon with improved performance on the skill. He even turned the rapier into a unique great weapon. Additionally, Luminous stated it would be better for Hinata to use Rimuru's rapier instead of the Moonlight rapier in the anime because using Moonlight in the normal setting is like taking a rocket launcher to a sword fight. And just before the Holy Knights all departed, Rimuru offered them to stay another night out of courtesy, and he was surprised they accepted in the anime because he thought they would be busy with work. But on to the second banquet, everyone was served sukiyaki paired with black rice, and it was stated in the light novel that Hinata was the only one to receive white rice because she was a fellow Japanese, along with the fact that it was harder to produce and normally only reserved for Rimuru's personal consumption. Also, it was revealed in the light novel that Rimuru was able to develop black rice by infusing grains with highly concentrated liquid magicals formed in the Silk Cave, so it has very high nutritional value and can even replenish a person's magical levels. And because of this, it was dangerous for non-magical creatures like humans, since it might cause magical poisoning, but thanks to the resistance of the Holy Knights, they were able to consume the black rice. That said, we see Rimuru enjoying some alcohol, and the anime did include a flashback on how he was able to learn the technique to get drunk from Luminous in their previous banquet, although it was unfortunate we did not get to see Rimuru being hungover after the first banquet because in the light novel, he was actually scolded by Wisdom King Raphael for being irresponsible, which turned out to be true as we'll soon see. Nonetheless, Hinata's following interaction with Rimuru will pretty much occur in a similar fashion to the light novel, although the anime did miss out some minor details when it came to the drunken Rimuru exposing the future plans of Tempest. For starters, when he was talking about the road infrastructure of Tempest, he outright reveals the names of the nations that form trade alliances with in the light novel, such as Dwagon, Blumen, the Sorceress Dynasty Sarian, and the Beast Kingdom Eurazania, which was supposed to be confidential information. Furthermore, Rimuru mentioning about wanting to build a school similar to the Freedom Academy wasn't included in the episode as well. But on the topic about creating a better communication network, Rimuru exposing the research and development they have done will follow the light novel, although the episode doesn't mention that they're only waiting for Vesta to finish working on the transmitter before implementing this new communication system. And it was only fair that Raphael stopped Rimuru before the drunk idiot leaked every possible state secret of Tempest if he kept talking. Regardless, Hinata will warn Rimuru about advancing his city too much because it might attract the attention of the angels, and everyone's opinions about them in the anime will be the same as the light novel, although it still lacks some minor information. For example, the strength of an individual angel was said to be around the rank of B+, and they normally attack with a force that ranges between millions. They were also quite organized with a proper command structure as well, and they even fought against the Demon Lords in their previous invasion. Anyways, after Luminous along with the Holy Knights returned home, Rebellious made an official announcement that the Western Holy Church has acknowledged the dwarves as friends of humanity, while also providing a following statement that declares the establishment of diplomatic ties with the Dura Tempest Federation as stated by Rimuru in the anime.
私も賛成です。ソエ様はとても紳士的でした。
Now, in continuation of my cut content and episode breakdown series, Season 3 Episode 12, which is titled Festival of Preparations, will officially mark the end of the conflict involving the Tempest Federation and the Holy Empire Lubellius. And we are now moving on to the Tempest Founders Festival part of the story. And much like the title of the episode, you'll be focusing on showing the early festival preparations as well as Rimuru's own mission to brainstorm exciting activities for the upcoming event. Also, the episode will be adapted from Chapter 2 of the Volume 8 light novel, so I'll be going over the contents they removed along with providing a breakdown for the episode as well. To start, now that Rimuru and his monster nation had made peace with Hinata and the Holy Knights, the official date of the Founders Festival was finally decided, so everyone was busy preparing for the upcoming festival. However, the anime only shows the conversation Rimuru had with Gabiru and Vesta because in the light novel, Rimuru also mentions that he told Gal to take a vacation from work once the festival begins. And it was hilarious how Shion along with Valdora's projects were the only ones that made Rimuru worried. As for Shuna, the reason that she asked Rimuru to bring her to Ingratia wasn't explicitly mentioned in the anime, but it was revealed in the light novel that she plans on opening her own cafe in Tempest, so she wanted to recruit the pastry chef known as Yoshida Kaoru to help her. However, Rimuru informs her that Yoshida is stubborn and he has failed numerous times to convince the pastry chef to move, but this time it seems that he quickly folded after meeting Shuna because in the light novel, it was revealed that Yoshida is a complete pushover when it comes to pretty girls, and he also has a little crush on her. Moving on, Rumpai, wanting to do something for the upcoming festival as well after seeing how hardworking his subordinates were, decided to seek help from guard Meow Mouse. But actually before that, if we go by the sequence of events that occur in the light novel, there was supposed to be 2 scenes that should have happened prior to Rumpai's visit to the Bloomer Kingdom. And it mainly involves King Gazer having an emergency conference with his cabinet to discuss about the report they received from the Dwarven spies regarding the outcome of Rumpai's battle with Hinata, and another scene involving the Empress of the Sorceress Dynasty Saren talking to Aaron's father, Alok Grimwald, about participating in the Founders Festival. However, I'm guessing they plan on showing the 2 scenes in the next episode, so I'll refrain from going over them first. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. Right before Rumpai arrives at the trading house of the Bloomer Kingdom, Meow Mouse was meeting with a noble named Viscount Kazak, and in the light novel, Meow Mouse was looking down on the noble because he often came to swindle money from him with devious or outright terrible business proposals. But since Kazak was still a noble, Meow Mouse still had to show him respect and why he was behaving so courteous towards him while internally complaining about the Viscount in the anime. And regarding their conversation about opening a night establishment, the light novel actually gave a much more comprehensive look at how talented Meow Mouse was at doing business. Just from the idea alone, he was already going over the cost of opening such a shop internally. He knew the noble was an idiot for not understanding the long-term cost of buying slaves, because you not only have to provide them with food and clothing, but their living accommodation as well, even if you don't wish to pay them a salary. But besides that, you had to consider that no matter how beautiful the slave worker was, they will eventually age in the end, and even selling them as sex workers will hardly be sufficient to recover the initial investments used to buy sex workers. Not to mention the additional effort needed to prevent the spread of sexual diseases. Furthermore, when Kazak mentions that he has managed to procure elven slaves, Meow Mouse was stated to be utterly disgusted by the Viscount in the light novel, because he knew the implications of being in possession of elven slaves, and countries like the armed nation of Dwargon, Sorceress Dynasty Sarian, and even Tempest would definitely respond harshly if they found out that demi-humans were being trafficked by humans. It was for this reason Meow Mouse was trying to think of an excuse to turn down Kazak in the anime without offending the Viscount, and that's when Rumpai entered the room. And the preceding interaction that happened in the anime involving Kazak being rude towards Rumpai does follow the light novel, and I like how Meow Mouse was trying to behave in a courteous manner towards Kazak before, but once he started talking down to Rumpai, Meow Mouse would immediately snap and kick the Viscount out. On a side note, some light novel readers might have noticed the painting in the background because it's actually a big foreshadowing for a future plot point involving Rumpai and Wisdom King Raphael. But I won't spoil it for you guys, so maybe try to find someone in the comments below to answer your question. Back to the conversation, it was stated in the light novel how Meow Mouse had rejected all other meetings because he wanted to prioritize Rumpai, and the reason was given as well. Essentially, Rumpai not only brought great fortunes to Meow Mouse whenever they do business together, but he also deeply respected Rumpai for saving his life and for the virtue that it possesses, because despite the circumstances that Tempest faced previously, Rumpai could still focus on the well-beings of his trade partners. Additionally, the anime seems to have left out the part where Rumpai warns Meow Mouse in the light novel about offending a noble like Kazak, and that he secretly planned on assigning a bodyguard to protect Meow Mouse, which I'll go over later in the video. That said, Rumpai was apparently checking out on Meow Mouse about their various business ventures together, such as the fast food restaurant they plan to open to sell other world food items like hamburgers and fries. So Rumpai informs Meow Mouse that the first location will be open in Tempest, before expanding it further like they discussed in the anime. And much of their discussion on this topic will follow the light novel, even the part where Rumpai asks for Meow Mouse to provide trained workers that can help in the takoyaki booth that Valdra plans to open during the festival. And even though Meow Mouse was worried about the safety of the workers, he still chooses to believe in Rumpai, so he agrees to the proposal. Now to continue, they then proceeded to discuss about the Founders Festival itself, and they're trying to think of new entertainment options they can provide in Tempest to attract more visitors, but most of the things we see in the episode will play out the exact same as the light novel, with Rumpai ultimately deciding to build a coliseum along with a theatre that was suggested by Meow Mouse. However, there was a brief dialogue removed from the light novel where Meow Mouse asked Rumpai to have his subordinates fight in the Colosseum to determine who the strongest fighter was, and he immediately warns Meow Mouse to never speak of this subject in front of them, because not long ago Arnold apparently asked the same question and nearly caused a civil war between Rumpai's subordinates, which would have been quite funny to see animated in the episode. Regardless, they continued to discuss about the Colosseum plan, so Rumpai wanted Meow Mouse to help organize a martial tournament, and the reaction of Meow Mouse towards the proposal along with the conversation that happened right after will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel. And I have to say, the anime really did well to convey Rumpai's plans for the Colosseum and explain how they'll generate revenue from it without making the exposition feel heavy or boring, and seeing how enthusiastic they both were about the upcoming festival just makes the viewers excited for it as well. Having said that, after agreeing to help remove the preparations for the martial tournament, Milmouse was asked to join Tempest, and in the light novel, he was described to be overwhelmed by emotion and happiness when he heard Rimu's offer, so immediately accepted. Additionally, this wasn't mentioned in the anime, but Rimu wanted to hire Milmouse because now that their nation has grown larger, Shuna can no longer handle the national finance of Tempest by herself, so it was better to have someone like Milmouse to become the Minister of Finance since Rimu trusted him, and he has numerous connections to merchants as well that can help promote Tempest even further. Another reason is that Shuna was quite strict when it came to Rimu's own allowance, but with Milmouse, he would be free to embezzle the funds of their nation without being scolded by Shuna. Having finished their meeting, Rimu left, and the anime actually removed a sequence from the light novel involving Milmouse informing his subordinates about his decision to permanently move to Tempest, and the preparations he made like deciding on who to bring and who should stay to manage his operations in the Blooming Kingdom. In addition to that, another sequence showing Rimu's perspective after he left was not included as well, so to explain, he was quite excited about the martial tournament, so he wanted to start on the construction of the Colosseum quickly, but because Gal and Mudo were busy, he decided to give the project to a hobgoblin named Gokyu, one of Mudo's apprentices. Rimu then had Wisdom King Raphael draw up the plans by analyzing his memories on the Roman Colosseum, and once it was done, he asked Ranga to help deliver the plans back to Tempest because he still wanted to visit Fuse before leaving. He also informed Ranga to ask Rigger to send a person from their security division because he wanted to assign a person to protect Milmouse, fearing that Viscount Kazakh might take action against him. And there was a hilarious interaction in the light novel where Ranga volunteered to take a bite at Kazakh, but he was quickly reprimanded by Rimu, who suspected that the best doggo did something similar during the Farmer Kingdom's civil war. With that being said, Rimu arrived at the Freedom Association branch in Blumen, and he actually had a brief exchange with the receptionist in the light novel, which reveals that Rimu was now a rank B+ adventurer after he completed the test. Nonetheless, Rimu proceeded to meet the guildmaster, and it was hilarious seeing the outright depressed and tired look of Fuse because having a Demonlord casually walking around a human city was indeed stressful. Fuse then apologized for failing to stop the Western Holy Church in the anime, so Rimu told him the outcome of the conflict with the Holy Knights. But in the light novel, Rimu saw how worried Fuse was, so he apparently told him everything starting from the Walpurgis banquet up to their recent meeting with the Holy Knights, although he intentionally leaves out the part about Luminous being the goddess of luminism. It was after Rimu finished recounting the past events that he decided to leave like we see in the anime, and he provided Fuse with invitations to the Founders Festival, wanting him to help deliver it to the Bloomin' King. Furthermore, when Fuse mentions Yuki being worried about the conflict with the Holy Knights, Rimu decides to personally write another invitation letter and ask Fuse to deliver it as well. And Rimu is just plain evil because right as he was about to leave, he informs Fuse that Million will be attending the festival as well to stress him out even more, but it was definitely funny. However, when Rimu leaves the Freedom Association branch, there was a sequence in the light novel that was slightly removed from the anime involving the hobgoblin known as Gobemon jumping out of Rimu's shadow to greet him. And to explain, he was sent by Rigger after hearing about Rimu's request from Ranga. So to give a brief character backstory, he's a very talented fighter that competed against Gokta in the past for the position of captain in the Goblin Riders, but he was arrogant and often looked down on his subordinates and fellow companions, so the position was given to Gokta instead, which caused Gobemon to transfer to another division because he refuses to serve him. And wanting to help Gobemon overcome this personality trait, Rimu not only ordered him to protect Milmouse from the shadows, he wanted Gobemon to learn how to gain the trust of others and interacting with people from Milmouse as well, even offering his own katana as a reward to Gobemon if he succeeds in the mission. Anyways, before I end the video, I wanted to mention how good looking the episode was as compared to the previous ones. Because Rimu's movements and the animation quality overall seems to have been improved by a lot. They probably had the same team that worked on Tensura Nikki for this second part given how similar they feel. Maybe they saved the budget just for the Founders Festival arc. Not to mention the opening sequence as well, which actually feels so unique and different from the usual Tensura opening songs. And the way they utilize the different sequences to foreshadow what we can expect from the second part of Season 3 somehow made me excited for the festival, and I was completely immersed by how beautiful it looked. The ending sequence was also super interesting and the art style itself was quite unique. I really like how they basically depicted the Tensura world in a modernized setting, showing us the various aspects of life through the daily routine of Shuna. But fair warning for everyone, the second part of Season 3 will be focusing on country building and a lot of slice of life elements, so if you guys were expecting action, I think you should probably stop watching the anime.
さて、あとは開催日に間に合うように準備を整えるだけだな。
In continuation of my previous cut content and episode breakdown video, today we'll be taking a look at Season 3 Episode 13, which is titled Nations and Invitations, adapting from Chapter 2 and 3 of the Volume 8 light novel. So in today's video, I'll be covering the light novel contents that were removed from the meetings in the Armed Nation of Dwagon and the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, along with learning more about Rimuru's proposal to Ramirez about building her labyrinth in Tempest. With that being said, the episode begins in the Armed Nation of Dwagon, where an emergency conference was currently taking place to discuss about their future relationship with the Tempest Federation, and the anime version actually removes quite a bit of content from the light novel, so I'll be going over them. For starters, it was stated that King Gazer along with all his ministers were present for the meeting, but in the anime, only Dolph, Vaughn, and Giant were shown to be present. Furthermore, this wasn't explicitly mentioned in the anime, but when Giant stated that Rimuru has become stronger than King Gazer, she was implying that Hinata possesses the same level of strength as King Gazer, and if she was defeated by Rimuru, it meant that their nation would be helpless if the Demon Lord decided to turn hostile towards them. That's why Giant stated that Rimuru was a threat in the anime. Adding to this, their discussion about Rimuru's subordinates being able to utterly decimate the Holy Knights and the 10 Great Saints without suffering a single casualty were again not covered in the anime. And they were essentially fearful of Tempest because not only their leader can now easily overpower King Gazer, but their military might have even surpassed Dwagon. However, like we see in the anime, King Gazer was confident that Rimuru will never betray them and wishes to continue their friendship with Tempest. He even stated in the light novel they'll accept the proposal from the Holy Empire of Luvalia since it was Rimuru who helped to broker this deal. Not only that, the light novel also explained why King Gazer still believed in Rimuru because during his last encounter with the newly ascended Rimuru back in Season 2, King Gazer had used his unique skill Tyrant to analyze Rimuru, but he wasn't able to sense any malicious or malevolent aura from him. That's why King Gazer stated that he was still the same good-natured slime in the anime. Besides that, the internalized thoughts of King Gazer were not included in the anime as well, so to explain, he was actually praising Rimuru internally for his ingenuity and ability to win the hearts of everyone he meets, but he also stated that if Rimuru's vision for the future might trigger another Great Tenma War, he would gladly support Rimuru no matter what, which would have been nice to see in the anime since their relationship has always been interesting to watch. Now, with the serious topic finished, Henrietta presented King Gazer with the invitation to the Founders Festival, and this wasn't shown in the anime but in the light novel. The ministers were all commenting about how delicious the food and amazing the amenities in Tempest were, even being jealous that Vesta gets to freely do research and have fun in the Monster Nation, so they were constantly pestering King Gazer to bring them along in his entourage. That said, King Gazer decided to accept the invitation and the light novel actually provided a wholesome dialogue from him. He stated how he would not be attending as a king but rather as Rimuru's senior and friend, knowing that he would have trouble handling some of the foreign nobilities and dignitaries, so he wanted to ease the tension during the festival. It was unfortunate this wasn't included in the anime because it expands on the friendship between King Gazer and Rimuru. Regardless, it was stated in the light novel that King Gazer has another reason as well. He wanted to show the other nations the relationship that Dwagon has with Tempest, being one of their first and closest allies. Moving over to the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, we finally get the official anime appearance of Empress Elmesia, and she was described in the light novel to be one of the oldest beings in the Tensura world because of her extremely pure elven blood, which made her quite defensive about her age. She was also known as a High Elf, the progenitor to the common elves that we see in the show. In any case, Elmesia was currently meeting with Aloud to discuss about the Founders Festival invitation, but before that, we see a flashback to 3 months prior where Aloud reported to Elmesia about his visit to Tempest, and the anime really captured word for word the childish and snarky attitude of Elmesia towards Aloud for apparently not bringing her along to such an interesting place and keeping all the fun to himself. And it was stated in the light novel that after a rant, she threw a tantrum and froze the budget for all the projects belonging to Aloud like the scientific collaboration and road construction with Tempest. It was for this reason that Aloud decided to present her with the invitation to the Founders Festival in the anime to cheer her up, because if he visited Tempest again without informing Elmesia, he definitely would have pissed her off even more, and the consequences might have been even worse than just freezing his budget. But back to the meeting, the following interaction where Elmesia was talking about the pastry chef Yoshida and dealing emotional damage to Aloud by showing off her close relationship with Aaron actually had no significance to the story. Rather, Elmesia only wanted to tease him because she thought that Aloud knew about Yoshida's involvement with Tempest, so he wanted to keep all the delicious cakes to himself and use it to bribe Aaron to come home, which is the reason why Elmesia was angry with Aloud in the first place. She is so petty and I absolutely love it. However, from a writing and character perspective, this interaction was slightly added to showcase Almasia's ability to completely dictate and lead the conversation with Ella because of her overwhelming experience having lived so long, while also helping to establish what kind of person she is, a sarcastic and shrewd individual. Also, it was stated in a light novel that she normally behaves in a cold and emotionless manner towards others except for Ella's family, who are the only people that she trusted, hence why she is so casual when talking to Ella and such good friends with Aaron. Having said that, they went back to Remu's invitation and Ella was quite worried about Almasia's choice because in a light novel, it reveals that Sarian was a nation comprised of 13 houses, all under the rule of the Imperial House, which Almasia sits at the top, and she is mainly responsible for mediating the relations between the houses, along with serving as the supreme commander of the military since the other houses don't have their own standing military. However, some of the houses often interfere with state affairs and even believe that the Empress doesn't care about the politics at all, so they secretly attempted to amass power for their own houses in hopes of someday overthrowing the Imperial House, not knowing that Almasia is already aware of this and that she simply chooses to ignore them. And since having the Empress visiting another country would be a major state affair, Ella was sure some of the houses would take the opportunity to either assassinate Almasia or ruin her reputation with the other houses. And it was disappointing the anime did not follow the light novel here, because when she reassures Ella to not worry about those children who plan to usurp her, she is described to be exerting the unique aura of a ruler, which would have been awesome to see play out in an episode. On a side note, did you know that Ella's mother, Alice Grimwald, was actually Almasia's grandmother, and her father is Ella's brother, making Ella her uncle, but because he was born much later, he was still just a child in the eyes of Almasia, which is honestly quite funny, so it's not surprising that Ella doesn't even hold a candle to her. But continuing on, we get another instance of Almasia showing the tremendous amount of wisdom and intelligence she possesses when they started to discuss about the highway agreement between Sarian and Tempest. And even though much of the conversation that took place in the anime pretty much followed the light novel, I just wanted to point out how Almasia was able to completely interpret Remu's intentions without even having to speak to him. Basically, because Tempest agreed to take on the entire cost of building the roads without help from Sarian, they will have full control of the tolls, and if Sarian decided to negotiate for a lower price or share in the profits acquired in the far future, they'll have no bargaining power since they obviously can't pressure a demon lord with force either. And with Tempest almost guaranteed to become the center of trade in this new era, it meant that Sarian won't be able to completely reap the benefit from this prosperity, and might even suffer some revenue loss as well due to the monster nation monopolizing the trade routes. And this is what makes Tensura great. We know that Rimuru is quite powerful in terms of fighting, but this episode really cements that he is insanely gifted as well when it comes to things like politics and economy, having the vision to do what he wants while also winning against other nations without the need for fighting. Nonetheless, the rest of the conversation that happened in the anime about Almasia ultimately deciding they can't miss the Founders Festival will play out the exact same as the light novel. Now then, over at the Tempest Federation, Rimuru returned from his trip in the Bloomer Kingdom in the previous episode and was contemplating about additional events he can create to attract more visitors because Meowmouse informed him that it wasn't commercially viable to constantly host martial tournaments and they needed an attraction that can bring in people on a daily basis. That's when he heard a commotion nearby, and in the light novel, he immediately knew who the troublemakers were by using his universal perception, so he approaches Ramirez, and the voice actress was really having fun with her performance here, constantly switching the tone of her voice when she tried to gain sympathy from Gokyu and then ultimately resorting to dress when he wasn't having it. And the subsequent interaction Rimuru had with Ramirez will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel, although it was still funny seeing the once competent trainee turning into a complete idiot thanks to a master, and I honestly feel bad for Beretta, having to be the one that explains this shit show to Rimuru. So we are then treated to a flashback inside the dwelling of the spirits where Ramirez was discussing with Beretta and Trainee about moving to a new location, and much of that conversation will follow the light novel. Again, it was still hilarious seeing Beretta being the only one with some shred of reasoning and self-awareness, because even though she wanted to move closer to Rimuru as well, Beretta knew they needed a better plan than just hoping for the kindness and generosity of Rimuru. Anyways, back to the present. Having understood the situation, the rest of the interaction had pretty much unfolded accordingly to the light novel, and despite being annoyed that Ramirez ordered Trainee to put the Tempest guards to sleep, Rimuru wasn't actually mad at her. Rather, he was inspired by her to create a dungeon for adventurers to explore or fight monsters in, so he decided to invite Ramirez back to Tempest, where they can further discuss about this matter. But before moving to the meeting hall, in the light novel, Rimuru will inform Gokyu to repurpose the shack into a resting cabin for the Tempest guards to use. Over at the meeting hall, Rumpai was discussing with Gokyu about creating an empty space below the Colosseum to serve as the entrance room into Ramurus' labyrinth, but because the structural integrity would be compromised, they decided to shift the position to the side, and it's nice to see technical details like this included into the anime. And Ramurus, understanding what Rumpai meant, she became overwhelmed with joy because she can finally stay in temples. With that being said, Rumpai proceeded to explain his intentions for the Colosseum and the dungeon, as well as the job that Ramurus will be handling, with much of it going accordingly with the light novel. But it was funny, the only takeaway Ramurus got from this interaction was that she will no longer be called a jobless shut-in anymore. Additionally, the reaction of Ramurus in the anime upon hearing the amount of money she will earn from this corporation was hilarious as well, and Rumpai even stated in the light novel how Ramurus seems to be quite obsessed about money. Nonetheless, Rumpai quickly dragged Ramurus back to reality so they can begin drafting the plan for the Colosseum just like we see in the anime, and much of what they talked about were the same as the light novel, although the episode doesn't mention how Rumpai plans to add train tracks on the streets and even a station near the Colosseum in the future to improve the travelling and transport infrastructure of temples. But to continue, when choosing a location for the Colosseum, Rumpai couldn't use some of the open areas since they are being occupied by the lycanthrope refugees, so Ramurus suggested to simply move them into a labyrinth, although she can only teleport inanimate objects, whereas for living beings, she requires their consent before transporting them into the labyrinth. That's when Ramurus will explain how her ability works, and the anime actually skips this, so to explain, she reveals that her skill is called Labyrinth Creation or Mini World, and as the name implies, it allows her to create a labyrinth, and inside this structure, she has complete control over anything or anyone inside and near the labyrinth. For example, she can even take away the weapons and equipment of people who are directly outside, or instantly kill them once they step foot into the labyrinth. Furthermore, Ramurus will answer 5 specific questions that were proposed by Rumpai as well. The first is how many floors she can make, and there was technically no limit, but she only has the strength to construct and maintain around 100 floors. Next, she has asked how long it would take to create the floors, and it takes roughly 1 hour per floor, although with more floors added, the energy consumption of Ramurus will also increase. The third question was what will happen to living creatures that stay inside the labyrinth. Essentially, all living beings and even spiritual beings can inhabit the space with no issues, and if the floors are filled with an abundance of magics, monsters can even spawn naturally. For the fourth question, it was whether if Ramurus can alter the interior structure and layout of the labyrinth, and the answer is yes, she can freely change the entire structure in around an hour. Also, she is able to create any structure she wants except for organic things. The last question was the most important. What happens if someone dies inside the labyrinth? Basically, before anyone enters the labyrinth, Ramurus has to first receive their permission, and once they consented, she has complete authority over the people who entered, so even if they died and she was aware of their position, she can simply resurrect them without any issues and send them outside the labyrinth. However, if there are too many people, she will have a difficult time to track them, but Ramurus does provide a simple solution. People who enter simply have to wear the items created by her. Having answered all the questions, we get a hilarious sequence in the anime where Rumpai was surprised at how useful Ramurus actually was, which offended her greatly, but he does compliment her afterwards, and the episode ends with her relishing in a moment.
思わないような感じかな。お前なあ。
Now then, in continuation of my cut content video, the recent Season 3 Episode 14, which is titled Labyrinth and the Storm Dragon, will be focusing on the creation process of Ramurus' Labyrinth along with Valdra's role in the project. So I'll be providing a breakdown for the things they discuss, along with additional information about the Labyrinth and some characterization elements involving Rumpai and Ramurus that were not included into the anime. And the episode will mainly be adapting from Chapter 3 of the Volume 8 light novel. Also, there's some unfortunate news for Episode 15, so watch till the end to find out what it is. To start, the episode begins by showing Rumpai discussing with Gokyu about the construction of the Colosseum, but in the light novel, they were actually quite worried about not finishing before the Founders Festival because Gelt was busy. However, the anime will instead flip this sequence by having Rumpai and Gokyu being more sarcastic about the matter like we see in the episode, and how the Colosseum was almost completely finished thanks to help from the lycanthropes. Then we get a flashback of Rumai's conversation with the lycanthropes in the anime about moving them into Ramurus' labyrinth, and how they wanted to help in the construction of the Colosseum as repayment for Rumai's hospitality. And it was after receiving their consent that Ramurus moved the refugee houses into one of the floors. And it was revealed in the light novel the internal space was not only free from the weather and has its own day-night cycle, but it was fully air-conditioned as well, which made it extremely comfortable for the lycanthropes. Furthermore, this wasn't mentioned in the anime, but all the lycanthropes needed to do to enter the space was to simply interact with the door located at the entrance hall and think or say the words "I want to go in" to be teleported to the floor. Now, the following conversation that Rumur had with Ramirez in the anime about the labyrinth, how he'll be filling the floors with monsters, and the whispering sequence between them would proceed accordingly with the light novel. And the brief montage of everyone working together on the Colosseum doesn't have any significant things to cover as well, although Rumur did mention in the light novel that he only told Ramirez to focus on expanding the labyrinth to keep her busy because he was worried that she would start interfering with the Colosseum work. Moving on, Rumur would visit Kurobe's workshop to request for products that couldn't be sold as merchandise, because he planned to have them be put into treasure chests inside the labyrinth and serve as extra incentives for adventurers. But the reason the products couldn't be sold was because they were either too dangerous, difficult, or overpowered for the average person to use, with the cursed meal along with the cursed sword that was shown in the episode being good examples of such items. In addition to that, Rumur stated in the light novel how all the items inside the warehouse were at a unique grade or higher, and not even the products found in the capital of Ingratia could compare to the ones Kurobe created. Also, this wasn't mentioned in the anime, but when Rumur was going over all the possible business opportunities for the labyrinth, he said that he plans on running field experiments along with dangerous training exercises inside since people can't die. Furthermore, he wants to establish an appraiser shop as well to help evaluate or buy back weapons and equipment that are potentially dangerous to the user. But another reason is that he plans on using the appraiser shop to provide pay to adventurers by buying the monster materials gathered by them, which would further provide more appeal for them to enter the labyrinth since they can essentially earn a living simply by farming materials inside. With that said, Kurobe would interrupt Rumur's brainstorming and presented him with a straight sword that eventually became his signature weapon, and the rest of the conversation would happen accordingly to the light novel. And this is actually the first mention of slaughter weapons in the Tensura series, so hopefully the anime will provide a more detailed explanation in the future episodes. But to give a quick rundown for this type of weapons, they normally have permanent holes punched into them, which can then be inserted with specialized magic marbles that are imbued with the power of elemental spirits, granting them various magical properties such as water or fire powers. But if you're interested in learning more about slaughter weapons, be sure to check out my video on all the Tensura weapon and equipment types, links in the top right or description down below. In any case, after acquiring the items he needed from Kurobe, Rumur went to find Valdra to present his sales pitch, and he easily convinced the Whip Dragon to become the final boss inside the labyrinth. And with this, Rumur was able to resolve the issue of Valdra needing to release his Magicuse, along with acquiring a Magicule battery he can exploit for spawning monsters inside the labyrinth as well. There was also an additional reason not mentioned in the anime but in the light novel. Rumur was getting tired of Valdra staying at his house, and he doesn't want the Whip Dragon to turn into a professional need, so he needed a way of getting Valdra out while also providing him with some type of job. That said, the rest of the conversation proceeded accordingly with the light novel, and they headed over to the Colosseum to meet with Ramirez. And I really enjoyed the anime-only sequence where Rumur and Ramirez were scheming behind Valdra's back as they manipulated him. Their chemistry just felt insanely good here, and seeing their interaction together was super wholesome as well. Also in the light novel, Rumur apparently gave Valdra the nickname of Gallidora because she was so gullible. Nevertheless, they went inside the labyrinth, and it was stated that Ramirez has already done around 15 floors, but she can simply let the rest of the floors expand by themselves, so they decided to first decorate Valdra's floor. And the preceding sequence they will see in the episode of them discussing on the design will pretty much occur in a similar fashion with the light novel, although I have to commend the anime for the way they adapted the sequence where they used stock communication to convey the design, and then having Ramirez construct the room by overlaying the structures onto the simulation, because it was such a nice detail. Additionally, seeing Valdra's reaction to his new living space was super wholesome as well. He now has a giant hall for his original dragon form to stay in, and even a personal quarter for his human form to relax or read manga in that is fully furnished with all the top quality furniture produced by Tempest. After letting Valdra settle into his new living space, it was stated in the light novel that it took a whole week for the 100 floors of the labyrinth to be fully completed, and they would reconvene again to discuss about the mechanics they will be including into the dungeon, such as a modular layout that will change every few days to prevent people from memorizing the routes, along with a save point on every 10 floors which is guarded by a floor guardian, and they don't have to worry about the floor guardians being killed as well, since Ramirez can simply resurrect them after they are defeated by participants of the labyrinth. Rumur even went on to compliment how broken this feature was in the light novel, stating that subordinates with a direct connection to Ramirez were basically immortal inside the labyrinth, since they can continuously fight without worry of death or getting tired. That said, as for the people who wishes to challenge the labyrinth, Rumur had Ramirez prepare a single-use resurrection bracelet designed to simulate the same consenting process that is required to enter the labyrinth, since it would be annoying for her to constantly check the permission with participants, and I honestly felt bad for Bretta, having to be the one that tested tested the effectiveness of the item. Luckily, the item worked, although she is a demon, so she wouldn't die that easily even if the item failed. Also, because the resurrection bracelet can only be used inside the labyrinth, in the light novel, Rimuru was worried people might misunderstand the item and think it will work outside in the real world, so he reminded himself to provide a proper explanation and warning when the labyrinth eventually opens. Aside from that, Rammus had created an emergency escape item as well called the Return Whistle, which allows the user to return to the surface, and this wasn't mentioned in the anime along with the fact that Rimuru plans on selling both items, although he still hasn't decided on the price. With that, they all move on to the next phase, the creation of the monsters inside the labyrinth, so they went to Valdra's floor as he prepares to release all of his suppressed magic cues, and the anime really did well to convey the amount of energy he has been storing for all this time, since he even blasted Rimuru while shooting Ramurus, Trainee and Beretta with absolute defense away. It just goes to show the magic cue capacity of Valdra, because in the light novel, Ramurus said that the shockwave was able to impact the entire labyrinth and destroy the room they were in. It was unfortunate we weren't able to see this happen in the anime, since it would have helped to further reiterate the destructive power of the Storm Dragon. However, the entire sequence of seeing the magic cube spread throughout the labyrinth was a really nice touch by the anime, and we even get a brief cameo of the Raja Kingdom from the movie when Rimuru thought of the idea to create a warehouse here to store iron ores and other minerals, so that it would turn into magic steel ore due to being immersed in Valdra's highly concentrated magic cubes. On a side note, the chemistry between Ramurus and Rimuru was again so fun to watch as she immediately understood his plans. Nonetheless, in the light novel, Valdra would actually continue to release his magic cubes inside the labyrinth while Rimuru and the others went back to rest for the day, only returning the next morning but as seen in the anime. Their conversation would continue. Essentially, Rimuru had wanted to resolve the issue regarding Beretta's loyalty because in the previous season, when she was allowed to help in the fight against Clayman during the Walpurgis banquet, she promised Guy Crimson that she would pledge her full loyalty to Ramurus afterwards. However, because she still wishes to serve Rimuru, she was somewhat conflicted about switching allegiance, but like we see in the anime, since Ramurus has moved to temples where Rimuru was, she can indirectly serve him while also keeping to the promise she made with Guy. And this wasn't mentioned in the anime, but Rimuru has suspected this was Beretta's plan all along, even wondering where she learned to be so cunning, which would have been funny to see play out in the episode. But anyways, the following sequence of Rimuru deactivating the Master Lock and transferring the Master Access to Ramurus will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel, although the episode doesn't mention that if anything ever happens to Ramurus, the authority will return to Rimuru, which of course he hopes will never actually come to pass. That's why he told Beretta to take care of Ramurus in the anime. And it was sad but sweet as well to see Ramurus being so happy that she finally has a family of her own. I guess she really did felt lonely all this time. Regardless, with Beretta officially becoming the subordinate of Ramurus, she can no longer die inside the labyrinth, and Rimuru actually contemplated about the potential power of Ramurus if she is somehow able to tame the monsters that will soon start to spawn, because she will essentially be in possession of an immortal legion, which was a terrifying thought for Rimuru. Having said that, it was time for them to plan and design the internal structure of the labyrinth, and this wasn't explicitly stated in the anime, but the first level was around 625,000 square meters, just slightly smaller than a typical football field. Additionally, the deeper you travel, the narrower the labyrinth will become, and it basically resembled an inverted pyramid, which the episode does visually depict. And the reason for this design choice is because Rimuru wanted the concentration of Valdra's magic cubes to be more diluted at the beginning floors, so that the monsters won't be too powerful, whereas the lower floors will get increasingly stronger. Now, when they started to discuss about the type of traps they could add, there were a few from the light novel that were not included in the episode, such as the mimic chest that has monsters disguised as treasures, monster cabin which is a room filled with monsters, dark levels where the entire space is in complete darkness, low ceiling floors where movement is highly restricted, and finally Rimuru, the biggest trap of all. But jokes aside, Rimuru's explanation of implementing a sealed room in the episode was actually quite sadistic. I think most of us would rather die quickly than a slow, painful, suffocating death. No wonder Ramurus said that he's scary in the episode. However, when Rimuru asked for floors that have terrain effects, Ramurus promptly rejected the idea despite just praising him for being very capable and creative, because it would take her a large amount of energy to sustain the effects. That's when Milim would interrupt their discussion like we see in the anime by suggesting to capture elemental dragons for the terrain effect, and it was stated in the light novel that despite being down at the 100th floor, along with the fact that the entire labyrinth essentially existed in an alternate dimension, Milim was still able to casually enter, hence Rimuru's surprise reaction to her in the episode. And it's great to see Milim again, especially with the updated visuals of Season 3, and it seems like she'll be joining the labyrinth creation in the upcoming episode as well. Also, for those that do not know, Season 3 Episode 15 will be delayed because there was apparently some scheduling conflict, so it will only be released on July 19. Just a heads up for anyone that's looking forward to the new episode. It's been 2 weeks since the last episode of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3, but episode 15, which is titled The Audience, has finally returned with Milim joining in on the labyrinth preparations and Meowmouse's arrival in the Tempest Federation. The episode will also be focusing on the various inhabitants of the Great Giraffe Forest they'll be visiting to pay their respects to Rumur. However, episode 15 probably has the most left out content so far for Season 3, such as the origins of the normal dragons in the Tensura world, along with a minor subplot involving the Hobgoblin Gobemon that was completely skipped over. With that said, episode 15 will be adapting from chapter 3 and 4 of the volume 8 light novel, continuing directly after episode 14 with the arrival of Milim, who was quite annoyed that Rumur did not invite her to participate in the labyrinth creation, but Valdra will interrupt their conversation and joined by Ramirez, who were both trying to dismiss her. I guess it's revenge for the time that Milim was gloating to Ramirez about having fun in Tempest back in season 1. And the following of Milim throwing a tantrum while arguing with Ramirez in the anime will happen in a similar fashion to the light novel, but they'll ultimately stop by Shuna, which technically makes her the most powerful character in Tempest because she was able to easily tame the 2 ancient demon lords. Nonetheless, after letting Milim have a cake, she was allowed to join in the labyrinth project, and it was obvious that she was trying to escape from her duties based on her reaction when she was questioned about asking Frey for permission to be in Tempest, which pretty much went accordingly with the light novel. However, the explanation on the difference between a normal dragon and true dragon was completely removed from the episode. To explain, normal dragons are simply monsters more akin to giant lizards that carry a diluted likeness to the Star King dragon Valdanava, and they're only called dragons due to the physical characteristics they share with true dragons. Also, normal dragons were able to exist because when the elemental dragon that Valdanava gifted to Milim had died and transformed into a chaos dragon, its dragon factor would be shattered and spread throughout the world, where the pieces would then cause the birth of lesser dragons in areas with high magical concentrations. And for dragons born with more properties of the elemental dragon, they will become archdragons, and there were even some born with elemental powers such as earth, water, fire, and wind. They were considered the strongest type of archdragons, and the sky dragon that Rumur fought in season 1 was actually a degraded archdragon. Additionally, when archdragons are able to live for hundreds of years, they start to gain sentience and learn to acquire wisdom, which allows them to evolve into dragon lords, among the most powerful in the dragon race, being able to rival or even surpass the power of claimant level enemies. This also made them the ideal candidate to transform the terrain of the labyrinth into what Rumur desired, but Milim will interject in the light novel that it was difficult to capture a dragon lord because of their intelligence, so she plans on capturing archdragons with the desired elemental attributes, since it will be easier to just have the dragons consume the abundant magicals in the labyrinth to make their nests, and have them evolve into dragon lords later instead. Not only that, Rumur went on to explain which floors will be housing the respective dragon types, and this wasn't included into the episode as well, but basically, floor 96 will be home to the Earth Dragon, floor 97 will be for the Wind Dragon, floor 98 will have the Ice Dragon, and floor 99 will house the Fire Dragon. After Milim left to catch the dragons, the episode doesn't include the part where Rumur along with Ramirez and Valdra spend the next few days installing the remaining traps while also doing a thorough examination of all the floors. And during their inspection, Rumur roughly explained the layout of each level, starting with the first floor, which was mainly a large open area for people to practice or test out their skills, since there are only low-level monsters here and no gimmicks. Then from the 2nd to 5th floors, it was more of the same as the first, but from level 6 onwards, this is where traps would start to appear, and after they made it to level 10, they'll be facing a floor boss, although Rumur still hasn't found the right monster to serve as the boss. Honestly, it was unfortunate the anime removed the origin of the dragons and more details about the labyrinth because they're actually quite important to the overall world building of the series. Rumur left the remaining preparations to them while he went back to town, where he would greet Meowmouse, who has just arrived like we see in the anime. Then he along with Meowmouse and Rigurt went around the town to check on the festival preparations, but when Rumur informs Rigurt that Meowmouse will be joining Tempest as the Minister of Finance once the festival is over, the anime doesn't provide the reason that was revealed in the light novel why Rigurt was so supportive of the idea. Essentially, Rigurt knew that even though Vesta has helped to increase the literacy rate in Tempest, they still lack the skills when it comes to accounting and writing, so having a professional merchant like Meowmouse would definitely help improve the shortcomings of his fellow countrymen. Also, he thought the idea of showing others that even an outsider was able to earn a position in their government as long as they have the right experience and skills would be good publicity for them. Moving on, Rumur brought Meowmouse and his group to their new lodging, which was stated in the light novel to be newly built just for them, and their reaction would be the same as the light novel. Furthermore, the anime had greatly shortened the interaction between Rumur and Gobemon, who was the hobgoblin that was initially assigned to protect Meowmouse, which would have taken place in episode 12 if the anime did not remove the subplot. But I digress. On their way over to Tempest, Miyomau's group was attacked by a basilisk sent by Viscount Kazakh, so Gobemon was forced to intervene, and during the fight, he was hit by the petrification attack of the creature, so he needed to amputate his arm, but ultimately, he was able to defeat the creature thanks to help from Bite and Miyomau's bodyguards. Rimuru would then offer to heal Gobemon's arm, but he refused because he was ashamed of needing help from others, so he was lectured by Rimuru for being stubborn and constantly wanting to be a lone ranger. That's why he healed Gobemon's arm and ordered him to permanently serve Miyomau so that he can learn to work with others. And it's here we learn what happened to Rimuru's previous sword, because he gifted it to Gobemon for successfully protecting Miyomau. And it would have been nice to see this play out in the anime, but I can understand the time constraints and why this subplot was removed. In any case, Rimuru would then have a meeting with his executives to discuss about the arrival of the various inhabitants of the Great Giraffe Forest in the city and how they accept them, because some were looking to gauge the strength of Rimuru while some wanted to pay their respects. And similar to what we see in the anime, Tuna suggested to hold an audience ceremony, so Rimuru agreed to the plan, but before they begin, there was a brief mention of why Diablo and Hakuro still haven't returned from the Farmer Kingdom, because they were still busy prepping Yom for his coronation, which will likely be covered in the upcoming episodes. That said, when the audience ceremony started, the anime manages to capture the tone for the setting that was described in the light novel, although the episode did leave out some of the inhabitants that greeted Rimuru, instead just showing them briefly. The most notable was the meeting with the rabbit folks, who were considered to be the weakest race in the Great Giraffe Forest, and the chieftain was actually quite nervous the entire time because his daughter was apparently running around Tempest, and he was afraid that she might offend the Demon Lord. However, Rimuru was more interested about the idea of a bunny girl than anything else, and it was truly a shame we did not get a cameo of Ramiya, because it would have been a nice Easter egg for fans of the spin-off story Ways of the Monster Nation. Nonetheless, the Rabbit Folk chieftain officially pledged their allegiance to Rimuru, and he was happy that the Demon Lord actually spoke to him directly while also praising his daughter. The next to offer their allegiance was the Lizardman chieftain Abiru, and even though the anime depicted him to still have the same appearance as season 1 after his naming, the light novel actually describes that he now looks more human, although he still possesses some physical features of a reptilian. And much of their interaction will play out the same way as the light novel, although it was super wholesome to see Rimuru calling out Gabiru to show Abiru how much his son has grown. Rimuru even tries signaling Gabiru to go with his father so that they can reconnect. However, the oblivious Gabiru did not get the hint, but Rigel was able to read the room and inform him of Rimuru's intentions. Honestly, it would have been nice to see the first day of the audience ceremony being expanded more in the episode, because it helps to put into perspective how many different races live in the Great Giraffe Forest, while also highlighting how talented Rigel was at dictating the flow of the entire event, interrupting when needed to either help ease the tension or maintaining the mood. Having said that, the last group for the day will be the Trians, but because they had difficulties traveling, Penny's sister Traya and Triss will be representing them, and once they congratulated Rimuru, they proceeded to present their issue. The Dryads along with the Trians apparently want to serve Ramirez, so Rimuru decided to bring them to personally ask her about the proposal. And not much can be said about the following sequence in the anime since it occurs in a similar way with the light novel, but it was still hilarious seeing how they suddenly become blinded once they see Ramirez, and having Beretta just in the background doing work while Training is pampering Ramirez really adds to the overall scene. Also, this wasn't mentioned in the episode, but with the Trians moving into the labyrinth, their presence was able to help stabilize the interior by balancing the magic concentration, and they were placed on level 95 alongside the lycanthrope refugees. Additionally, more information about the labyrinth was omitted from the anime, so to explain, Rimuru plans to turn level 91 into a warehouse for iron ores, level 92 into a processing factory to refine the ores into magic steel, level 93 will be a flower field where Apito along with Zagion can cultivate honey, and level 94 will be the honey processing plant. But I realized the anime is really trying to avoid showing or even mentioning them both. I just hope they won't forget them completely because they should have been introduced in season 2 and yet they still haven't appeared. On the second day, Rimuru will meet with the Gozu and Mezu tribes who were Minotaurs and Horsemen respectively, and they attended the ceremony because they hoped that the Demon Lord would side with one of them so that they can wipe out the others since they have been fighting for over 100 years. And much of their interaction here will be the same as the light novel, although the anime definitely made the sequence funnier as compared to what was described. But just then, a part of Shuna's barrier was broken, so Rimuru along with subordinates quickly headed towards the direction of the source, where they will be greeted by 3 brothers who have taken out the Yomigari and Kunai that engaged them in battle. Apparently, the eldest among the brothers was looking for the Demon Lord that took away his opportunity to kill Clayman, so when Rimuru was about to teach the brothers a lesson, Hyun interjected and volunteered to fight them, but he was worried because their magical levels were on par with the pre-awakened Clayman. However, Rimuru was forced to concede when even Benimaru was like, might as well let Hyun do whatever she wants. I guess he truly has given up on using logic when it comes to her. So they'll change the venue to the Colosseum to avoid destroying the town, and I won't go into the fight itself, but the studio really did an amazing amazing job with the overall sequence. The character movements felt smooth and precise while also getting the point across at how powerful Shion actually is. Again, Benimaru was able to drop another hilarious line with a dry delivery of his comments on the battle, and then having Shion misunderstanding Rimuru's reaction made the sequence so much better. Anyways, after the fight, the three brothers will reveal that Daigru was their father, with Daigra being the oldest followed by Liura and Debura being the youngest. The brothers proceeded to explain why they were in tempers, which happened accordingly with the light novel, and Rimuru decided to simply put them under Shion because he actually hoped that her training as well as her cooking might be too much for the brothers to handle, so even if they ultimately choose to quit by themselves, Daigru would not have a reason to get angry at Rimuru. With that, they left Shion to handle the three brothers and returned to the reception hall, where they were surprised to see the Gozu and Mezu tribes completely changing their tone once they saw Shion's fight. They proceeded to pledge their allegiance to Rimuru, so he finally acquired his dungeon bosses, and in the light novel, Riga actually gave them a final warning that if they ever cause any issues for Rimuru, he will personally administer the punishment on them. But to continue, the last meeting for the day was with the Elven tribe that live inside the Great Jura Forest, and Rimuru would internally remark in the light novel how he was disappointed that none of them were females. In addition to that, there was a brief tangent in the light novel as well where Rimuru explains how the elves first came into existence. Basically, when spirits materialize or become fallen creatures, they'll turn into fairies and possess a body, but depending on the element associated with it, the race that was created will be different. For example, the earth element became dwarves, water element became mermaids, fire element became goblins or ogres, and wind element became elves. Furthermore, Rimuru also mentioned how the elves can normally live from 5 to 800 years depending on the amount of fairy blood flowing through their veins, and they apparently retain their youthful appearance until 20 years before their natural lifespan expires, where they will start to rapidly age until they die. It was for this reason elves lacked the desire to reproduce and why their fertility rate was so low. Back to the Elven delegation, the Elder actually wanted to request for Rimuru to resolve the issue involving the Gozu and Mezu tribes, but seeing they have sworn to not create any trouble for the other inhabitants in the forest, the elves were relieved, but since their home has been greatly damaged by the conflict, the Elder hoped that Rimuru could provide them with new accommodations. That was when Rimuru thought of letting them stay inside level 95 because they could assist Trainee and the others to manage the inns and shops, or help Apito and Zagion with the honey production, but again the anime seems to have avoided mentioning them for whatever reason. Regardless, Rimuru was more excited about the idea of creating his own special club similar to the Night Butterfly in Dwagon, because then he will have a place to escape from Shuna and the others when he needs some alone time, or a place to just fool around with Gopta and have private meetings with Meow Mouse. That said, the Elder agreed to Rimuru's proposal, but when he raised the issue about some of their people going missing, Rimuru was reminded of Viscount Kazakh, so he ordered Sower to investigate the matter, and with that, the second day ended. Now on the last day of the ceremony, Gelt had returned from his vacation, and Diablo along with Hakuro just finished with the coronation in the Fallen Kingdom as well, but before Rimuru could inquire about the details of the mission, he was getting ready for the audience ceremony because they'll be receiving a major VIP, the Tengu race of the Kosha Mountain. And we finally get the anime appearance of the Tengu Princess Momiji, so hopefully the next episode will be focusing on them. Now then, in continuation of my cut content video on Tensura Season 3, the recent episode 16, which is titled Benimaru's Ordeal, will be adapting from Chapter 4 of the Volume 8 light novel. And the episode mainly covers the meeting between the Tengu tribe and the Tempest Federation, along with the events that transpired during Benimaru's visit to the Kusha Mountains. However, there were some character moments that were altered from the anime, such as the discussion that Rimuru had with Benimaru and Hakuro about Momiji, so I'll not only provide a breakdown for the episode, but cover the contents that were removed as well. To start, episode 16 continues directly from the previous episode 15, having Rimuru meeting with the delegation of the Tengu tribe led by Momiji, and before they greeted each other, Wisdom King Raphael will provide a brief explanation on the Tengu race itself, and everything that was described in the anime will be taken directly from the source material without much changes, although there was an additional line in the light novel where Rimuru stated the elder of the Tengu tribe could not attend the audience ceremony because her powers have greatly declined after giving birth to Momiji, and it was for this reason that the young girl had become the chief of the Tengu tribe. Also in the light novel, the negotiation actually took place inside the meeting hall rather than the reception areas like we see in the episode, because Rimuru wanted to discuss about the future relationship of Tempest with the Tengu tribe in a more comfortable setting. That said, before going over the meeting, the anime will provide us with a flashback of Benimaru's visit to the Kusha Mountains, which took place a month ago after the reconciliation with Hinata, but the episode did leave out the part where Benimaru had returned to Tempest after the trip and informed Rimuru about the events that transpired during the negotiations. And it was during this interaction that Benimaru starts to recount the meeting from his perspective, unlike what we see in the episode, which was told from Rimuru's perspective. Regardless, continuing on with the flashback sequence, Benimaru arrived at the summit of the Kusha Mountains with his team, where they were stopped by Tengu warriors at the barrier entrance, and only he along with Albus were allowed to enter the hidden village, so they were escorted to meet with Momiji. And much of their conversation will play out exactly the same as the light novel, but Benimaru failed to realize the severity of proposing to thunder through the Kusha Mountains, which the Tengu tribe regarded as sacred, so Momiji became offended by such a blasphemous proposal. And because of his own miscalculations, Benimaru actually planned on living in the light novel and returning another time, something that Albus could not stand as she confronted Momiji for calling her a stinking snake. And this wasn't mentioned in the episode, but Albus proceeded to activate her extra skill Snake Eyes, which induces status effects like paralysis, poison, petrification, and other similar attributes, although Momiji was unaffected due to her being a semi-spiritual life form, which meant that she has high resistance against status effects. Adding to this, Momiji constantly had the extra skill God Wolf Sense activated as well, which allows her to have enhanced senses and other similar effects to magic perception, but far more powerful. The skill also provided her with the ability to nullify all illusion or conjuring magic, and because she had sensed Albus's attack before it activated, she was able to counter the skill. The proceeding sequence of the brief battle will happen accordingly to the light novel, with Benimaru being forced to intervene when he sensed that Momiji failed to control the output of her attack, because if he did not, Albus would have been killed. Also, Albus never had a chance against Momiji to begin with, since even Benimaru stated that her strength was slightly equivalent to or greater than the ex-Demolord Carrion. And because the animosity between the two girls had reached the breaking point, Benimaru decided to immediately leave the village, but was stopped by the arrival of Kaide, the elder of the Tengu tribe, who reprimanded Momiji for her behavior. With that, the negotiations continue, but Kaide will first share her brief backstory with Benimaru. Apparently, 300 years ago, she traveled across the land to perfect her swordsmanship when she encountered Byakura Araki, the founder of the Oboro Ryu, also known as the Hei Style. And this would be the official reveal of not only the founder, but the name of the swordsmanship technique used by the many characters of Tensura as well. Furthermore, it was revealed that Byakura Araki was the grandfather of Hakuro, and for those that don't remember, Byakura was among the group of injured otherworlders that the ogre village took in long ago, so as repayment for the kindness, the otherworlders shared their culture and knowledge with the ogres, including the Hei Style, which was passed down to Hakuro by his grandfather. Nonetheless, the rest of Kaide's backstory and how she ended up falling in love with Hakuro will pretty much follow the light novel, although this wasn't explicitly stated in the episode, but after Kaide confessed her love to Hakuro, they shared the night together, and for some unknown reason, she decided to go on a journey to buy milk and leave Hakuro. That's why he did not know about Momiji, and the reason Kaide did not tell Hakuro was because she assumed that he either had died of old age, or he along with the ogres were wiped out by the orc disaster. And it was hilarious seeing Benimaru's reaction to this outright crazy revelation, and in the light novel he was actually struggling to comprehend the entire situation, but he will further lose his composure when Kaide outright declared that he will marry Momiji in exchange for the allegiance of the Tengu tribe, and them accepting all the conditions of removal. Having said that, the rest of the conversation will happen in a similar fashion to the light novel, and Kaide had always planned on establishing a good relationship with Rimuru even if Benimaru rejects the marriage proposal, and the only reason she wanted Momiji to marry Benimaru was because Kaide was apparently dying, since giving birth and naming Momiji has completely drained her magical capacity, so she wanted to find a suitable partner with a strong benefactor like Benimaru to help her inexperienced daughter in ruling over the Tengu tribe once she dies. Additionally, Kaide thought it was destiny that Hakuro's student Benimaru just so happens to visit the village, and with the appearance of the Demolord Rimuru, the Tengu tribe can finally have a strong ally to support them. In any case, once Benimaru returned from the Kusha Mountains, he discussed with Rimuru about Kaide's proposal, but not knowing what to do, they planned on seeking advice from Hakuro because this involved his daughter's future. However, since Hakuro was still busy in the Farmer Kingdom, they decided to push the issue to a later date, or until he returns from his mission, and on the second day of the audience ceremony, Hakuro just so happens to return the night before Rimuru's meeting with the Tengu delegation. The three men would spend the entire night deliberating on a proposal, but they ultimately failed to find a proper answer, so they decided to directly ask Momiji during the audience ceremony. And it's weird the anime omitted this entire sequence because I think it actually makes more sense that Hakuro should be informed about the existence of his daughter prior to their first encounter, so that he can at least mentally prepare himself for the reunion. But in the episode, he only learns about Momiji during the audience ceremony after he returned from Falmouth, and somehow he immediately accepted her without even questioning the situation, making the entire reunion felt so unnatural and less emotional, having none of the setup that was revealed in the light novel. So what do you guys think about the reunion scene between Hakuro and Momiji? Leave a comment comment below to share your thoughts, but for me personally, the light novel version was definitely much better since it felt more natural. With that said, the initial exchange between Rimuru and Momiji after they introduced themselves in anime would be the same as the light novel, but even though she agreed to all the terms provided by the Tempest Federation, Rimuru noticed that she was still looking quite nervous despite him giving Momiji assurance that their nation would not interfere or have any hostile intentions towards the Tengu. And Rimuru assumes that she probably doesn't want to be looked down upon by Tempest, so she was putting on a confident appearance, but in reality, Momiji thought Rimuru was working with the ex-Demolord Frey to undermine the sovereignty of the Tengu tribe, because Albus was present during the initial meeting Benimaru had with them, so she interpreted it as an indirect form of political pressuring. And with this revelation, Rimuru was forced to reconsider the conditions of the relationship, because it might affect Frey if the Tengu tribe swear allegiance to Tempest, so he quickly gathered his executives to discuss on the matter, which was hilarious despite the somewhat serious implications, seeing them huddled around by the corner while ignoring Momiji. And the contents of the discussion in anime will follow the light novel, where we learn a bit about the three-way deadlock that involved the Sorceress Dynasty Sarian, the Tengu tribe and the Sky Queen Frey, which had been broken due to Rimuru's actions in defeating Clayman, because Frey along with Carrier had joined Milim to form one of the most powerful nations in the world, so Momiji was worried that Rimuru would work with them to subjugate the Tengu tribe. However, Gyat will inform Rimuru about the current situation over at Frey's side, and it seems that she has given up her ambitions on using the Tengu tribe to target Sarian because she was satisfied with the sky castle that Gyat was building for Milim's capital, and she was focusing on providing the proper education to Milim as well. Also in the light novel, Gyat reveals that Frey was recently busy looking for Milim who has disappeared, and this briefly scared Rimuru because he knows where Milim has been hiding. Anyways, Rimuru shared this information with Momiji and they managed to resolve a misunderstanding, so the meeting ended shortly after with an official signing between the two factions. Then Rimuru was presented with a letter from the Tengu Elder, but Shuna mistakenly read the one that was meant for Hakuro, and even I could feel the second-hand embarrassment from Momiji. And much of the preceding sequence would follow the light novel with the arrival of Hakuro, which, like I said just now, made the reunion less compelling, and honestly, it's my only issue with the episode. But I digress. Kaide apparently wanted Hakuro to spend time with his daughter by helping to finish her training, and it was hilarious seeing him going into father mode, forcing Benimaru to make his choice. In addition to that, Shuna made the situation even worse for Benimaru when she reveals that Albus plans on competing against Momiji to win his heart, and if she fails, she doesn't mind becoming his concubine, and this outright broke Benimaru. I guess he's only a capable person on the battlefield but loses when it comes to relationships. And the rest of the scene essentially just devolves into guy talk between Gabiru, Gyat, Gopta and Soe, which doesn't actually have any significance to the overall plot or story, although it's still an amazing sequence, because it helps to show the viewers that despite being side characters, they don't simply interact when they're on screen. Rather, you can sense the chemistry between them like they're realistic characters who have been interacting all this time, while also developing their personal relationship with each other even when they're just in the background. And seeing the way they can casually talk about their love life and bouncing off each other throughout the conversation really makes them feel alive and not just a piece of cardboard. So I can understand why the anime kept this sequence. It not only serves as a comedic element but showcases the subtle yet amazing character writing that Tensura is known for. Also, when Gopta complained that Rimuru has his own harem in the episode and it pans to Shuna, Shion and Diablo as well, that shit was insanely funny. Jokes aside, Shuna interrupted that guy talk and returned to the issue involving Benimaru, but apparently he doesn't want to think about marriage yet, although he does clarify that he will only consider having a single partner because in the light novel, he stated there was no point in finding multiple partners since having children would greatly reduce the power of a margin and how dangerous it would be for them. Of course, Momiji misunderstood this statement as Benimaru giving her the approval to fight for his love, so she declared war on Albus, and it seems that when the news spread throughout Tempest, other women who admired Benimaru joined the competition as well. The dude is literally suffering from success. Also, since Rimuru somewhat approved of Benimaru's approach, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone, this causes Shuna and Shion to construe the meaning behind his words, with the both of them declaring their desire to fight for Rimuru's affection. And thus, this ultimately led to the creation of a weird tradition in the Tempest Federation, where people will battle and gain the attention of people they love through a display of strength, taking the concept of love is war quite literally. Now, in continuation of my cut content breakdown series on Tensura Season 3, we'll be going over episode 17 in today's video, which is called the Lightspeed Hero, and this will be the official anime appearance of Masaki Honjo, showing us his character backstory and why he is known as the king of the Tensura universe. In addition to that, we'll also be learning about some of the upcoming activities Rimuru and his friends have prepared for the Founders Festival. To start, episode 17 covers the epilogue of volume 8 as well as the prologue and chapter 1 of volume 9, and it continues directly from the events of episode 16. So to explain, once the meeting ended with the Tengu delegation, Rumpai gathered his executives to hear about their individual progress report before the Founders Festival begins, and Rumpai also wanted to introduce guard meal mouse to everyone and marshal the following sequence that occur with him explaining the schedule for the festival, along with the activities they will be organized for the 3-day event will pretty much go accordingly with the light novel. And did you notice the cameos of characters from the OVA series, such as the one from Rumur's glamorous life as a teacher, along with the visions of Corlea's projects? Having said that, after the schedule was explained, Rumpai wanted to know if there are any complaints or issues from his executives, when Ramirez and Valdra informed him about the forest on floor 95 overgrowing to floor 71 due to the abundant magic inside the labyrinth, and how it's preventing stronger monsters from spawning, so they had hoped Rumpai can help clear the forest and choose someone else to serve as a floor boss, rather than relying on monsters that will spawn naturally. Ramirez also wishes for Rumpai to provide materials so that she can create another elemental colossus like the one we see used in season 1. It was then Shuna, Trainee and Ranga would interject because they all have suggestions about possible candidates that Rumpai can use as floor bosses, and it was kind of disappointing that anime removed who Shuna and Trainee recommended. Essentially, Shuna recommends putting a Daemon and his undead subordinates in because their presence were apparently scaring the visitors during nighttime, while Trainee suggested to have Apito and Zagion since they were familiar with tending to the forest. Of course, Rumpai easily agreed to the proposal, so he would put a Daemon on level 51 to 60, while Zagion and Apito's domain would be from level 71 to 80. Honestly, I really don't understand the creative choice of not wanting to show Zagion and Apito. I mean, even the Daemon was given some screen time during the conflict with the Holy Knights, but somehow the anime can't even spare a few seconds to have Rumpai or even someone else acknowledge their existence. But ranting aside, when it was Ranga's turn, he brought out the spirit fox that Rumpai tasked him to take care of back in season 2, and much of the following sequence shown in the anime will happen in a similar fashion with the light novel, although the episode doesn't state that she'll be responsible for levels 81 to 90 and managing the overgrown forest. Furthermore, it's worth mentioning that right before Rumpai gave her the name of Kumara, I'm not sure whether if this was a visual error or deliberate choice because in the light novel, it was stated that Kumara should have 4 tails after spending time with Ranga inside Rumur's shadow, but in the episode, we only see 3 tails. Also, once she acquired her name, her tail was supposed to grow from 4 to 9, but I can only count 6 tails, although it could just be the angle. Regardless, I know I'm just nitpicking at small details, but what do you guys think about this error, or was it an intentional design choice? And if you're interested in learning more about Kumara, feel free to check out my character breakdown video for her. With the issue regarding the overgrown forest and floor bosses resolved, Rumpai wanted to hear about Soei's report on Viscount Kazak and his connections to the illegal slave trade, so Soei reveals that the Viscount has been arrested and Ortrus, an international crime syndicate infamous for their slave trade business, has been dismantled by the chosen hero Masaki Honjo, who is now on his way to Tempest to return the enslaved elves that he freed. But because the Western nations were calling his journey as a quest to eliminate the Dumilord, Soei along with Diablo and Shion suggested to eliminate Masaki before he arrives, which was opposed by Rumpai since provoking a chosen hero right before the Founders Festival start would definitely affect the image of Tempest, so he orders them to stand down and let him handle Masaki instead like we see in the episode. In any case, switching over to the Ingratiate Kingdom, we are introduced to the lightspeed hero Masaki Honjo, the epitome of plot armor, and his party, which consists of Jiwoo, Jinrai, and Bernie as they are all preparing to set out for Tempest. But in the preceding sequence, we are shown his backstory and how he came to the Tensura world, which took place around a year ago. To explain, when he was returning from school with his friends, he noticed a pretty girl with blue hair, but before he could tell his friends, Masayoki was suddenly teleported to the Tensura world. Also, for those that do not know, the girl he saw is actually quite crucial to the overall story, and no, that's not Rumpai. However, we won't learn about her until volume 15, so I won't reveal her character name to avoid spoiling people. Now back to the topic at hand. When Masaki arrived in the world, he was complaining that it doesn't feel like the typical isekai experience at all, and was cursing the blue-haired girl for distracting him, which wasn't shown in the episode. Nevertheless, as Masaki was looking for a way to earn money for food despite not understanding the local language, he would encounter the girl that we see in the anime who was being chased by Jinrai, and apparently the following interaction was depicted quite differently as compared to the light novel. Basically, in the light novel, Masaki was portrayed to be more selfish and cowardly, as he was always looking for ways to escape from Jinrai, but he was only forced to stay because the girl was clinging onto him. And when Masaki was able to awaken the unique skill Chosen One and finally understand the language of the world, he planned on begging for mercy, but again, the girl somehow made the situation even worse by throwing him under the bus. Furthermore, Masaoki even stated in the light novel how he wasn't behaving in a heroic manner at all, but the voice of the world simply kept triggering various new sub-skills that were under Chosen One, which felt undeserved. Now compare that to the way Masaoki was depicted in the anime. The implication was that he was behaving in a more selfless manner, which definitely made more sense in the context of his skill set, and the way the anime explains the various effects of the sub-skills was executed quite well in the episode. But if you're interested in learning more about Masaoki, I've already done a full character breakdown for him, so be sure to check the video out. Nonetheless, after Jinrai was defeated by Masaoki, he decided to become his subordinate, and there was an additional passage in the light novel where the crowd claimed that Masaoki was the incarnation of a famous blonde-haired chosen hero that used to exist in the past. But no matter how hard Masaoki tried to refute the claims, everyone seems to be ignoring him. And the reason for this is due to his skill Chosen One, which forces people to view him in a positive manner, and because Masaoki had no way of stopping the skill from pushing him on the path of becoming a hero, he ultimately chose to play along, and this would be the birth of the legend of the Lightspeed hero. Anyways, Masaoki and Jinrai were later escorted to the Freedom Association headquarters where Masaoki will meet with Yuki Kagurazaka, and after he registered as an adventurer, he was introduced to Bernie, an otherworlder from the United States who would join his party. And this wasn't revealed in the episode, but Masaoki was able to earn the nickname of Lightspeed because in just half a year, his party was able to reach rank A, and with the addition of the effects of Chosen One, their reputation grew even faster. The last member to join his party would be Jiwoo, who Masaoki met during a martial tournament, and in the light novel, it was stated that he won the entire tournament without needing to draw his sword because his opponent simply surrendered. But this also made his fame grow so much that he eventually accepted his fate as a chosen hero, although he still hated all the attention, believing that he is simply a fraud. Moving on to present day, Masaoki's team was given a request from Yuki to take down the slave trade organization Otras, which was secretly operating out from the small nation of Balakia, and the mission briefing shown in the episode would happen in a similar fashion to the light novel, with them choosing to accept the mission. When they arrived at Balakia, Masaoki's team was invited to attend a luxurious ball by the king, but somehow the effect of Chosen One causes Masaoki to stumble upon a secret meeting between Count Braver and Marquis Gozel. Then the rest of the sequence in the anime of Masaoki's team discovering the connection the two nobles have with Otras would proceed accordingly with the light novel, and Masaoki's skill again guided the entire situation to favor him. So having discovered that Otras was using the nation of Balakia as a front for their operations, the king enlisted the help of Masaoki's team to eliminate the organization, and this wasn't explicitly stated in the episode, but in the light novel, Masaoki will be leading a joint operation involving adventurers from the Freedom Association and the Balakia military to take down the organization. And with the effect of Masaoki's Chosen One, the operation was a resounding success, which further improved his fame across the world. The rest of the sequence that we see in the anime of the king asking for Masaoki's team to escort the elves back to the Great Jura Forest because he feared that Rimuru might retaliate against their nation would be the same as the light novel. And I like to think that this was Yuki's intentions all along, to see if Masaoki's Chosen One would be able to twist the narrative and public perception of Rimuru in a negative manner, and maybe even having Masaoki fight him. I guess that's why Yuki was so adamant about Masaoki taking on this mission. Regardless, Masaoki's team soon departed from the Ingratiate Kingdom and were heading towards Tempest, with the rest of the sequence in the anime playing out the same as the light novel. Now, before I end the video, I wanted to inform everyone that episode 18 will be delayed because Japan will be showing the Olympics on that day, but there will be a recap episode released on the 10th of August, which is told from Luminous's perspective.
ありがとうございます。これから頼んだぞ、クマラ。
With the one-week break over for Tensura Season 3, we'll be seeing the continuation of the Tempest Founders Festival in the recent episode 18, which is aptly titled The Flood of Visitors, since Rimuru will be busy meeting with the various foreign dignitaries and royalties that have come to visit. And of course, there were some elements from the light novel that were not showcased in the episode, so I'll be providing a detailed look on the contents that were unfortunately removed, such as a few minor conversation points that were not mentioned during King Geza and the Bloomin' King's meeting with Rimuru, along with a slight difference in the interaction which occurred at the Freedom Academy. To start, episode 18 will be continuing from where episode 17 ended, and it still covers the events found in chapter 1 of the volume 9 light novel just before the eve of the Founders Festival. And even though Rimuru has finished with the reception ceremony and preparations for the festival was all but finished, his schedule was still fully packed, having to now meet with the foreign dignitaries and representatives that have arrived in Tempest. And prior to Rimuru's first meeting, there was a brief sequence in the light novel which wasn't included into the episode, where he explains how the town was full of visitors that not only comprise of prominent figures and royalties, but merchants and average people as well, who have all come to enjoy the festival. He even revealed that despite having a wider road leading into Tempest, it still wasn't enough to prevent congestion on the highway. But besides that, Rumur was also worried that the accommodations were not enough for the influx of people, but thanks to Meowmouth's and Rigger's planning, they were able to provide proper living arrangement for all the visitors regardless of their social status. Furthermore, the sequence where Rumur was getting ready to meet with the dignitaries and royalties was not shown in the episode, but to explain, in the light novel, Rumur decided to meet them in his humanoid form rather than his slime form because it was more important to show wealth and power for humans as compared to monsters and margins. Also, Rumur only had both his secretaries and Rigger present for the meeting since everyone else was still busy preparing for the festival, but another reason is to avoid making people he meets feel nervous and scared. With that said, the first meeting Rumur had was with the King and Queen of Blue Moon, where he would thank them for helping Yom in overthrowing the Farmer Kingdom, but following their conversation about the relationship of Blue Moon and Tempest, there was actually a sequence in the light novel where the king was worried about the treaty with them being compromised because Viscount Kazakh was involved with the enslavement of the inhabitants from the Great Jura Forest, so he feared that Rumur would be angered by this. However, because the king has already punished the former Viscount by depriving Kazakh of his title and wealth, along with exiling his entire family from the country, Rumur saw no reason to pursue the issue further. It was for this reason why the king would ask Rumur whether or not their treaty was still intact in the anime, so it was weird they removed this particular point since it provides context to the king's statement that we see in the episode. Nonetheless, the rest of the conversation involving Rumur's secret grand project and explaining to the king what he has planned for the future of Blue Moon will happen accordingly with the light novel. Moving on, after meeting with the King and Queen of Blue Moon, the next visitor will be King Gazer Dwargo, and there's a reason why the anime explicitly showed Rumur's face when King Gazer was taking one of the snacks, because in the light novel, Rumur was internally annoyed that King Gazer was eating everything on the plate without leaving anything for himself, and it's nice that even a minor detail like this was included into the episode. But I digress, King Gazer would start complaining about having to travel using carriage, and the light novel actually provided some additional context on this matter. Basically, King Gazer wasn't able to use the Pegasus this time because this was an official state visit, so he needed to bring a large contingent with him as a show of force to the other nations, which made the logistics and preparations quite tiring for him. That's why he blamed Rumur in the episode for giving him so much work, especially in regards to the matter involving the Western Holy Church changing their doctrines towards the armed nation of Dwargon, and he knew that Rumur was plotting something again, so he had to personally visit temples to get some answers. It was then King Gazer finally asked Rumur about the fight with Hinata like we see in anime, and having revealed that he knows the truth, Rumur was forced to admit everything, but there were some additional lines in the light novel that were not talked about in the episode. For example, King Gazer outright admitted in the light novel that Hinata was stronger than him, and he was surprised Rumur actually defeated her, so when Rumur tried to downplay the victory, King Gazer scolded him for being too modest and criticized his behavior as being improper for a king. Furthermore, when Rumur was asked about the Western Holy Church, he was trying to avoid the subject, so King Gazer activated the thought-reading ability of his unique skill Tyrant to see what Rumur was thinking, and because the ability was blocked by Wisdom King Raphael, King Gazer immediately knew that Rumur was hiding something from him. It was only after King Gazer scolded Rumur again that he was forced to explain the internal situation of the Western Holy Church and the Holy Empire of Lubelius to King Gazer, although he does omit the part about the identity of Luminous Valentine being the goddess of luminism. Honestly, it would have been nice if some of the points I mentioned was adapted into the anime because it provides some much needed character information on King Gazer and showcase a bit more of the senior to junior relationship between him and Rumur. That said, the rest of the discussion with King Gazer will happen in a similar fashion to the light novel. So in the next group, Rumur will be meeting with Yom and his contingent from the newly renamed Farmanas Kingdom. During the meeting, Rumur congratulated Yom for his successful mission in taking over the Farmer Kingdom, and the rest of the conversation that Rumur had with everyone including Grucius and Muran, who has now taken the name of Mil Farmanas, as well as the brief explanation he gave on the meaning behind the name of Farmanas will pretty much follow the light novel. And it's worth noting that we were also introduced to Edgar in the episode. The son of the ex-king Amarus was actually mentioned in the light novel to have completely changed his identity and is now serving as Yom's advisor in the Farmanas Kingdom. Additionally, even though it wasn't explicitly stated, it was implied in the anime that Rumur voided the reparation fees incurred by Amarus to further help boost Yom's reputation as the hero king, who managed to haggle the price with a demon lord, hence Edgar's reaction in the episode. In any case, having finished the meeting with Yom, Rumur apparently still had a lot of requests from nobles and royalties in the light novel, but he decided to only meet them after the festival ends, so with his free time, he decided to visit the Ingratiate Kingdom to personally invite Yuki and the other older children of Class S to the festival. Also, Diablo had actually volunteered to help bring them to temples, but Rumur declined the offer. Now, when Rimuru arrives at the Freedom Association headquarters, there was a brief line in the light novel of him reminiscing about his time spent in the Ingratiate Kingdom, and another sequence of him being confronted by someone named Grass, a B-rank adventurer in the lobby area. And it was revealed that Grass was actually one of Kaba's friends who was acquainted with Rimuru, but because he wasn't wearing his usual anti-magic mask, Grass couldn't recognize him, although once he realizes that it was Rimuru, he quickly apologizes. Having said that, Rimuru went out to meet Yuki, and the following conversation they had about Rimuru's recent problems, and the both of them sharing a common opinion on how scary Hinata was, along with Yuki accepting the invitation to the Founders Festival will play out exactly the same as the light novel. Now, I want to clarify that Rimuru does still suspect Yuki for being the mastermind behind everything bad that has happened to Tempest, and the only reason he's pretending to be friendly with Yuki is mainly because he intends to uncover the truth during the Founders Festival, which is the main reason why he invited Yuki in the first place. Regardless, it's here that Rimuru will be introduced to Kigali, the Vice Master of the Freedom Association, who proceeds to explain why this is their first time meeting even though Rimuru has visited the headquarters a few times, and much of it, along with her talking about her passion for archaeology, had gone accordingly to the light novel. So having learned that Kigali is a specialist when it comes to ruins, Rimuru will mention the one that Hakuro discovered underneath Clayman's castle, and it wasn't shown in the episode but in the light novel. Rimuru noticed that Kigali's mood immediately shifted and was now glaring at him, although he doesn't know the reason for her behavior, so he decides to ignore her and continue to explain his intentions. Although his statements about preserving the historical value of the ruins and not ransacking it for profit was able to lighten Kigali's mood, because she shares his point of view about the importance of preserving the past, so she agrees to help explore the ruins after the Founders Festival. Also, even though Rimuru mentions that he was left in charge of the ruins by Milim in the episode, he will reveal in the light novel that he plans to hand over the management of it back to her once they fully explore everything inside, and hearing that Milim will probably be joining the expedition, Kigali became hesitant about the idea. And Rimuru assumed that Kigali was nervous because she was afraid that Milim might destroy the ruins when in reality, she was afraid that Milim might discover her true identity as Kazarium. But she ultimately agrees to Rimuru's proposal and was left to handle the paperwork for the exploration mission because it will be an official request under the Freedom Association. And it's unfortunate this entire conversation about the ruins was removed from the episode, and it would have been a nice inclusion to the anime since it helps to set up the premise for a future plot point in the story. Anyways, Rimuru and Yuki soon left for the Freedom Academy where they will be greeted by the otherworldly children of Class S, with much of their interaction happening in a similar way to the light novel. Now, as the children were packing their things, this will inform Rimuru about the progress of their studies, and in the light novel, the conversation they had was longer, and there was another teacher present, a retired adventurer by the name of Klaus, who was mainly responsible for teaching the children more practical things like swordsmanship and combat training. So to explain, he and Klaus were requesting for Yuki to find better teachers for the children because now that they have surpassed the both of them in terms of skills and strength, they no longer have the capabilities to teach the children, and if they continue being their teachers, it will be detrimental to the potential growth of the children. So Rimuru proposes to have the children study in Tempest since he has plans to open a school, and with the number of talented subordinates that he has, he can easily provide a proper education for them. However, Rimuru does point out that only being around monsters and margins, along with the fact that he doesn't have anyone to teach them how to fully harness and control the elemental spirits they contracted with, it might hinder their communication skills and overall potential. That's why Rimuru and Yuki decide to ignore the matter for now, but they did contemplate about having Hinata or the Holy Knights teach them elemental control. Nonetheless, I did enjoy how the anime had Tish join them and showed the children wanting her to attend the festival as well, which made the interaction super wholesome because in the light novel, she actually remained behind at the Freedom Academy. With that, Rimuru teleported everyone to Tempest and guided them to the Hot Spring Inn so that they can get settled in. And because Rimuru felt bad for not being able to spend time with the children during the festival, he gave them each a pendant with a credit of 100 gold coins, and it's worth mentioning in the light novel, the actual amount was only 100 silver coins, although I can't really explain the reason behind the change. I guess inflation is affecting even the Tensura world. Nevertheless, this entire interaction with the children will play out exactly as the light novel, but Rimuru will leave when he was contacted by Soe about the arrival of Masauki's group, and in the light novel, it was stated that Sokka was the one who helped to unload the elves while Team Lightspeed confronted Rimuru, and much of the interaction that occurred between them, with Jinrai, Jiwoo and Bernie constantly insulting Rimuru despite the hospitality he was offering them in the episode, will also be the same as the light novel, although it was definitely funny seeing Masauki getting more annoyed as his party just kept talking shit shit, but the anime did well to convey how stupid his party members were. Honestly, they were lucky that Shion has to learn some self-control and Diablo wasn't present during this encounter, otherwise they would already be dead by now, but it was likely due to Masaoki's chosen one that things went so smoothly for them. Luckily, Yuki was able to intervene, but it seems that even the Grandmaster of the Freedom Association wasn't enough to stop the insults from Team Lightspeed, as they soon started getting mad at Yuki and were even talking badly about Hinata like we see in the episode. In the end, to stop Team Lightspeed from escalating the situation, Rimuru proposes that they should participate in the Tempest Martial Tournament and promises to fight them if they win, but it was revealed in the light novel that it was actually part of Rimuru's plan to hopefully study their skills and abilities, while also making the fight into a 1 versus 1 if one of them somehow wins. So with that, Masaoki agrees to the proposal, and if you're a light novel reader, you probably understand the foreshadowing for Jiwoo's comments about someone attempting to assassinate Masaoki.
そうそう自分の目と耳で確かめたことしか信じないタイプ今までもそれでどれだけ僕が苦労したことか
Tensura has definitely come a long way since the start of the series, with Rimuru just enjoying building up his small village, and now we have finally arrived at the eve of the Founders Festival in the recent episode 19 of Season 3, which is arguably one of the most important episodes so far, since it establishes many of the future principles of not just the Tempest Federation, but the beliefs of Rimuru as well. So in this video, I'll be discussing about the speeches which will reflect this purpose, while also providing some detailed look at the contents they will remove from the episode, such as an interlude meeting which took place following the banquet with the nobles and dignitaries. As usual, spoiler warning if you haven't watched the episode yet or might find the information I mentioned in the video to be spoilers. And if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel and share it with your friends. Now then, episode 19 will be adapting chapter 1 and 2 of the volume 9 light novel, continuing from where the previous episode stopped after Rimuru had finished greeting Masaoki's team, and there will be a banquet later that night for all the nobles and dignitaries who have arrived in the town. And before Rimuru's toast to start the banquet, there were a few sequences from the light novel that were removed from the episode. For starters, when Rimuru was observing the crowd of people in the banquet hall, he explicitly stated that he noticed a petite blonde girl who resembled the doll walking around, and the girl was actually Marabel Rosso. And the reason she was present is because if you remember in episode 11, Marabel informed Granbell that she will personally visit Tempest to determine the level of threat the Monster Nation poses, which is why you see her occasionally making a cameo throughout episode 19. Furthermore, the sequence where Rimuru and King Gazer went over the railway project, along with the other advancements found in Tempest and the Dwarven King giving his full support to participate in the various projects, was removed from the episode. Also, when Yom had joined their conversation, it was revealed in the light novel by Rimuru how King Gazer was intentionally conversing with them in a friendly and light-hearted manner because he wanted to demonstrate to the other nations the close relationship Dwargon has with Tempest, and to help convince them that Yom, despite being a newly crowned king, deserved their attention as well. It was unfortunate this interaction was taken out from the episode because it really shows how experienced King Gazer was as a politician and provide a detailed look at the international politics in the Tensura world. But moving on, there was another brief sequence from the light novel that wasn't shown in the anime, where numerous nobles had tried to approach Rimuru to request for one-on-one meetings with him because they wanted to learn more about the many innovations of Tempest and acquire them for their own nations. However, Rimuru only met with the ones that were fortunate enough to have been in his line of sight when he was heading to the main stage to give the toast that occurred in the episode. After the toast, Hakuro and his team would bring a giant fish into the banquet hall, and it was revealed in the light novel to be a spear tuna. Additionally, the light novel actually provides a story on how Rimuru had accidentally discovered this species of fish during a fishing match between him and Gopta, and because it tasted exactly like tuna, Rimuru thought it would be a good idea to introduce this particular dish to everyone during the festival. That said, Hakuro proceeds to fillet the fish just like in the episode, and much of the following sequence here will be the same as the light novel, with Rimuru pointing out how people were afraid of trying raw fish, so he decides to take the initiative, which is then followed by Hinata along with Yuki partaking in the sushi as well. Also, it's funny the anime kept the recurring idea that Hinata is very sensitive and picky when it comes to food, and having Rimuru and Yuki making fun of her to get revenge at her definitely adds to the overall scene. But it was only after King Gazer and Yom's group tried the sushi that the other nobles decided to give the food a try. However, the banquet was interrupted by the entrance of a Tempest guard, followed by the various escorts of the other nations as well, who informed everyone inside the banquet hall that the Guardian Dragon of the Sorceress Dynasty Saren has just entered the Tempest airspace, which meant that Empress Elmesi Almassia has personally arrived. Also, King Gaze explaining the significance of Empress Almassia participating in the Founders Festival in person, the brief background of Sarian and why it warrants such a reaction from all the nobles in the room pretty much went accordingly with the light novel. And when Rimuru went to welcome Empress Almassia along with a contingent, I like how the anime added the small detail of her heroic aura briefly causing Rimuru to go blank, which wasn't mentioned in the light novel because for those that do not know, they are fairly equal in terms of overall strength since Almassia is also an awakened being. But aside from that, both the interactions will happen in a similar fashion with the light novel, although I want to point out that Rimuru mentioned how the Magus Knights who were escorting Almassia were all wearing legendary grade magic armor, and the power emanating from them were predicted to be even greater than the former 10 great saints Arnold Baumann. And Rimuru actually failed to notice that Era was part of Almassia's contingent until later, because he was apparently wearing the magic armor as well, so his presence had blended in with the Magus Knights. Having said that, after Rimuru's brief exchange with Almassia, the banquet returned to normal, and I like how Shion was looking so unimpressed by her in the anime. And Meow Mouse will arrive to give Rimuru a report about the preparations for the festival, and in the light novel, he was working together with Lilia as well as Rieger to make sure they have enough supplies and merchandisers for the 3-day event. Furthermore, when Meow Mouse mentioned seeing a lot of unfamiliar merchants in the town, this will actually be foreshadowing a future plot point, but the rest of the conversation pretty much follows the light novel, although I want to mention that this entire sequence was supposed to have taken place after the banquet in the interlude chapter, so I'm not sure why they decided to include this here other than to serve as a break between Almassia and Milim's arrival. Anyway, speaking of Milim, a group will finally arrive, and even though I prefer the group shot of them entering the venue in the light novel, the anime version of showing Milim, Harrian and Frey with their respective subordinates definitely felt more intimate. But what do you think? Between the two versions, which one do you like the best? Now, similar to Almassia's interaction, the entire sequence involving Rimuru worrying about Milim being found out by Frey, along with him committing the biggest blunder ever by asking Frey about eating poultry, and composing himself afterwards to apologize for his mistake in the episode will play out the same way as the light novel. And it's super wholesome to see that Frey genuinely cares about Milim, even going so far as to test Rimuru's reaction to see if he'll be a good influence on Milim, so it's definitely cute seeing him teach her about apologizing whenever you do something wrong. However, poor Karen did not get such a nice treatment from Frey, and it was hilarious seeing Sophia's reaction, truly a memeable expression. Nonetheless, Rimuru guided them to be seated with him, and Shuna will be serving the main course to hopefully convince Midley about the benefits of cooking food, since it was the main reason why Milim brought him along for the Founders Festival in the first place, so that the Dragon Faithful would stop feeding her raw ingredients. Unfortunately, just like in the light novel, Midley was absolutely furious in the episode and was completely disgusted by the food, calling it disrespectful to the ingredients. And the anime did a fantastic job at showing Milim's personality here, because despite her often childish demeanor, she genuinely felt bad about Midley's behavior, even offering to have him leave the banquet hall to avoid disrupting the mood. However, before Rimuru could say anything, Midley's statements will offend the most dangerous person in Tempest, Chuna, and she proceeds to lecture him about the importance of cooking food, using it as a metaphor about peaceful coexistence and harmony, how the various ingredients are there to represent the different cultures and races that are under Milim. She then goes on to give another example of the different dishes coming together to complement each other, and how it's the principle behind Rimuru's dream. Honestly, the anime did an amazing job with the adaptation of Shuna's speech, and even though it has taken word for word from the light novel, the episode still adds a lot to the overall experience by showing the various reactions from the people inside the banquet hall. And even though Rimuru never thought that deep about the idea, the metaphor was still a good representation of the ideals and beliefs that he along with the entire series embody. But I digress, Shuna's final words about not just simply throwing ingredients together to make something good in the episode, while having the camera pan over to Shion definitely made me laugh. With that, Shuna successfully convinces Midley about the beauty of cooked food, and the rest of the banquet continued through the night. Having said that, there was an interlude chapter in the light novel that was removed from the anime, which shows what happened after the banquet ended, and it was mainly a meeting involving Rimuru and his subordinates, and the subject of the meeting was that Rimuru wanted to congratulate everyone, especially Shuna and Hakuro, for making the banquet a success. Next, Rimuru turned his attention to Meow Mouse, and like I said earlier in the video, his report should have taken place here, but it was moved to the earlier parts of the episode. Regardless, once Mouse informs Rimuru about the status of the merchants that were helping to supply the event, he went on to talk about the martial tournament, which was another one of the reasons that Rimuru called for this meeting. To explain, Rimuru actually plans to have one of his subordinates representing Tempest in the martial tournament, and they were even more excited about the idea than Rimuru was, so everyone immediately started arguing on who should be chosen. And to stop them from arguing further, Rimuru bans Benimaru, Shion, Diablo, and Soe from participating, but before they could voice their complaints, Rimuru will explain the reason behind his order. Essentially, starting with Soe, Rimuru states how he was supposed to be the intelligence officer of Tempest, so being out in public wasn't ideal, and to further bribe him, Rimuru gave him a new title as the head of Team Kurami or Dark Shadow, and he was successful in convincing Soe. However, Rimuru still had to deal with the remaining 3, so he made up another bullshit title to give them, and since they were the strongest among his subordinates, he named them the 4 Heavenly Kings with Benimaru as the leader of the group, while Shion and Diablo would be the normal members, which they quickly accepted. As for the final slot, Rimuru proposed to the remaining subordinates that whoever wins the martial tournament will earn the title of the 4 Heavenly Kings, which made everyone quite excited, but because Sakura promised to spend time with Momiji during the festival, while Gabriel is still busy preparing for his presentation, and Riga will be on security duty, they all declined. Also, Ranga wanted to participate as well, but Rimuru explained how it would be unfair against the humans, since it was a battle of martial prowess, which leaves only Gokta and Gal, so once it was decided, they were entered as seeded participants. In any case, after the interlude chapter, the next day will mark the official start of the Founders Festival and Rimuru will give an opening speech to everyone, but I won't go into what he said in the episode since it covers everything in the light novel. Although I do want to explain how significant this speech was, because I have seen people online complaining about it being a waste of time. To explain, the speech was basically a means for Rimuru to convey his feelings about the future, and embodies the combination of all the hardships that Rimuru and his friends had to endure throughout the anime, and the hard work everyone had put into for the Tempest Federation to become a success, beginning from just a rundown goblin village to a thriving city inhabited by the various races of the Great Jura Forest, and having survived all the schemes of not only Claimant but the Western Holy Church as well, Rimuru has finally achieved his dreams of peaceful coexistence between monsters and humans. And for me, the Founders Festival will mark the true beginning of the Tensura series, with everything before just being the build-up for this very moment. That's why Rimuru warned anyone that wished to bring harm to Tempest and his friends in the episode, because he truly wants to build a peaceful world while maintaining all the relationships that he has and he will build in the future without sacrificing anyone in the process. And this idea will become the very doctrine of the Tempest Federation in future conflicts involving them. But yeah, that's all the cut content found in episode 19, and before I end the video, I just wanted to share some of my favorite moments from the episode. For instance, when Rimuru turned into his humanoid form during the final speech, it was hilarious seeing the reaction from Tis and other World children since they had no idea that he was a Demon Lord, and overall, I really enjoy all the other facial expressions that you see in this episode from the various characters. Also, there were a couple of notable cameos from characters such as Hiro and Towa from the Tensura Scarlet Ball movie, along with Zenobia, Aslan, and Salza Collier from the OVA series appearing in the background of the episode. And somehow they managed to make Milim even more adorable than the previous episodes.
それではテンペスト開国祭ぜひとも楽しんでいってくれ
The Founders Festival has officially begun after episodes of build-up, and it's finally time to see all the activities that Rimuru's subordinates have prepared for the visitors. And despite a few elements being shortened, such as the Opera House performance and a meeting with Mouse, along with some minor details involving character interactions missing from the anime, this was still an amazing episode. So in today's video, I'll be providing some context on the missing content and breaking down the episode as well. With that said, Season 3 Episode 20 is aptly titled Nation's Opening Festival, and it will be adapted in Chapter 2 along with the second interlude chapter of the Volume 9 light novel, continuing directly after Rimuru's speech in the previous episode where he will be greeted by the other World children inside, and they are extremely excited to discover that he was actually the king of the Tempest Federation, although there was a short passage in the light novel that wasn't adapted into the episode, describing how the children were worried they might not see him much afterwards since he has become a king, which would have shown how the children really love him as their teacher. Nonetheless, Rimuru was then informed about the condition of Tis, so he needed to find another person to help babysit the children during the festival. And that's when Hinata will interrupt their conversation. And Rimuru introducing Hinata to the children in the episode will pretty much go accordingly with the light novel, apart from some minor details missing like Rimuru being shocked that Hinata would volunteer to take care of them, and another one where they ask whether if the story of him fighting Hinata to a stalemate were true or not. Also, it's a nice detail how the anime was able to maintain the continuity of the light novel by providing providing an in-universe explanation on T's passing out after she learned that Rimuru was a king and demon lord, though that Hinata still ended up taking care of the other world children, since Tis was never supposed to have been present for the festival. Furthermore, another detail I loved from the light novel was how Hinata was genuinely happy to be with the kids, and just showing a simple smile on her face in the episode definitely made her seem more human rather than the cold-hearted and scary leader of the Holy Knight Order. So Hinata will live with the kids, but not before informing Rimuru that Luminous will be attending the festival as well, so Hinata had hoped that he could find time to entertain her. But moving on, just before switching over to the Tempest Opera House, there was a brief sequence in the light novel which was removed from the episode, involving Yuki greeting Rimuru to discuss about what just happened. Essentially, Yuki told Rimuru that Hinata has always been a caring person, so it wasn't surprising that she was quick to accept the role of being a babysitter. They also went on to talk about how Hinata is actually quite rich, because she did not even hesitate to buy the dress you see her wearing in this episode, which was one of the most expensive dresses in Tempest due to it being made from high quality monster materials. And she even had it custom tailored for herself. Nevertheless, it was only after their conversation that Rimuru guided Yuki to the opera house. And in the light novel, Rimuru actually explained his reasoning for creating this facility. To explain, in the Tensura world, due to the constant fear of the Tenma War, the cultural growth and standard of the world was quite low as compared to Rimuru's previous world, which resulted in art and music being available only for nobility and royalty. However, Rimuru wanted for Tempest to become a hub of cultural development, so to help foster an appreciation for artistic value in his nation, he opened the opera house to everyone regardless of their social status, and also, he did this to hopefully find hidden talents among his own subjects. Honestly, it would have been nice if they elaborated more on this aspect in the episode, since it helps to further showcase the goals that Rimuru desires to accomplish in the Tensura world. Now, when the orchestra was about to start their performance, some additional context from the light novel were not included into the episode. For instance, the instruments used by the Tempest Orchestra were actually recovered from Clement's castle, and Rimuru was the one who handpicked the members of the orchestra based on their affinity with music, such as Tark the conductor. Additionally, it was revealed in the light novel that Wisdom King Raphael was the one who helped to produce a proper music guidebook to help the orchestra learn the instruments. She even prepared a musical arrangement for the orchestra based on the various classical, anime, and even pop music gathered from Rimuru's memories, and she apparently chose a combination that could provide the audience with the most psychological satisfaction. That's why in the light novel, Yuki had complimented Rimuru for preparing such a performance, since he was able to recognize some of the music from the arrangement, so it was definitely disappointing the episode couldn't retain this aspect of the light novel, but it was still a good scene nonetheless, even with the original music score. That said, continuing on with the performance, Rimuru was completely surprised by Shuna and Shion who took the stage because he had no idea they were performing, and the studio did an amazing job animating their sequence. They both looked drop-dead gorgeous and elegant. And not much can be said about this entire sequence since it's just them playing music, although I would have liked if the episode kept the part where Rimuru verbalizes the essence of their performance, where he basically explains how Shion's violin performance was powerful, which reflected her aggressive personality, while Shuna's piano performance was more calm to represent her usual gentle nature, and somehow both were able to perfectly complement each other despite it feeling more like a duo rather than a duet. It was unfortunate this minor comment from Rimuru wasn't mentioned in the episode since it helps to better demonstrate the close relationship that Shuna and Shion have that allow for their performance to be so cohesive. Regardless, the rest of the sequence in the opera house played out in a similar fashion with the light novel, and I really enjoyed the closing statement from Rimuru and Hinata because it serves to remind you the purpose behind this entire Founders Festival story arc to help bridge the gap between humans and monsters through culture and food. Anyways, after the opera house, it was time for the science presentation by Gabriel and Vesta, but just like you see in the episode, their initial presentation started to bore the audience, and Rimuru actually pointed out in the light novel how he should have arranged this before the orchestra performance, since the tone shift might have been too much for the audience. And seeing this, Vesta decided to hand the presentation over to Gabriel, who started talking about the application range of healing potions along with how magic use affected the environment, but most of what was discussed in the episode will follow the light novel. So to summarize what was presented, a healing potion not only affected living things but inorganic objects as well, provided they have a will of their own, which in this case comes from the collection of spiritrons that are the building blocks of magic use, as explained by Raphael in the episode. And for objects like a sword to be affected by a healing potion, it simply has to be consistently exposed to magic use either through usage by its owner, being made from magic infused ore such as magic steel, or stored around powerful beings like Valdora Tempest. And this is how Vesta along with Gabriel were able to discover that the Hippocrute herb was nothing more than a mutated version of normal weeds, hence why they were so abundant inside the Seal Cave when Rimuru first awakened in the Tensura world. That's why the revelation garnered such a reaction from the crowd, since it proves that people can essentially create their own Hippocrute herb through artificial means, by simply exposing plants to high concentrations of magic hues, which had huge implications to the production of healing potions. And in the light novel, Rimuru was actually worried that he might have made a mistake by giving Vesta and Gabriel zero oversight for their science presentation, although he ultimately dismissed the thought when Raphael informed him that it's almost impossible for any nation to perform such a feat, at least in an effective and efficient manner. However, Rimuru did state in the light novel that he along with Vesta were reprimanded heavily by King Gazer afterwards for announcing something so crazy in a festival setting. Once the presentation ended, Rimuru actually went around the festival in the light novel to gauge the reaction and opinions of the visitors on the orchestra performance and the science presentation, when he would be approached by Arnold Baumann and Barkers, who informed him about Luminous wanting to meet, but as seen in the episode, it was Hinata who delivered this message to him. Rimuru was then brought to meet with Luminous, who apparently wanted to discuss about having more exchange between Lubelius and Tempest, and much of the talking points in the episode were basically the same as the light novel, although the scene did lack the presence of Luminous's vampire subjects who were described to be present in the room during the conversation. Regardless, Luminous mainly wanted to have a cultural exchange between their nation by having the Tempest Orchestra perform in Lubelius to hopefully inspire her subjects in their artistic endeavors, and she would send her vampire researchers to Tempest to participate in a joint research project with Gabriel and Vesta. Rimuru obviously agreed to her proposal, and it was unfortunate the anime removed the section where he asked Luminous about her vampire subjects, and it's here that she explains about the Surmounters, highly evolved vampires who have managed to conquer their weakness of sunlight, but due to their longevity and free time, they have developed weird and out-of-style interests as Luminous described it to be in the light novel. But I digress. Luminous will also offer Rimuru a reward for accepting her proposal, which is teaching him the skill known as the Secret of Faith and Grace, allowing his subjects to borrow his power to utilize different types of magic, although it was mainly used for holy magic. And in the light novel, before teaching him the skill, Luminous will apply Dimension Severance to prevent people from hearing the conversation, and it shows how natural she was when it comes to the execution and control of skills, since Rimuru outright stated that he did not even notice the effect until Raphael informed him. Furthermore, after teaching Rimuru the skill, Luminous reveals that he probably would have discovered this skill sooner or later, so she decided to use it as a bargaining chip here where it still had value, and Raphael was actually annoyed in the light novel that Luminous took away the fun of unlocking this ability from her. And I would have liked to see these minor talking points being left in the episode, since it shows the intelligence and skillfulness of Luminous, although I did enjoy how the anime shifted the tone of the conversation when she mentions the two unpleasant people attending the festival, while making her looking extremely menacing in the process. With that following Luminous's warning for Rimuru, I love the way the episode just cuts to Yuki, which is such a blatantly obvious way to show the audience who they are talking about. But to continue, Rimuru, Yuki and Hinata were having dinner together in the main hall, and it was funny to see Rimuru's reaction upon hearing Hinata mention the name of the yakisoba store being run by Valdora in the episode. I can't believe he straight up used the literal word alias as a name. Either way, the conversation they had during dinner wasn't anything special, and what they talked about in the episode would pretty much follow the light novel. In any case, there will be a meeting after dinner, and I was surprised the anime actually decided to cover the second interlude chapter since they removed the first one in the previous episode, although it was still a cut down version of the meeting. For instance, in the light novel, because Milmouse was running late, Rimuru decided to start without him, so he will first congratulate Shion and Shuna for their incredible performance, along with praising Gabriel for the presentation. Next, Rimuru will ask Diablo about the preliminary rounds for the martial tournament, and it seems that 6 former participants, including Masauki, had qualified for the main event, so with the addition of Geld and Gopta, there were a total of 8 participants. Then Milmouse will finally join the meeting to report about the merchants who we mentioned in the previous episode of being suspicious, and how they are now requesting for direct payment in the form of Dwarven coins, meaning that even the artifacts and treasures recovered from Claimant's domain along with the stellar gold coins acquired by Diablo were unusable for the transactions. And much of the conversation that occurred here in the episode will follow the light novel, but it's worth noting that since Tempest was dealing with countries from the Western nations, they are somewhat subjected to the trading laws set by the Western States Council, so it was possible that someone has orchestrated for this incident to happen. But the most impressive part about this entire meeting was how Shion was able to deduce that the perpetrators were likely the council itself, since they probably saw the economic sphere that Tempest will be building with Sarian, Famunas, Dwago and Milim's territory as a threat to their own economic standing, so they plan to financially ruin and damage the reputation of the monster nation before they can enact this plan. And honestly, this entire season has really shown how much Shion has grown as a character, being able to now comprehend and verbalize Rimuru's plan for economic supremacy. Although it's funny, she still reverted back to a violent self when Diablo suggested to teach the council a lesson for trying to interfere with Rimuru's grand plan. But jokes aside, I hated how Rumpai was still behaving like such a pushover in the episode. The fact that he even suggested to offer the merchants additional compensation, despite knowing that intentionally orchestrating this entire issue just felt annoying. Luckily, Meow Mouse will oppose Rumai's suggestion because if they gave the merchant an inch, they'll take a mile from Tempest, and I don't understand how Rumai can be so naive in regards to this issue. But at least he decides to listen to the advice of Meow Mouse, and ultimately chooses to enforce their own rules if they can reach a compromise with the merchants as seen in the episode. Although in the light novel, Rumai does add how he might even ignore the rules of the Western States Council if they really want to pressure Tempest with such a backhanded method. Having ended the meeting, Rumai will invite everyone to explore the night market and have their own celebration, but it was hilarious seeing Shuna's passive-aggressive tone warning them, specifically Rumai and Benimaru, to party in moderation. Nonetheless, there was also a funny line in the light novel where Rumai mentions that he saw Luminous intentionally antagonizing Valdra for his food stall. Furthermore, Rumai apparently took Meow Mouse to the VIP-only Elven Cabaret located at level 95 of the Labyrinth, where they will discuss with King Gazer about the coins, or drinking through the night, which explains the brief line in the episode about Rumai having a hangover on the second day of the festival. And this wasn't included into the episode as well, but Raphael apparently prevented Rumai from activating pain nullification to make him suffer more from the hangover since he chose to turn off poison nullification in the first place to get drunk, and it's said that this minor sequence wasn't adapted into the episode because it would have provided some funny moments that added more character to Raphael. That said, it was the official start of the martial tournament, and it's nice to see the characters from the movie and OVA series being seated alongside Rumai in the VIP area. Also, it seems that Chloe got some special treatment from her beloved teacher. But honestly, I can't wait for the next episode. It's going to be super exciting to finally see some action.
Tempest 武道大会本戦を開催いたします。
In continuation of my card content breakdown video, it's finally time for the Tempest Martial Tournament, the episode that everyone has been waiting for. However, there were some aspects from the fights that were removed, such as the shortened fight between Geld and Lion Mask, along with the later fight that involved Gopta and Lion Mask as well. That's why in today's video, I'll be talking about the various fights that occurred and provide a breakdown on why the episode did an amazing job in making people annoyed at Masaki Honjo, along with sharing some removed context on characters and the Tempest Federation itself. Now then, the recent episode 21 is called the Battle Tournament, and it mainly covers the storyline found in chapter 3 of the volume 9 light novel, although it does bring back some of the points from the first interlude chapter that was initially skipped over back in episode 19. So in the first interlude chapter, Rumai revealed how he came out with the idea of the Big Four, or also known as the Four Heavenly Kings, simply as a means to prevent Benimaru, Diablo and Shion from competing in the martial tournament, which was shown in the episode, but there were actually more to this sequence. For instance, Rumai also prevented Solway from participating by giving him another made-up title, which is Chief Intelligence Officer, and put him in charge of the Dark Shadow. Aside from that, because there was still a slot left in the Big Four, Rumai decided to give it to his remaining subordinates who he deemed qualified, but since Hakuro, Riga and Gabiru were busy, they declined to participate. And Best Doggo Ranga volunteered as well, but Rumai prohibited him from taking part because it was a competition of martial prowess, so it wouldn't be fair for the contestants. That's why Rumai ultimately chose to have Geld and Gopta participate as the representative fighters of the Tempest Federation, although Ranga did secretly join later in the episode. On a side note, do you prefer the name Big Four or Four Heavenly Kings? Feel free to leave your opinions on this in the comments down below, although I personally found the latter to sound more impressive than the former. In any case, going back to the tournament, there were actually a few points from the light novel involving Rumai providing a detailed look at the structure of the Colosseum, which were not adapted into the anime, so to explain. He described the building to have a capacity of 50,000 people, and it was based on the Roman Colosseum with some extra decorations to make it feel more intimidating. He also stated how the stage area itself was made of compressed and magically reinforced stone slabs that allows it to resist even the might of nuclear magic, or in this case, is capable of withstanding the power of at least Special A individuals. In addition to that, the area was protected by a powerful double barrier that not only protected the Colosseum itself from being damaged by fights, but it was able to prevent the audience from being impacted by skills or intense magic use from the stage area as well. Furthermore, when Rumpai introduced the jam projection screens in the episode, he stated in the light novel how he planned on selling this device to other nations in the future, so the martial tournament was simply advertising, but he was reprimanded by King Gazer afterwards for revealing the projection screens in such a fashion, because aside from entertainment, it had a lot of military applications as well. With that said, Sokka will begin with the introduction of the participants, and she was serving as the host of the martial tournament while Diablo was acting as the referee. And you can clearly tell the voice actress was having a blast here. She managed to really bring out the energy and hype that was described in the light novel for the introduction sequence of the main participants. So to start, for Masayuki's introduction, he went accordingly with the light novel, although some minor points in regards to Rumu's internalized thoughts on him were not depicted in the episode, such as Rumu suspecting that Masayuki might actually be faking his success and he couldn't understand why he was still so popular. And the anime did well to convey this manufactured popularity by showing Hinata, Chloe along with Rumu's subordinates being the only ones who were skeptical about Masayuki, while the crowd was still cheering for him. Also, Rumu pointed out how Sokka was quite devious for intentionally hyping up Masayuki in the light novel, so that if he loses the tournament, it will have greater damage on his reputation, although with his unique skill Chosen One, it will likely be quite difficult. Nonetheless, Sokka proceeded to introduce Jinrai, who was the one that helped Masayuki qualify to the main event, and then Guy, one of the most hated characters introduced during the Founders Festival arc, but both of their introduction sequences in the episode were the same as the light novel. Next, it will be the introduction of Gozer and Mazer, who were participating because in the light novel, Sobe explained to Rumu how they both made a bet that whoever wins the title of Big Four, the loser will have to be stuck serving as the floor 50 boss of the labyrinth. Additionally, Rumu providing some insight on Gozer and Mazer after they received names from him were not adapted into the episode, but essentially, they both evolved into a Demon Ox and Demon Horse respectively, although Gozer became specialized in physical attacks while Mazer became specialized in magical attacks. And Wisdom King Raphael apparently gave them both the unique skill limiter, which is a degraded version of unlimited imprisonment and spatial domination, giving them the ability to drag weaker opponents into a virtual space controlled by them, a bit similar to domain expansion but less powerful. Moving on, when Lamas and Totally Not Carrion was introduced, much of his sequence would follow the light novel, but the episode did leave out the part where Sobe again explained to Rimuru how Carrion was able to take down the 3 Daigyu sons during the elimination round, which earned him the adoration and respect from the crowd, and it's a nice detail to have Tish cheering for him as a way to portray this aspect. Also, this wasn't mentioned in the episode as well, but Million was apparently absent for the tournament because she was busy helping Valdra and Ramos make some final adjustments to the labyrinth. That's why Million left a message for Totally Not Carrion through Sokka. With the 6 participants introduced for the main event, it was time for the introduction of Gokta and Gyal, which pretty much occurred in a similar fashion to the light novel, although I did find the detail of Raphael constantly trying to say something about Gokta, but then keeping quiet to be quite funny because you find out in the next episode what she did. But continuing on, having finished with the introduction, it was time for Rumu to give the opening speech, and the episode version was actually shortened by a fair bit. It only included the parts where Rumu states that he'll give his subordinates who are participating in the final position of the Big Four if they win, along with granting Masayuki the chance to fight him. As for the points that were removed, Rimuru had actually interacted with each of the challengers in the light novel, starting with Gozer and Mazer, who he ordered to put on a good show for the audience to further hype up the labyrinth. Then he talked to Jinrai and asked if he wishes to request for a reward if he somehow wins, but he simply dismisses Rimuru's kind gesture, although he still decides to give Jinrai some high-grade equipment since Team Lightspeed helped to advertise the martial tournament. Following Jinrai is Guy, who wanted to challenge Rimuru as well, but because of his rude behavior, Diablo stepped in and offered to fight him first before he could even earn the chance to fight Rimuru. And this was how Rimuru discovered a new way of deflecting aggression from people like Guy. Just used the Big Four as an excuse, so it was unfortunate we couldn't see this interaction in the episode, since it adds some interesting world building to the story. But I digress. When Rimuru approaches Totally Not Carrion, he simply asks him to show some restraint since he was still an ex-Demon Lord, and for Gokta, Rimuru had very little faith that he would do well, so he simply gave some sarcastic words of encouragement while giving Gyal a genuine one. Gokta even complained about the preferential treatment. Having said that, for the draws, what you see in the episode will simply follow the light novel, and Masauki's unique skill Chosen One definitely influenced the outcome of the pairings, so Rimuru wasn't wrong when he said that Masauki somehow manipulated destiny. Either way, the first match was between Gozer and Mazer, but apart from some minor trash talking, the entire fight would happen according to the light novel, although I was surprised how gory and brutal it was since the anime has never shown this much violence before, which definitely made the entire sequence more enjoyable and it was visually impressive as well. The second match would be nothing special because Jinrai simply resigned to give Masauki the win, and it was funny how people were still celebrating like it was an actual win. Now in the third round, it was Gopta against Guy and the entire fight was the same as the light novel, although it was commendable that despite running away from Guy the entire time, Gopta was still easily dodging all his attacks, and Shion actually pointed out in the light novel how he was intentionally keeping Gopta from stepping outside the boundary. That's why she said that Guy's methods were disgusting in the episode. However, when Rimuru offered Gopta a reward, he immediately changed his attitude and proceeded to summon his direwolf partner, but as seen in the episode, the one who came out was Ranga. And what made this entire sequence funnier was how Diablo was obviously biased, since he approves of Gopta's win despite knowing that having Best Doggo help him was unfair. Even Rimuru questioned this in the light novel, but he ultimately chose to ignore the matter since Guy was super rude. That said, in the fourth match, it was Gelt vs Lion Mask, definitely not Carrion, and even though the anime version looked good, it still lacked some of the intensity that was portrayed in the light novel. For instance, their fight was described to be an all-out physical brawl with Lion Mask constantly on the offensive with various types of kicks and punches, while Gelt was simply forced to defend, occasionally countering with his own attacks. And apparently this lasted for over 30 minutes before reaching the point in the episode where Lion Mask questioned why Gelt still hasn't used any skills, and honestly, respect for Papa Gelt. He intentionally chose to fight with the same handicap as Lion Mask, so after totally not Carrion acknowledges the strength of Gelt, he ended the battle with Lion Cannon Fist, and I love the detail of having Diablo supporting Gelt from falling. That was such a super wholesome gesture. With the quarterfinals ended, it was time for the semi-finals, and Masauki's fight against Gozer would be the first match, but somehow, just like you see in the episode, he was able to convince Gozer to forfeit the match through nothing but his words. And I've seen many people online complaining about Masauki, completely not understanding what his character is meant to represent, is to show you how ridiculous the plot armor trope is, but also serving as a way to prime everyone's opinions on him, to then subvert everyone's expectations in the future. So if you're one of the people who got angered by his behavior, then did an amazing job at writing his character. Nevertheless, much of their interaction here did follow the light novel, so there's nothing to really explain. Although Rimuru was complaining how crazy it was that the crowd was cheering for Masauki and seemed to regard his actions as noble, despite his behavior being quite cowardly, and it's obvious he was simply bluffing about wanting to fight Gozer at his full strength. That's why Rimuru can only rely on the last match of the day between Lion Mask and Gopta. He knew that totally not Carrion would be the winner, so he was still satisfied that someone strong can help him gauge Masauki's strength. However, Rimuru does mention in the light novel how he still wanted to cheer for Gopta because having Ranga help might at least make it possible for them to defeat Lion Mask unless he decides to get serious. Once the battle started, Gopta would simply be dodging while Ranga did all the fighting, and the crowd was actually impressed by the performance of the Best Doggo in the light novel. They even started to cheer for him, and some were laughing at Gopta for not even trying. But I have to say, the anime did well to demonstrate Gopta's cunning nature, as he not only abused the rule of allowing summons to step outside the boundary, even had Ranga purposely target the mask of totally not Carrion, knowing that he doesn't want to reveal himself. And yes, even though it's an absolutely scummy way to fight, but Gopta wasn't wrong when he stated that as long as you win, it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. Also, it was hilarious how the otherworlded children and Hinata were judging Rimuru when Gopta reveals that he was the one who taught him this philosophy. Although in the light novel, the crowd reacted much worse after hearing about this, as they collectively started to talk about how Rimuru was a terrifying demon lord that manipulates his subordinates and teaches them to behave in such a dirty manner. Regardless, totally not Carrion ultimately forfeited the match just like in the episode, because he couldn't fight Gopta and Ranga without revealing himself, so they were declared the winners and they'll be facing Masauki in the finals. But Rimuru briefly met with them both following the match to scold Ranga for disobeying his orders and warned them about the unknown dangers that Masauki might pose in the finals and how important it was for them to expose as much information about the chosen hero as possible. Anyways, during the dinner sequence in the episode, Rimuru was supposed to be present in the light novel eating alongside the otherworlded children as he listened to their opinions about the matches. Furthermore, when Hinata asked if Rimuru actually plans on fighting Masauki, the children even had a discussion on who was stronger, with Alice and Kenya defending the hero, while Gale, Ryota and Chloe supported Rimuru. Hinata would then share her opinions on Masaki, and even though she wasn't able to gauge his true strength, she was still confident about defeating him in battle in spite of this unknown factor. There was also a funny sequence in the light novel where Rimuru became jealous how the children unanimously agreed that Hinata was stronger than Masaki, while they were skeptical about him earlier, so Rimuru gave an offhanded remark about her, which actually triggered her although he manages to calm her down. Nonetheless, the rest of the sequence in the episode of Rimuru discussing with Hinata, and then his own subordinates about Gupta's chances against Masaki would happen in a similar fashion with the light novel. And the only noteworthy aspect to point out is that there would be a third interlude chapter which involves Rimuru and his subordinates meeting with King Gazer to discuss about the gold coins they need to pay off the merchants. However, I'm guessing the ending of the episode meant that they'll include this section in the upcoming episode, so I'll avoid talking about it for now and go over it in my next video. Now then, in continuation of my previous episode breakdown and cut content video, episode 22, which is titled The Battle with the Hero, will be adapting from the third interlude chapter, as well as chapter 3 of the volume 9 light novel, showcasing the international summit between Rimuru, King Gazer, and Emperor Almesia, as they discuss on ways to resolve the payment issue with the merchants, but it also serves to provide a comprehensive look at the intelligence and wisdom of Emperor Almesia, so I'll be breaking down those particular sequences in today's video. Additionally, there were some elements from the finals of the Tempest Martial Tournament which were not adapted into the episode, such as a longer look at the internalized thoughts of Masaki when he was facing Gupta, along with a few removed reactions from Hakuro and Milim in regards to the fight. That's why I'll be covering the removed content from the anime as well. To start, the opening sequence of the episode continues immediately after the ending of the previous episode 21, whereby Rimuru along with his executives were meeting with King Gazer to discuss about securing enough funds to pay the merchants. However, King Gazer could only provide 1,500 gold coins in such a short notice, and Milmars only managed to gather around 1,000 gold coins as well, meaning they still needed a few hundred more since Rimuru estimated the amount they owed the merchants to be more than 3,000. And when King Gazer reprimanded Rimuru for being so careless in the planning of the Founders Festival, Rimuru actually provided his own internalized thoughts on his justification for this unforeseen circumstance in the light novel. The main reason is that because the Founders Festival was the first international event hosted by the Tempest Federation, Rimuru simply wanted to make it as big as possible since there are plenty of stellar gold coins to spare and treasures from defeating claimant. But what he did not predict was how the merchants would demand for direct payments. Nonetheless, it was then Empress Almesia would interrupt the meeting, offering her financial aid to cover the remaining amount, and even though it seemed like Duke Aloud simply invited her to join, but in the light novel, Rimuru noted that judging from his facial expression, it was obvious that Almesia forced him to let her participate in this meeting. Also, Rimuru's reasoning for rejecting her offer wasn't included into the episode as well, but essentially, despite showing a facade of kindness and generosity, he could sense the deceit that was coming from her eyes as he knew that she likely wanted to sell him a favor. And Rimuru only accepted her proposal after listening to the advice of King Gazer, so much of the following conversation that occurred will play out in a similar fashion with the light novel. And I don't know why, but seeing Almesia dumping out 1,000 gold coins and hearing her say that they were just pocket change seems so funny to me. Now, having resolved the issue regarding the merchants, Almesia will share her own perspective on the intentions of the merchants like you see in the episode, and she speculated that their true purpose wasn't to simply discredit or ruin the reputation of Tempest, but rather create an opportunity for the true mastermind to send a puppet that will provide financial aid just like Almesia did, so that they can ultimately get Rimuru to owe them, making the possibility of controlling and manipulating Tempest easier than directly conquering them. And this entire conversation really showed how much wisdom Almesia has because her perspective on the issue was likely gained from years of experience interacting with various kinds of people, so it would stand to reason that she was able to easily assess a situation based on multiple levels. That's why even though Diablo, who should be arguably older than Almesia, acknowledges her judgment to be a genuine learning experience for him in the episode, because he likely hasn't interacted much with the denizens of the Tensura world, so he would not be able to understand human nature that well. That said, I love how the anime added its own original scene of Almesia glaring at Diablo, because after sharing her opinions on the true mastermind orchestrating the merchants, she proceeded to question Rimuru about keeping the primordial demon in check, and the reason she even activated her heroic aura to pressure Rimuru is because she was afraid about the possibility of another Gi Crimson being born into the world if Rimuru somehow loses control over Diablo. However, as seen in the episode, Rimuru would counter with his own Demon Lord Haki, while reassuring Almesia that he would stop Diablo, which was hilarious because at this point in time, I would say that Diablo is still slightly stronger than him in terms of technique, and it seems like he still haven't realized what the Primordial actually is. So if you don't want to be like Rimuru and learn more about the Primordials, be sure to check out my video explaining the demon race of Tensura by using the top right corner or in the pinned comments down below. In any case, having ascertained the intentions of Rimuru, Almesia officially declared Tempest as a friend of Sarian, and much of their conversation in the episode afterwards will be the same as the light novel. So with everything resolved, the brief international summit between Tempest, Dragon and Sarian will end. So moving over to next day, Rimuru actually teleported to Dragon to retrieve the gold coins back to Tempest, since it would be safer to transport them with spatial domination rather than using the Pegasus Knights. Now to continue, the finals of the Tempest Martial Tournament will begin, and when Sokka was introducing the two finalists, there was actually a more detailed account of Masaoki's emotions in the light novel, so to explain, he apparently planned on running away after witnessing the fight that occurred previously between Gopta and Carrion, but because his teammates were all showing so much faith in him during the previous night, he did not want to disappoint them and forced himself to proceed with the fight. However, back to the present, Masaoki was cursing himself internally for not running away, and his emotions were going crazy, but here's the exact lines written in the light novel to describe his overall feelings. Masaoki had went to the toilet several times to avoid pissing himself during the match, and even though he has relieved himself, he was still on the brink of pissing his pants out of anxiety, which is quite a statement. Nevertheless, once Sokka finished with the introductions, the battle soon began, and similar to what was shown in the episode, Masaoki was too scared to move, but thanks to his unique skill Chosen One, or in this case, his version of King's Engine, he caused Gopta to be overly cautious about approaching him directly, and this forces Gopta into using his secret move, which is explained by Wisdom King Raphael in the episode to be the unique skill known as Summon Demon Wolf, and he apparently acquired this in the previous episode when Ranga forcefully interrupted Gopta's summoning. However, what the anime doesn't tell you is that in the light novel, Gopta's unique skill had greatly boosted his extra skill unification as well, which meant that it wasn't like the usual Centaur-esque transformation of the other Goblin Riders, but rather a full-on fusing between him and Ranga. Adding to this, Rimuru also knew that Gopta definitely received help from Raphael and tried questioning her about it, but she apparently ignored him, which would have been funny to see play out in the anime. And it's obvious that someone on the animation team was a fan of Kamen Rider, given how the sequence for Gopta's transformation has so much similarities to the series. Furthermore, what do you guys think about the design of Gopta's werewolf form in the anime as compared to the manga or light novel? Feel free to leave your answers in the comments down below. Back to the topic at hand, much of the reaction from the audience, including Millie becoming excited about Gopta's new form, Sokka hyping up this new transformation, and Rimuru's subordinates all sharing their own commentaries on it will be the same as the light novel, although it was funny that Rimuru was the only one being skeptical about Gopta's chances of winning. Also, I love how Hakuro was trying so hard to impress his daughter Momiji by boasting about Gopta being his student, which definitely did not come back to embarrass him later. That said, Gopta prepares to attack Masaoki, but when he charges, he somehow misses and crashes into the wall. And the episode doesn't explicitly explain how this happened, but essentially, Gopta failed to account for Ranga's added strength, so he is still comprehending things based on his own hobgoblin physique. That's why when Gopta charges at Masaoki, his brain couldn't process the sudden increase in speed, so he wasn't able to stop himself before crashing into the wall, but it was also possible that Masaoki's luck had a factor in causing this outcome as well. Either way, since Gopta and Ranga were both unconscious, it's obvious that Masaoki was the winner. But even before Diablo declared the results, the audience was already making up their own bullshit about how amazing he was, which was again likely caused by the effects of his unique skill. And Masaoki knew that he would have to fight Rimuru next, so his internalized thoughts in the episode was that of pure anxiety and fear, with much of the following sequences involving him trying to figure out ways to escape from this situation, which happened according to the light novel. Regardless, Masaoki chose to withdraw from the tournament, and unsurprisingly, his unique skill causes the audience to side with him, and in the light novel, it was actually due to this final gesture that allowed Wisdom King Raphael to speculate how his abilities work, and using the information provided by her, Rimuru was able to connect everything as well. He stated that Masaoki probably knew he could not defeat Gozer in the previous episode, so he used his unique skill to convince the Minotaur into forfeiting, but against Gopta, he wasn't able to use his Talk No Jutsu again, so he is slightly stricken by fear, which explains why he never drew his sword or moved during the fight. And because of this, Rimuru came to the conclusion that it was possible Masaoki had barely any combat capabilities, so it was not surprising that even Hinata could not read him in the previous episode, because he was simply too weak for a skill to activate. However, since Rimuru still understands the potential threat that Masaoki poses given his fame and how his ability works, Rimuru decides to not provoke him, and it was for this reason why he orders Sowe to invite Masaoki for lunch, because he plans to win over the chosen hero. Anyways, it was hilarious seeing Hakura's reaction to Gopta's failure, because in a light novel, Momiji was mocking her father for his apparent star pupil, but just showing her giving him the side eye in the anime was already enough to show you what she was thinking without having her say these words. But the most disappointed was probably Milim, who looked forward to seeing Gopta use his werewolf form, and even though Rimuru tried to cover for him, she was still angered by his performance. That's why she offered to train Gopta. And Rimuru actually took this opportunity to request permission from Milim to explore the ruins below Clement's castle with Kagali's team in the light novel. But when she asked why he was asking for permission, Frey quickly reminded Milim who was the ruler of that domain. So Milim realized that it was her, while nervously pretending that she knew. So Milim agreed to the proposal, but only if Rimuru takes her with them during the expedition. In addition to that, Rimuru actually internally remarked that since Gopta failed to test Masaoki's abilities, his only usefulness now is to serve as a sacrifice to appease Milim. Having said that, now that Masaoki has withdrawn from the tournament, they moved on to the reward ceremony where Rimuru personally congratulated all the participants. He even gifted Jinrai with a set of equipment that he promised when the martial tournament began, and Gopta was officially appointed as a member of the Big Four. And so the first Tempest martial tournament will finally end, but it also meant the start of Gopta's suffering as Milim claimed her prize, with the following sequence on him in the episode struggling and complaining about being betrayed by Hakura and Rimuru playing out the same as the light novel. Of course, Gopta wasn't the only one to suffer because Ranga was dragged away by Milim as well, which was hilarious, although I did feel bad for Best Doggo. And it's worth noting that Ranga was able to leave claw marks on the stage, which was made from compressed stone slab reinforced with magic, and it was strong enough to even withstand nuclear magic. Just goes to show you how terrified he was of being trained by Milim. With that, Rimuru later met with Masaoki and he ordered Shuna to prepare some Japanese food for him, considering that he is from Japan as well, but he was initially hesitant to eat because he was afraid that Rimuru still held some type of vendetta against him during their first meeting, and even thought it was his last meal. That's why Rimuru introduced himself as Satoru Mikami in the episode to hopefully lighten the mood, and explains that he genuinely wants to befriend Masaoki, and the rest of the conversation will simply happen according to the light novel where Masaoki explained his life story to Rimuru, even sharing how his unique skill Chosen One functions and how he doesn't mind giving up his status as a hero to become Rimuru's subordinate because he was getting annoyed by the constant praises from people around him. However, Masaoki did reveal in the light novel that he never had a genuine conversation with anyone before apart from Yuki, because everyone else, including his teammates, all treated him like a god, so he was happy to tell Rimuru about his story. But with the lunch period ending and the opening ceremony for Ramusa's Labyrinth about to begin, Rimuru had asked Masaoki to help advertise the dungeon with his team and reassures him that Gozo was located on floor 50, so he can still delay his rematch with the Minotaur. And with that, Masaoki ultimately agrees to tackle the labyrinth, and Rimuru will provide him with a walkthrough guide for the initial few floors, because he also wanted Masaoki's team to serve as playtester for the labyrinth, which is quite fitting since the voice actor of Masaoki is none other than Kirito himself from the SAO series. Now the rest of the conversation will proceed accordingly with the light novel, so Rimuru was able to befriend Masaoki, while the Founders Festival moves into its final major event, the official introduction of Ramusa's Labyrinth, the most important aspect to the overall future of the Tensura story.
さよならゴブタ、さよならランガ、君たちの勇姿は忘れない。
Now, in continuation of my cut content and episode breakdown series, we only have one more episode to go before the end of season 3, and it's finally time for the long-awaited introduction and opening of Ramusa's Labyrinth in the recent episode 23, which is aptly titled The Labyrinth's Grand Opening. And it pretty much covers the remaining events that were found in chapter 4 of the volume 9 light novel. However, there were a few moments from the light novel that were removed from episode 23, such as a beginning conversation that happened between Rimuru, Valdora and Ramus about the labyrinth, along with some additional sequences involving one of the teams that were challenging the labyrinth, which was actually essential in the light novel to help showcase the labyrinth mechanics. Also, there were a few minor cut contents not adapted into the episode as well, so I'll be discussing about those and breaking down the episode in today's video. With that said, episode 23 continues directly after Rimuru ended his meeting with Masaoki in the previous episode, but just before the grand opening of Ramusa's Labyrinth, Rimuru actually went down to the labyrinth first to make sure all the safety features were in place and the preparation was completed, which wasn't adapted into the anime. It was also during this conversation that Rimuru explains to Valdora and Ramus how he plans on closing down the labyrinth after the opening to perform another round of balancing based on the data they'll be collecting from the challengers, along with finalizing some other aspects as well, like training workers, more marketing and pricing for the labyrinth. I honestly would have liked to see this interaction being adapted into the anime since it shows more of the management and technical side of running what's essentially equivalent to a carnival attraction. In addition to that, there was a funny sequence where Romulus informed Rimuru that Millen brought Gupta and Ranga down into the dragon floors because she apparently wanted to give the archdragon she caught some exercise, or using it as training for Gupta and Ranga at the same time. So once Rimuru was done with the final preparations, he returned to the VIP area with Romulus, and Valdra apparently chose to stay behind because he actually thought someone would reach his floor, not knowing that the showcase for the labyrinth only had a 3-hour time limit. In any case, this is where the episode actually starts with Meowmouse and Sokka taking turns introducing the labyrinth and hyping up the audience, while Romulus proceeds to summon the gate leading into a labyrinth. And I have to say, the chemistry between Meowmouse and Sokka was really well done, and even though Meowmouse was described to be less natural and nervous in the light novel, the anime version of him seems to be much more confident and professional when it comes to MCing. That said, when Sokka proceeds to introduce the challengers, the first team was led by Basso, and I love how he is clearly supposed to be a reference to Kratos from the God of War series. However, the most notable thing to mention that wasn't included into the episode was how he along with his party were calling bullshit on the Martial tournament result, and commenting on how the labyrinth was simply a scam, which actually angered Diablo and Shion in the light novel, but Rimuru was able to pacify their anger. Then Sokka would introduce Aaron's party, and there was actually a brief line from the light novel which was removed from the episode involving Rimuru stating how Aaron's party has apparently been helping Yom rebuild his country. That's why he was surprised to see them participating because he assumed they were still in the Famana's kingdom. And the running gag of having Duke Atlau being the biggest daughter sim ever and then being scolded by Emperor Amasia was such a funny detail. Next, it was Masaoki's Team Lightspeed, and not much can be said about their intro, but the anime seems to have completely removed the minor light novel detail of Rimuru gifting Jinra a high-grade armor for helping to advertise the martial tournament previously, and another one where Rimuru gifted Masaoki a rapier because the reason he never unsheathed his weapon before during combat is due to his sword being too heavy. And the final challenger was Guy, the biggest idiot of season 3, but his interview sequence would be the same as the light novel, although there was a funny interaction not shown in the episode, where Shion tried to imitate Rimuru's voice and gave Diablo permission to kill Guy, but they were quickly scolded by Rimuru. Now once they finish introducing the challengers just like you see in the episode, Sokka proceeds to explain the livestream element of the Labyrinth showcase and introduce 4 new dryads as well who are actually given names in the light novel: Alpha, Beta, Gamma and Delta. I wonder if this counts as a reference to the Eminence in Shadow. Also, it was explained by Rimuru that the only way to distinguish them was through the wavelength of their mana, since the 4 of them look the same. And for the explanation on the items such as the Resurrection Bracelet, the following sequences in the light novel will happen in a similar fashion with the light novel, although it's worth pointing out that when Guy started attacking Meowmouse to test the item, he was supposed to be more violent in the light novel as he dismembered Meowmouse. Regardless, Meowmouse was soon transported outside the labyrinth with his body intact, and having him mention the pain-resistant element of the Resurrection Bracelet is a nice foreshadowing for later in the episode. Nonetheless, the labyrinth showcase will soon begin, and the initial focus was on Basan's team, with much of the interaction involving them playing out the same way as the light novel, even the part where Rimuru confronts Romulus about adding 4 traps into the first floor, although the anime version was definitely funnier thanks to Romulus's voice actress. Adding to that, later when Rimuru was checking on Aaron's party, he soon realized that Romulus has been bribed by them, and this following sequence had gone accordingly with the light novel as well. With Aaron's party being shown in the anime to have discovered a treasure chest, Meowmouse proceeds to talk about the 3 specific types that are found inside the labyrinth, which are bronze, silver and gold, and only the explanation for the bronze and gold treasure chests had followed the light novel, while the episode doesn't mention the contents found inside the silver chest. For instance, it was said to be mostly filled with healing potions or silver coins, but there was a chance for rare grade equipment to be found as well. The rest of the explanation given by Meowmouse on the labyrinth, such as the floor bosses, was also similar to what was described inside the light novel, and the anime did well to make such a heavy exposition sequence entertaining to watch, and having the visual gag of Gozer doing various bodybuilding poses definitely helped in this regard. So moving on from that, the anime switches over to Masaoki's team, and much of their progress will follow the light novel, although I did like the small detail in the episode of Jinrai catching Jibu as they fell through the floor trap. It's honestly small attention to detail like this that makes the Tensura anime so good. Either way, going over to Guy, he was basically doing a speed run of the labyrinth as he simply zooms through everything, even the floor traps. And in the light novel, Rimuru stated how Delta was struggling to keep up with him because she had to use the conventional method of flying, since using teleportation would disrupt the live video feed she was supposed to relay. Also, when Rimuru asked Wisdom King Raphael how Guy was able to seemingly locate all the silver treasure chests, she wasn't able to answer, but the comments made by Ramirez on how he was being fueled by greed is actually a subtle foreshadowing for a future plot point. However, to avoid directly spoiling you, I'll simply let you know that Guy was actually being influenced by someone, and it was due to that person's ability to amplify his greed, which allowed him to easily pinpoint the treasure chests. Having said that, before switching perspective to Bason's party, I really enjoyed the sequence of Vaudra just practicing his final boss presentation for the people that will ultimately visit his floor, still not realizing that no one can even make it down that far within 3 hours. And at the end of the episode, when Rimuru was giving his closing statement for the festival, Vaudra actually contacted him in the light novel to complain about the lack of challenges, and he ends up being scolded by Rimuru for never paying attention to what he says, which would have been funny to see play out in the anime if it was adapted. Now then, back to Bason's party, the anime actually removed quite a lot from my perspective, and even changes the importance of their role to mere comic relief because in the light novel, they not only had quite a significant role to help promote the labyrinth simply through the way they approach the entire thing, but also making Rimuru realize some of the flaws and issues with the labyrinth itself, which I'll be talking about next. Essentially, in the light novel, Bason's party was super unlucky throughout their run as they constantly triggered the various traps prepared by Rimuru, and even when they managed to find some treasure chests, they still ended up getting either a mimic chest or a booby trap one. And this causes Rimuru to reconsider the trap to reward ratio inside the labyrinth because if the audience sees that Bason's party was struggling so much to even find a single chest, it might cause them to be less inclined to participate in the future since the disadvantages seems to outweigh the profit. However, they did eventually discover a hidden room with a silver chest, but they still had to defeat the Great Bear, a rank C monster, and Rimuru commented how they were fighting in a very logical and conservative manner despite being a rank B party. And it was because of that fight that gave Rimuru another idea for the labyrinth, to prepare courses that teaches newbies how to fight more efficiently and utilize tactics that are more suited for the labyrinth environment, since they still don't seem to comprehend the not dying portion of it. Furthermore, Rimuru had to re-evaluate the difficulty of the labyrinth as well, because it was stated in the light novel that Bason's party took around 5 minutes just to take down the Great Bear, and if it averages the strength of other adventuring teams that will eventually visit the labyrinth, it might take them months to even make it past the 10th floor, which will become problematic for the longevity and interest for the labyrinth. That's why I don't understand why the anime decided to omit such a major part of the labyrinth showcase from the light novel and made Bason's party just comic relief, because they actually did influence a lot of the future policies that Rimuru ultimately implemented into the labyrinth. And not only that, after Bason opened the silver chest, he was able to acquire a rare grade equipment which was then explained by Rimuru in the light novel to be quite a significant prize, because most adventurers in the Tensura world were often badly equipped and couldn't afford proper equipment. So the implications of how much impact the labyrinth will have on the future economy of adventurers and the world building element of it were really lacking in the anime, which was so disappointing. In addition to that, from a writing standpoint as well, Bason and his party even changed their initial skeptical attitude towards Rimuru and the labyrinth, as they were now praising how fun it was, which manages to excite the audience. Many were even paying the most attention to the progress as compared to the 3 other teams. But I digress. Removing much of the experience that Bason's party had also meant that the part where Ramirez informed Rimuru about Vaudra increasing the drop rates of the treasure chest for the opening will be omitted from the episode as well. And Vaudra mainly did this because he wanted to advertise to the audience the profits that can be earned from exploring the labyrinth, and Rimuru even internally praised him for this initiative, so it's unfortunate this wasn't adapted into the anime since it's one of the rare cases where Vaudra actually did something right. Also, even though it was mentioned as a passing statement in the episode, the light novel did showcase how Bason's party was able to gather magic crystals as well from the monsters they defeated. Anyways, shifting the focus to Aaron's party, much like what was shown in the episode, they started using the floor traps to quickly reach the deeper floors, and they eventually made it to the 5th floor, because their target was the area boss, which was again information Aaron acquired from Ramirez. But not much can be said about this entire sequence since it was pretty faithful to the source material with barely any changes made, although Rimuru did point out in the light novel how Aaron was intentionally acting injured just so she can use the opportunity to help promote the healing potions of Tempest. Also, it seems that the anime decided to change the grade of the Tempest sword acquired by them, because in the light novel it was said to only be at the special grade, but in the episode, Rimuru stated that it was a unique grade which is considered to be the 3rd strongest grade of weapons. Regardless, after Eren's party collected their prize, they will use the return wizard to exit the labyrinth, so switching to Masauki's team light speed, they managed to reach floor 10 with just 15 minutes left to the event, and in the light novel, Rumpai actually acknowledges that they were likely relying on the luck boost of Masauki because the trap floors somehow always lead them down the easiest path, even letting them land directly outside the room of the floor boss, which was a rank B Great Spider. And similar to what happened in the episode, Jinrai easily took the Great Spider down with a single hit, and it was again likely thanks to the effects of Chosen One that increased the strength of Jinrai. So they soon left the labyrinth as well after Masauki collected the rare great weapon from the chest, and seeing the way they abused the floor traps, Rumpai decided to completely remove this feature in the future. Now Guy was the next focus of the audience, but because he was a few minutes behind Team Light Speed, when he arrived at the floor boss area, the Great Spider still hasn't respawned, and the explanation given by Miomas on this situation will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel. However, Guy became angered by this, so he tried forcing Delta to revive the floor boss, and the reason he was punished was actually a bit different, so to explain. In the episode, Delta punished him since he tried attacking her, whereas in the light novel, he was punished because he was insulting both Rumpai and Ramirez. And honestly, I did not expect a Dryad to be this brutal, but it was satisfying seeing her deactivate the pain resistance function of the resurrection bracelet to deal the most amount of pain to Guy, and the animation sequence of him being decapitated by Delta was clean. And using this chance, Miomas explains to the audience the consequences of breaking the rules inside the labyrinth, with much of the information stated in the source material being retained in the episode. However, in the light novel, this sudden event had caused the atmosphere to turn a bit awkward, although Sokka was able to repair the mood and the audience regained their composure once they saw Guy recover from the shock. So with that, the final team left inside the labyrinth was Bason's party, and their final moment was again completely altered in the episode. To explain, they were supposed to have encountered a group of skeleton archers, and it was quite dramatic in the light novel, because Bason's party was described to be fully immersed in the experience that they forgot about the resurrection bracelet, so when one of his party members was killed, Bason was enraged and saddened by it, and it turned the entire sequence into an intense battle filled with emotions, which hyped up the audience even more, but the epic moment was stopped by Alpha, who simply teleported the remaining members outside since the time limit for the labyrinth showcase has officially ended. And the importance of this in the light novel was to actually showcase the feeling of the resurrection bracelet when it's being used properly, because the member that died will share his experience with the audience, so I really don't understand why the anime decided to remove the subplot involving Bason's party. In any case, the grand opening of Ramirez's labyrinth will officially end, and after Rumpai gave his final address for the Founders Festival, the episode proceeds to showcase a montage of the last moments during the festival. And the most surprising part was seeing Benimaru actually interacting with Hiro, which was also followed by Rumpai enjoying some drinks with Queen Towa as well, meaning they're both now canon in the anime universe. Also, the face made by Valdra here was goddamn hilarious. That said, Rumpai's final message about his dreams for the future will be word for word taken from the light novel, and so, the episode ends with only the issue involving the merchants remaining for Rumpai to resolve. But in all honesty, even though I enjoyed some of the moments from this episode, it was still such a disappointment because the opening of the labyrinth was supposed to be the shining moment for Tempest, and choosing to omit the subplot involving Bason's party really hurts the overall world-building aspect of the series. But aside from that, everything else was amazing, so I have very mixed feelings about this episode, and hopefully the final one will at least close out the season properly.
最終警告謝罪する気はありませんか
なめるなこの程度の魔法
That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3 has finally ended with the recent episode 24, which is called After the Festival, and it mainly covers Rumai's encounter with the merchants and how he resolves the issue along with a final conference with all the allies of Tempest afterwards. However, there were actually quite a few important details and context from the light novel that were removed from the episode, so I'll be covering those points in today's video and breaking down the final episode to see if the ending of Season 3 is good or not. To start, episode 24 will be adapting the events that occurred in chapter 5 and the epilogue of the volume 9 light novel, continuing from the end of the previous episode 23 where Miomas was meeting with the merchants to resolve the issue regarding their payment. But just before this event took place, there was actually a minor sequence in the light novel involving Rumpai and Rigger that was removed. It was mainly praising Rigger for helping to coordinate the security forces since Gopta was still being tortured by Milim down in the labyrinth, and it would have been nice if the anime kept this because it's rare to see Rumpai interacting with Rigger. Now, returning to the meeting, the anime actually removes and alters quite a few things from the light novel, such as the number of people that were supposed to be present, which was around 100 or so, with some being reporters hired by Muse, a duke from the Gaston Kingdom, while some were merchants who were friends with Meow Mouse. And if you compare that with the anime, you can literally count the number of people with your 10 fingers, which aside from just being lazy, it completely ruins the meaning of the scene and why there were supposed to be more people. To explain, it was to showcase that some of the merchants were not involved with the conspiracy to defend temples, as they were genuinely trying to help Meow Mouse persuade the other merchants to accept the alternative payment methods, and the reporters hidden among them also had a purpose. They were written to be the trump card of Muse in case the negotiations somehow failed, but later they'll end up becoming the downfall of Muse because Rimuru was able to turn them against him, which was supposed to help further demonstrate Rimuru's intelligence and cunning nature. And yes, even though Shuna did bring in reporters in the episode, that sequence also had another purpose in the light novel. They were mainly brought in because Diablo's plan was to have them write about the apparent conspiracy between Muse and the merchants, so that their credibility would be destroyed, which was successful, as Muse stated in the epilogue that he along with the merchants had been deported by their own nation. So I was quite disappointed they replaced this entire power dynamic in the episode, but I digress. Another part not shown in the anime was how Rimuru was apparently listening to the initial discussion that happened on the other side of the door because he was trying to catch the rat responsible for orchestrating this issue with the merchants. That's why he only entered the room in the anime with his executives once it was confirmed that Muse was indeed the mastermind behind this. Also, some additional details on the internalized styles of Muse were not adapted into the episode as well, so to explain, he was actually quite confident in his plan to take down Tempest because in the light novel, he found Rimuru to be unassuming and easy to manipulate given his status as a newly awakened Demon Lord. And the only reason Muse believed this is because when Grandpa Rosso offered him this mission, it came with the reward of becoming one of the 5 Great Elders, so he thought that Grandpa trusted him, which further inflated his ego. It was for this reason that once Gelt brought out the Dwarven gold coins, Muse started to get nervous, but much of the remaining scene that occurred in the episode, like Meow Mouse paying the merchants and Muse scrambling to salvage his plan, will play out accordingly with the light novel. Also, the idea of using the carrot and stick method by having Rimuru severing ties with the merchants while Meow Mouse pretended to help them obtain a second chance was actually mentioned in the light novel to have been suggested to them by Emperor Almassia, which explains why Rimuru thanked her in the episode. In any case, once the issue regarding the payment was resolved, Rimuru held a conference involving the allies of Tempest and his closest friends, although the Demon Lords were absent because it explains in the light novel that it might make the meeting too crowded if they join as well. However, just before the actual meeting started, there was a prior interaction removed from the anime whereby Almassia praised Rimuru for his handling of the merchants, and her subtle warning about a possible future conflict with the person or group controlling the Western States Council, now that economic and military means are no longer effective. And this will explain why Rimuru stated in the episode that all they could do now is to prepare for the eventual confrontation. So continuing on with the meeting, Rimuru proceeds to ask the people present for their feedback on the Founders Festival, and the first to give their opinion was King Gazer, who scolded Rimuru for the projection screen used during the martial tournament, but much of what he said would follow the light novel, although the anime did omit the part where Almassia was defending Rimuru by reassuring King Gazer that it would still be difficult for other nations to replicate the technology. And since Almassia spoke up, she also offered to purchase the rights for the various inventions of Tempest, such as the plumbing infrastructure and how she doesn't mind sending the researchers of Sarian to study the technology or simply buying the parts directly if Rimuru is worried about sharing the information, which is another aspect that wasn't adapted into the episode. And it was due to this reason that Almassia had asked Rimuru to send his engineers in the anime, so I don't understand why they decided to remove the context for a statement. Also, even though the scene of both Almassia and Aaron being super friendly with each other while mocking Aloud for worrying too much was supposed to be played for laughs in the anime, the context behind his intentions were actually more serious in the light novel. To explain, as the Emperor of Sarian, who was often regarded as a legendary figure, Almassia should carry herself in a more dignified and regal manner, so having her behaving in such a casual way in front of all these important figures, it would be a major blow to her reputation, especially back in Sarian, where there are numerous elven houses that wish to take her place. That's why in the light novel, Aloud even told the people present and the Imperial Guards of Saren to keep this a secret, and it would have been nice if they showed this in the anime since it helps to deepen the lore of the series. Having explained that, when Rimuru was discussing about the magic train with King Gazer and Almassia, there isn't much to add since the following interaction in the anime will occur in a similar fashion to the light novel, although I do want to mention that not only would the magic science of Sarian and spirit engineering of Dwagon be part of the future joint research project for the magic train, Rimuru stated that it plans to include the Surmounters as well when Luminous eventually sends them over to Tempest. However, it was disappointing the anime decided to not include the part where Aloud proposed to have the civil engineers of Saren help in surveying the location to lay the train tracks, because it shows that he was able to actually learn from his previous mistake of letting Tempest handle everything, which would have been a good example of character growth in Tensura. And hearing this, Momiji also gave her opinions on the magic train, but ultimately, as long as the tunnel system won't affect the integrity of Kusha Mountain, the Tengu tribe will approve of the project, but it was still hilarious how her main concern was to have Benimaru visit her. Then it was Yom's turn to share his thoughts, and it was cute that he let Muran handle the questions since he isn't exactly the most eloquent of people, but much of what she brought up were the same as the light novel. Also, on a side note, the inclusion of showing a possible future where humans and monsters can truly exist among one another was a very nice touch by the anime. When it was time for the Blumen camp to give their opinions, Fierce would introduce Baron Veya to everyone, and apparently in the light novel, the king and queen were supposed to be present as well, so I'm not sure why they decided to remove them from the meeting. Regardless, similar to Muran, Veya will be asking about the role that Blumen will be serving in this upcoming prosperity sphere, and everything they discussed was pretty faithful to the light novel, although Remu did mention that he was surprised how Veya was able to easily interpret his intentions for Blumen. Now following Veya's questioning, Badra will interrupt the meeting to complain about the lack of challenges during the Labyrinth showcase, and even though Remu wanted to scold him for being annoying, he decides to simply let Meowmouse explain how that might change in the future. Essentially because of the amount of high-grade equipment along with the materials that can be acquired from the labyrinth, many nations or nobles might consider hiring adventurers or mercenaries to challenge the labyrinth in the future to earn a profit. And because of this, people might be more prone to improve themselves in order to reach deeper down the labyrinth, so it stands to reason that eventually, it could even indirectly improve the overall skill level of the participants as they experience more difficult challenges. And to further incentivize the challengers, Meowmouse plans on implementing a bounty system as mentioned by him in the anime. But aside from that, in the light novel, he also plans on creating a lottery system where people can spend money to get the chance to acquire luxury items if they do not wish to farm them inside the labyrinth. Also, since Meowmouse was already explaining his future plans for the labyrinth, he will ask Yuki about a possible future collaboration with the Freedom Association, although for this particular interaction, the anime manages to retain most of the important talking points taken from the light novel. That said, Hinata soon offered her own suggestions for the labyrinth as well, like you see in the episode, and she mainly brought up her worries about the crisis awareness of people becoming worse if they are too accustomed to the idea of not dying inside, so she proposes to have high-ranking priests from the church to practice their holy magic in temples. And the reason this choice warranted such a surprise reaction from Fuse along with Anna and Bacchus in the anime is because knowledge on spells like Resurrection and God's Miracle, which restores severed limbs, were considered to be highly classified information within Lubelius. So having Hinata even suggest this partnership with Tempest meant that she doesn't care about preserving the secrecy anymore, and she even stated in the light novel that it would be good to have more people learn about holy magic because her logic was, if more people are capable of using restoration and revival magic, it can help to at least reduce the number of deaths that will occur outside the labyrinth in the future. Additionally, Hinata suggested another proposal for Rimuru, which is to allow the Holy Knights to train inside the labyrinth because in the light novel, she stated how they severely lack the experience needed against stronger opponents, and she even estimated how they'll only be able to handle Gozer at their current level. Furthermore, she also wanted the Crusader captains to join the training session, but apparently in the light novel, Anna and Bacchus were initially offended by the idea because they assumed it would be nothing but average labyrinth monsters inside and thought it would be too easy for them. However, they will change their opinions once they learned that Valdra was actually the final boss. That's why they said that it's over for them in the episode, and again, it's weird the anime decided to remove the context behind their conversation. So with the prospects of being able to learn how holy magic work and the military teachings of the Holy Knight Order, Rimuru easily agreed to Hinata's proposal. Either way, having finished listening to the feedback from everyone, Rimuru proceeds to ask about their interaction with the Eastern merchants, another one of the reasons why he organized this meeting in the first place, and the statements from everyone present will pretty much follow the light novel, but I do want to point out that the statements also play a key part in helping Rimuru determine the culprits targeting Tempest later on. Anyways, Rimuru will end the conference, and he later had another meeting with his executives to discuss about their assumptions on the mastermind behind everything. To start, King Gazer was ruled out because Dwagon was one of the first nations to recognize Tempest, and to put simply, Rimuru trusted them, but it also made no sense for King Gazer to betray them from a political or monetary standpoint, which was also the same for the Blumen Kingdom. And what reinforced this idea is that they apparently never had any contact with the Eastern merchants because their nation was simply too insignificant. As for Sarian, Alok reassures Rimuru that they only conduct business with trusted merchants, and because they heavily monitor and control all their trading, they have never interacted with any of the Eastern merchants as well. Rimuru did however mention in the light novel that he initially had suspected Aaron's party for leaking the information about Shizu's death, but he quickly dismissed the idea once he remembered they were the ones who helped him become a demon lord and learned that they were part of Sarian. Yom on the other hand owed Rimuru a lot for his current position, so he was never a suspect to begin with, although he did inform Rimuru how they discovered the previous administration had connections with the Eastern merchants, but Diablo and Razan have already removed all ties with them. And of course, because Hinata was manipulated by Damrada and with the death of Roy Valentine aligning with the incident at the Inner Sanctum, Luminous has since ordered Lubalius to cut all connections with the Eastern merchants, so Rumul had no reason to suspect Hinata anymore. And with that, Yuki Kagurazaka was the remaining suspect, although Rumul was able to conclude that he was indeed the master that Claymore had mentioned back in Walpurgis after confirming a few factors. For instance, Yuki openly admitted that the Freedom Association has done business with the Eastern merchants, while indirectly stating that they will continue working with them despite knowing their plans of expanding into the Western nations. And the fact that he has access to a large amount of high quality paper meant that he has a personal connection or vested interest with the merchants as well. Also, the fact that Yuki was one of the few people who knew about Shizu's death and the connections to Hinata definitely did not help his case. Regardless, the rest of the evidence provided by Rumul in the anime was the same as what was stated in the light novel, so with everyone agreeing to be more careful in the future towards not only Yuki but the Freedom Association as well, the Founders Festival will finally come to a close. Now, just before I end the video, the anime does cover the events of the epilogue, which involves Muse reflecting on his failure to win over Rumul and the conversation that occurred between Maribel and Granbell Rosso in regards to this matter. So starting with the sequence involving Muse, there's actually more to his defeated contemplation in the light novel, and to clarify, Rumul did not only cut ties with the merchants involved, but he threatened to even stop dealing with their respective home countries as well. And because of this, Muse along with the merchants have apparently been exiled by their own government as punishment for causing them to become excluded from the future economic sphere the temples will be building. Honestly, it would have been an amazing detail if the anime kept this minor part because it helps to show how ruthless Rumul can be and the consequences that come from angering him. Nonetheless, Muse was said to be deeply regretful of his arrogance in the light novel, and he was fearing for his life because he had failed the Rosso family. But knowing that he has no way of escaping, he will actually make his way back to them in order to deliver this report, so maybe we'll see this right again in the future. Having said that, switching perspective to the Rossos, Maribel's exchange with Granbell was pretty much the same as the light novel, although the part where Granbell revealed his reasoning for not outright destroying temples wasn't included into the episode. To explain, he had sent Muse to handle temples because he underestimated the intelligence of Rumul, thinking that he would be easy to manipulate, but also, since Granbell lost many of his pawns during the conflict between Tempest and Lubalius, he was afraid of losing Maribel as well if he sent her. However, after being reassured by Maribel that she would successfully take down Tempest, he would give her full authority over all the resources of the Rosso family. And similar to how the episode ends, the Tempest Federation will receive a letter from the Western States Council, and it was essentially an invite for them to join the council. Overall, this final episode was disappointing for me because they took away a lot of the important character moments and story context that would have otherwise added so much depth to the scenes, like showing how Rumul easily took command of the narrative when he was dealing with Muse, the merchants and reporters, how each of the representatives of their nations carried themselves during the conference, the reasoning behind Hinata's opinions on the labyrinth, or the way Rumul was able to figure out and finally conclude that Yuki was the mastermind. All of the examples I gave could have been so much better, but sadly they weren't, although I will still rate the entire season a solid 7 Removes out of 10. But hey, at least season 4 has been confirmed along with a movie, so hopefully the studio will take their time and have more care put into both projects. That's it for the supercut video of my skip content and episode breakdown series on season 3 of Tensura. If you stayed to the end, I thank you for watching and let me know your opinions on the overall season. Also, if you enjoyed my content, feel free to leave a like, subscribe to the channel and hit that notification button as well to stay updated with all my other content. Again, thanks for watching and as always, stay safe everyone.